The story begins not with certainty, but with shadows, fragments, and questions that whisper from the dust of Mesopotamia. For more than 5,000 years, clay tablets buried beneath ruined temples have held secrets that defy ordinary explanation. Etched into those ancient surfaces are names, myths, and records of beings called the Anunnaki, described as powerful gods who descended from the heavens to shape the fate of humanity. Mainstream scholars dismiss them as literary characters, symbols of natural forces, or cultural archetypes. Yet a growing number of researchers, fringe historians, and truth-seekers argue otherwise. They believe the Anunnaki were not metaphors at all, but flesh-and-blood beings whose influence stretches from humanity's first kings to the turmoil of our world today. If that is true, then the question we must ask is not simply who they were, but whether their story is still unfolding around us. Imagine standing in the ruins of Ur, the cradle of civilization, staring at a ziggurat that once reached toward the skies. The priests who served there insisted that the gods had not abandoned them, that the heavens themselves could open and pour forth power. To the average farmer or laborer, such words inspired devotion. To modern eyes, however, they spark suspicion. Were those heavens symbolic, or could they have been descriptions of actual craft descending with a roar and flame? Each layer of history seems to peel back another contradiction. What the archaeologists see as myth, others view as encoded memory. What academics declare primitive imagination, alternative researchers interpret as eyewitness accounts of extraordinary events. This tension between what we are told to believe and what the evidence may really suggest is the heart of the Anunnaki mystery. Texts like the Sumerian king list, which records reigns lasting tens of thousands of years, either exaggerations or clues to a reality we cannot yet comprehend. The Epic of Gilgamesh, often praised as the first great work of literature, contains subtle hints of lost technologies and genetic tampering. Even the word Anunnaki itself, translated as those who came from the heavens to earth, echoes with implications that go far beyond mythology. If these beings truly existed, then human history as we know it is nothing but a shallow outline, hiding a deeper story about manipulation, control, and perhaps destiny. Our world is built on timelines. We learn in school that civilization arose around 3000 BCE, that writing appeared in Sumer, that empires rose and fell in a neat chronological order. But what if this timeline is wrong? Or worse, deliberately edited? What if the true arc of humanity begins not with wandering tribes inventing agriculture, but with intervention by beings who arrived with purpose, knowledge, and technology far beyond our comprehension? For decades, whispers of suppressed archaeology, forbidden translations, and lost artifacts have hinted at a cover-up. Some say it is because the truth would shatter religion. Others believe governments fear the collapse of control if the origins of humanity were revealed. Whatever the reason, the story of the Anunnaki is often brushed aside as pseudoscience. Yet the questions refuse to vanish. There is another layer of urgency as well. Ancient texts do not only speak of origins, they speak of cycles, of returns, of prophecies. If the Anunnaki timeline is real, then humanity's past is not finished. It is a story still moving toward a climax. Warnings carved into stone thousands of years ago may describe not only what happened before, but what is destined to happen again. In every culture, from the Sumerians to the Mayans, from the Hebrews to the Hopi, there are echoes of gods who promise to return. The chilling question is, have we already entered the window of that prophecy? Could the crises of today, climate upheaval, wars, mass surveillance, even the sudden global obsession with unidentified aerial phenomena, be signs that we are living in the final chapter of their design? This introduction is not meant to hand you answers. It is meant to prepare you for the uncomfortable possibility that everything you thought you knew about history, religion, and humanity itself may be incomplete. Over the course of this journey, we will descend into ancient ruins, decode cryptic texts, sift through forbidden discoveries, and confront modern mysteries that suggest the Anunnaki timeline is still ticking. Each revelation will pull us deeper into a labyrinth of knowledge and speculation, where myth and science collide, where faith and reason blur, and where the stakes are nothing less than the survival of our species. You may find yourself skeptical. That is natural, because the story you are about to hear runs against the grain of every classroom lesson and every textbook authority. But ask yourself this: why do so many of the world's oldest records repeat the same themes? Why do different civilizations separated by oceans and centuries speak of sky beings, great floods, and golden cities built with impossible precision? Why does the archaeological record contain anomalies, out-of-place artifacts, inexplicable knowledge of astronomy, sudden leaps in human capability, that cannot be accounted for by slow cultural evolution alone. Coincidence can explain some patterns, but when the coincidences stack so high, they start to look like a map. This journey into the Anunnaki timeline will not be comfortable, but it will be unforgettable. We will confront evidence that challenges every pillar of accepted history. We will face theories that are both thrilling and terrifying. And at the end, you will be forced to decide for yourself. Are the Anunnaki merely myths born of fertile imaginations, or were they real beings whose prophecy now hangs over our modern age like a shadow? The answer could determine not just how we view our past, but how we survive our future. Beneath the shifting sands of Iraq and the silent ruins of Mesopotamia lies the first chapter of the Anunnaki story, a narrative that has bewildered scholars for centuries. The origins of this mythos are written in clay tablets etched with cuneiform, the wedge-shaped script of the Sumerians, humanity's first recorded civilization. Within these fragile relics, preserved by accident in fire or buried under collapsed temples, we find the earliest references to the Anunnaki. They are described as a pantheon of mighty beings, those who came from the heavens to earth. The Sumerians believed these entities controlled the fates of kings and the destiny of mankind. But the texts also contain subtle details that don't fit easily into the mold of simple mythology. They describe the Anunnaki not merely as distant gods but as figures who descended, who walked, who issued commands and handed down laws. Already, the seeds of doubt are planted. Were these simply mythological archetypes, or were they something more tangible? To understand the roots of this enigma, we must step into the worldview of the ancient Sumerians, a culture that blossomed suddenly and without precedent around 4000 BCE. Unlike other civilizations that evolved slowly from tribal beginnings, Sumer seemed to appear almost fully formed, complete with writing, mathematics, advanced astronomy, and monumental architecture. They credited this sudden explosion of knowledge not to human ingenuity, but to the gods, and among these gods the Anunnaki stood supreme. They were said to dwell in the heavens but intervene directly in earthly affairs, descending to establish cities, teach skills, and allocate dominion over the lands. Such vivid descriptions compel us to ask, if these beings were purely mythological, why did the Sumerians depict them with such specificity, and why did they tie their own legitimacy as a people to them so intimately? In Mesopotamian cosmology, the universe was divided into multiple realms: the heavens above, the world of men, and the underworld below. The Anunnaki were linked to all three, described sometimes as judges of the dead, sometimes as celestial overseers, and sometimes as rulers of the earth. Their names shift across eras and city-states, but their presence remains constant. What is most startling is how they were portrayed, not as vague spirits, but as powerful beings with hierarchical structures, rivalries, and detailed narratives of interaction with humans. Unlike the abstract deities of later religions, these figures appear grounded, almost political in nature. Mainstream scholars interpret the Anunnaki as symbolic personifications of natural forces, representations of fertility, rain, storms, and cosmic order. Yet alternative researchers argue that such interpretations ignore the literal weight of the texts. When a tablet speaks of kingship descending from heaven, is it metaphorical, or is it a direct statement that rulership was imposed by external beings? When the stories detail the Anunnaki's journeys from the skies and their establishment of sacred cities, are we reading allegories, or chronicles of events witnessed by early humanity? This is where the divide grows sharp between academic orthodoxy and the fringe voices of forbidden archaeology. Consider the god Enlil, often described as the stern commander of the Anunnaki, the one who decreed destinies and wielded the authority of heaven. Compare him to Enki, his brother, portrayed as the wise and compassionate figure who favored humanity, sharing knowledge against divine decree. Their conflicts sound less like abstract myth and more like the dramas of powerful factions vying for influence. The Sumerians recorded these tales not as symbolic poetry but as historical accounts, embedded in king lists, hymns, and administrative texts. If they were fabrications, why were they preserved with such detail and consistency over centuries? Another striking element is the way the Sumerians depicted the heavens. Their knowledge of celestial bodies was extraordinary for such an early civilization. They charted the movements of the stars, knew of planetary orbits, and divided the sky into precise zones. Some tablets even suggest an awareness of planets beyond what could be seen with the naked eye. To skeptics, this is a coincidence or misinterpretation. To those who suspect outside intervention, it is evidence that the Anunnaki brought astronomical knowledge far in advance of human capability. The very name Anu in Anunnaki refers to the sky god, the ruler of the heavens, hinting that their identity was intimately tied to the stars above. What makes these origins even more unsettling is how the Anunnaki mythos spread and transformed. In Akkadian, Babylonian, and Assyrian traditions, the figures persisted, though under new names. They were not forgotten or discarded as culture shifted. Rather, they became embedded in every layer of Mesopotamian belief. Over time, echoes of them even appear in other traditions: the Nephilim of Hebrew texts, the sky beings of Central American myths, the divine rulers of Egypt. Could it be that the Sumerians were recording the first chapter of a much larger, global story? The origins of the Anunnaki mythos, then, are not simple. They are rooted in the most ancient records of humanity, carried forward through multiple empires, and mirrored in disparate corners of the world. Whether one sees them as mythological constructs or as the footprints of real beings, the sheer persistence of their presence demands attention. They were central to humanity's first attempt to make sense of its place in the cosmos, and they continue to haunt us because the questions they raise have never been fully answered. As we pull back from these ancient tablets and their haunting inscriptions, one thing becomes clear: the Anunnaki are not an isolated curiosity of Sumerian imagination. They are a mystery woven into the very beginning of civilization, a mystery that continues to echo through time. And if their origins are still debated after 5 millennia, perhaps it is because they were never meant to remain confined to the past. They are part of a timeline, one that might still be unfolding in ways we are only beginning to recognize. Long before the Bible, long before Homer, long before the philosophies of Greece and Rome, the Sumerians were already telling stories about the creation of the world and the origins of humanity. Among the most important of these narratives are the Enuma Elish and the Atrahasis epic, texts that modern scholars classify as myths but which some alternative historians believe may be something far more shocking: literal accounts of technological intervention by powerful beings. At the heart of these texts is the notion that humanity did not slowly crawl out of evolutionary chance, but was shaped, crafted, and perhaps even engineered by the Anunnaki. This possibility raises one of the most disturbing questions of all: are we truly independent beings, or are we a species designed for a purpose we scarcely understand? The Enuma Elish, often called the Babylonian creation epic, tells of a primordial struggle between gods of chaos and gods of order. From their battles, the world is formed, with heaven and earth separated, and with dominion granted to particular deities. What seems like cosmic poetry hides peculiar details that hint at advanced knowledge. The gods are described as wielding terrifying weapons that blast their enemies, reshaping the very structure of reality. They are depicted as moving between realms with precision, establishing order not through vague acts of magic, but through deliberate construction. Most telling, however, is the role of humanity in these epics. Humans are not depicted as natural children of the gods or spontaneous creations of the earth. Instead, they are created for service, to bear the burdens of labor that the gods themselves wish to avoid. The Atrahasis epic drives this point home with chilling clarity. In this text, the lesser gods grow weary of digging canals and toiling under the rule of higher deities. In rebellion, they refuse their labor. To solve this crisis, the Council of Gods, often associated with the Anunnaki, decrees that a new being must be fashioned to take on the work. The plan is simple yet shocking: mix the flesh and blood of a god with clay from the earth, creating a hybrid creature capable of toil. In other words, the first humans are presented not as spontaneous miracles, but as engineered hybrids, part divine essence, part earthly matter. To mainstream scholars, this is metaphor. To those who suspect a deeper truth, it sounds eerily like genetic manipulation. If we strip away the theological language, what remains is a process that parallels modern biotechnology. The use of divine blood suggests the transfer of genetic material. The shaping of clay evokes the manipulation of raw biological material. Even the role of a birth goddess, who carries the first prototype in her womb, mirrors what we now call surrogacy or controlled breeding experiments. Thousands of years ago, a culture without microscopes or laboratories recorded, in its own symbolic language, the creation of a new species through what we might now describe as bioengineering. Is it possible that these ancient myths are eyewitness accounts of a process we only now understand through science? Modern genetics adds fuel to this speculation. Humans are unique among animals in ways that defy simple evolutionary explanation. Our sudden leap in brain capacity, our complex language structures, and the mysterious segments of so-called junk DNA all raise questions. Some geneticists have noted that portions of the human genome appear to have been spliced or altered in ways that don't align with gradual evolution. Could this be the fingerprint of an ancient intervention? Could the Anunnaki, described in the epics, have been the ones responsible? If so, Humanity may not be the product of blind natural forces, but the result of deliberate design. The implications of this possibility are staggering. If we were engineered, then by whom, and for what purpose? The atrahasis is blunt. We were created to serve. This aligns disturbingly with other ancient traditions. In Greek mythology, Prometheus is punished for helping mankind. In the book of Genesis, Adam and Eve are placed in a garden and commanded to work it. Again and again, humanity is depicted not as freeborn, but as laborious, caretakers, or servants to higher powers. Was this motif simply cultural coincidence, or does it reflect a deeper truth embedded in our origins? Critics argue that interpreting the Enuma Elish and atrahasis literally is dangerous and misleading. They insist these stories are poetic metaphors, reflecting the social structures of ancient Mesopotamia. The gods demand labor just as kings demanded labor. The myths simply mirror human hierarchies. Yet this explanation leaves gaps. Why include such specific details about the mixing of divine essence and earthly clay? Why frame humanity's creation not as a blessing, but as a solution to a labor shortage? These details are odd, unnecessary, and strangely consistent. Alternative researchers suggest the reason is simple. The Sumerians were recording what they believed actually happened. They did not invent their gods in abstract. They described beings they believed had walked among them, beings who provided knowledge and demanded service. The myths, then, are not fabrications but distorted memories of extraordinary encounters. Over time, as the memory blurred and culture shifted, the details became wrapped in symbolism. But hidden beneath the layers of poetry may lie the raw truth. Our species is not alone in the universe, and our existence is the product of intervention. Consider the emotional weight of such a revelation. To realize that humanity may have been designed as workers, rather than as freeborn beings, reframes the entire human story. It challenges our religions, our philosophies, and our sense of purpose. It forces us to ask, if the Anunnaki made us, do they still own us? Are we still bound to fulfill some ancient contract written into our very DNA? Or have we outgrown the role they assign to us, stepping into autonomy while their shadow still lingers over history? The Enuma Elish and the atrahasis are not dusty curiosities. They are the earliest surviving blueprints of how humanity understood its origin. Whether they are symbolic myths or encoded testimonies, they carry a power that continues to haunt us. When read alongside modern science, their words ignite possibilities that are as thrilling as they are terrifying. Perhaps, in those ancient lines, the Sumerians preserved the first whispers of a truth so profound that even today, we struggle to confront it. And as we look deeper into the Anunnaki timeline, the question will only grow louder. Are we children of the earth, or the crafted servants of beings who once ruled the skies? When it comes to the modern revival of the Anunnaki story, one name towers above all others: Zecharia Sitchin. A man both celebrated and ridiculed, Sitchin reshaped the landscape of alternative history with a series of books that proposed nothing less than a new origin story for humanity. While mainstream academia dismissed him as a pseudo-scholar, his work ignited imaginations worldwide and gave birth to an entirely new movement of thought. For many, Sitchin is the bridge between dusty Mesopotamian tablets and the explosive idea that humanity may have been engineered by visitors from the stars. To understand the Anunnaki timeline, we must grapple with his radical theory, its bold claims, its controversies, and the tantalizing questions it raises. Sitchin was born in Azerbaijan in 1920 and later educated in London, where he studied economics and history. He was not an archaeologist by training, but he was fascinated by the ancient world and especially by the cuneiform tablets of Mesopotamia. His ability to read Hebrew and his passion for ancient Semitic languages led him down a path few dared to tread. In the 1970s, he began publishing the Earth Chronicles, a series of books that would go on to sell millions of copies. In them, he argued that the stories found in Sumerian and Akkadian texts were not myths at all, but historical accounts of extraterrestrial beings he identified as the Anunnaki. At the heart of Sitchin's theory is a radical reinterpretation of cuneiform translations. He claimed that many scholars had overlooked or deliberately downplayed references to celestial events and heavenly beings in these texts. According to Sitchin, the Sumerians described a planet beyond Neptune, a mysterious world called Nibiru. Unlike the known planets, Nibiru follows an elongated orbit, taking approximately 3,600 years to swing around the Sun. It was from this wandering world, he said, that the Anunnaki came. When their planet drew near to Earth, they made the journey across space, bringing with them advanced technology and an agenda that would change humanity forever. Why would they come here? Sitchin argued that their motive was not conquest or curiosity but survival. Nibiru, he explained, was in crisis. Its atmosphere was decaying, and the Anunnaki sought a solution to sustain their world. They found it on Earth in the form of gold, not for currency, but as a substance to be pulverized and suspended in their atmosphere to shield their planet. This idea may sound absurd at first, but modern science has explored the reflective and conductive properties of gold for technological purposes, from space equipment to nanotechnology. To Sitchin, the ancient obsession with gold across cultures was not coincidence but a remnant of the Anunnaki's influence and mining operations. The story deepens when we consider the creation of humanity. According to Sitchin's reading of the Atrahasis and related texts, the Anunnaki faced labor shortages in their mining efforts. To solve this, they engineered a new species by combining their own genetic material with that of early hominids. This hybrid, Homo sapiens, was designed to serve as a labor force. In Sitchin's interpretation, humanity was not a random evolutionary accident but a deliberate act of genetic engineering. He even suggested that the biblical story of Adam and Eve was a reworked version of this event, with the breath of life symbolizing the infusion of Anunnaki DNA. It is here that Sitchin's work struck its most controversial nerve. Mainstream scholars argue that his translations were flawed, his linguistic connections weak, and his astronomical claims baseless. They insist there is no evidence in Sumerian texts of a planet like Nibiru, and they accuse him of cherry-picking words to fit his narrative. Archaeologists dismiss the gold mining theory as fantasy, pointing out that while ancient civilizations valued gold, no evidence suggests global-scale mining for extraterrestrial purposes. Geneticists also bristle at the idea of alien intervention, citing natural evolutionary processes. Yet despite the criticism, Sitchin's books resonated with millions. Why? Because they offered answers where traditional narratives left gaps. Why did civilization arise so suddenly in Sumer? Why do so many ancient cultures describe gods descending from the skies? Why are there such unexplained leaps in human intelligence? Sitchin's theory, though radical, provided a coherent story that connected these mysteries in a way academic explanations often fail to. For many readers, the sheer scope of his vision outweighed the doubts of skeptics. Sitchin also tapped into something deeper, a hunger for forbidden knowledge. People sensed that official history was incomplete, that secrets were being withheld. His books gave voice to that suspicion, weaving together mythology, archaeology, and speculative science into a grand narrative that challenged authority. Even those who doubted his conclusions found themselves compelled by the questions he raised. If nothing else, he forced the world to look again at the ancient texts and artifacts with fresh eyes. In recent years, interest in Sitchin's work has grown as mainstream science inches closer to ideas once considered fringe. The discovery of exoplanets, the search for habitable worlds, and advances in genetic engineering echo aspects of his claims. While astronomers have yet to confirm a Planet X, some evidence suggests a massive object may indeed lurk at the edges of our solar system. Geneticists continue to uncover mysteries in the human genome that hint at sudden, unexplained changes. And the global fascination with UFOs and UAPs has made the idea of extraterrestrial contact less laughable than it once was. But whether one views Sitchin as a visionary or a fabricator, his influence is undeniable. Without him, the Anunnaki might have remained obscure deities buried in academic texts. With him, they became central figures in the modern imagination, beings whose shadow looms over our past and perhaps our future. His radical theory opened the door to a new timeline of history, one in which humanity is not the pinnacle of evolution but the legacy of an ancient experiment. The controversy surrounding Sitchin mirrors the larger tension of the Anunnaki story itself. On one side, the guardians of orthodoxy dismiss his ideas as pseudoscience. On the other, millions of seekers embrace them as hidden truth. And in between lies the tantalizing possibility that both sides are partly right, that within the exaggerations and errors of Sitchin's work lies a core of reality that remains to be uncovered. As we step beyond his translations and into the physical evidence of archaeology, the strange artifacts, the anomalous maps, the inexplicable knowledge of the ancients, the question becomes even sharper. Did Sitchin stumble onto the truth disguised as myth? Or did he weave an elaborate fiction that just happens to align too closely with unexplained mysteries? The answer, whichever way it leans, will shape how we understand the Anunnaki timeline, and whether we are, even now, living in the unfolding of their final prophecy. Across the deserts of Mesopotamia and the ruins of the ancient world lie artifacts that do not fit into the neatly ordered story of human history. Some are so strange that scholars dismiss them as coincidence, misinterpretation, or outright hoax. Yet they persist, whispering of technologies, knowledge, and capabilities that should not have existed thousands of years ago. If we accept the possibility of the Anunnaki timeline, that humanity's earliest civilizations were guided, perhaps even engineered, by advanced beings, then these artifacts are not anomalies at all. They are fingerprints of intervention, fragments of evidence left behind from encounters that mainstream archaeology dares not fully acknowledge. This section will explore a few of the most striking finds: the Baghdad battery, the Mesopotamian spacesuit figurines, and the depictions of celestial knowledge that defy the limitations of ancient astronomy. Consider the Baghdad battery, an unassuming clay jar discovered in 1938 near Baghdad. Inside the jar were a copper cylinder and an iron rod, arranged in such a way that when filled with an acidic liquid like vinegar, the device could generate an electric charge. To modern engineers, this looks very much like a primitive battery. Yet it dates back over 2,000 years, possibly to the Parthian period. Skeptics argue that it may have been used simply for storing scrolls or as a mundane container. But experiments have shown that the jar can indeed produce electricity, enough to plate objects with gold or silver. Why would such a device exist in antiquity if the concept of electricity was supposedly unknown until millennia later? Could this be a rediscovery of forgotten Anunnaki technology, adapted by humans who only partially understood what they had inherited? Equally baffling are the strange figurines discovered in Mesopotamian and South American sites, some of which depict beings wearing what look like helmets, breathing apparatus, and padded suits. Archaeologists typically classify them as stylized representations of priests or gods. Yet to modern eyes, they bear uncanny resemblance to astronauts in space gear. Their helmets are round and domed, their bodies encased in bulky suits, their visors detailed with precision. Is it coincidence that cultures separated by oceans created similar depictions? Or are these figurines echoes of real beings who descended from the skies in protective gear, interpreted by ancient witnesses as gods? The Sumerians themselves left behind some of the most tantalizing evidence in the form of cylinder seals and star maps. One famous seal, catalogued as VA243 in the Berlin Museum, shows a depiction of the solar system. At its center is a large sun, surrounded by 11 smaller spheres. To the untrained eye, this might seem unremarkable, until one counts carefully. The Sumerian depiction shows the sun at the center, a fact not recognized by European science until Copernicus in the 16th century. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, all included. Even stranger, there appears to be an additional 12th body, larger than Earth, which Sitchin identified as Nibiru. How could the Sumerians have known about planets like Uranus and Neptune, invisible to the naked eye and undiscovered until the modern era? Were these details passed down from beings who had already mapped the heavens? Mainstream scholars often dismiss such interpretations as wishful thinking. They argue that the seal has been misread, that the arrangement of circles is symbolic rather than literal, and that ancient people used stylized imagery that should not be taken as scientific diagrams. Yet the persistence of these images across multiple cultures is difficult to ignore. The Dogon tribe of Mali, for example, has long held detailed knowledge of the Sirius star system, including the existence of Sirius B, a dwarf star invisible without advanced telescopes. Where did they obtain this knowledge? Oral tradition alone cannot account for such precision. Artifacts beyond Mesopotamia add to the mystery. The so-called Vimana texts of ancient India describe flying machines powered by engines and capable of traversing great distances. Stone carvings in Egypt depict what appear to be helicopters, airplanes, and submarines. In South America, the Nazca lines, giant geoglyphs only visible from the sky, stretch across the desert, their purpose still unknown. Were these cultural expressions of imagination, or signals for beings who observed humanity from above? The Anunnaki timeline provides a framework for understanding these puzzles. If advanced beings once walked among humans, teaching, guiding, and sometimes exploiting them, then these artifacts are remnants of that contact. The Baghdad battery might represent an attempt by humans to replicate alien power sources. The figurines in spacesuits could be literal depictions of the beings themselves. The star maps and cylinder seals might be records of astronomical lessons imparted to early priests. Each item on its own can be explained away as coincidence or misinterpretation. But together, they form a pattern that points to something extraordinary. Of course, skeptics warn against the temptation of seeing technology where none exists. They point out that ancient cultures had their own symbolic languages, their own cosmologies, and that imposing modern interpretations risks distorting the past. Yet it is equally dangerous to assume that our ancestors were ignorant or incapable of observation. The Sumerians were precise record keepers, obsessed with detail. If they depicted a star system with multiple planets, perhaps it is worth considering they did so because they knew of it, not because they were guessing. What is most unsettling about these discoveries is how they are treated. Rather than sparking widespread curiosity, many are tucked away in museum basements, dismissed in footnotes, or ridiculed in academic circles. Why? Is it because they genuinely have no significance, or because they threaten the stability of the accepted narrative? The very label forbidden archaeology suggests that there is knowledge we are not meant to pursue, that certain questions must remain unasked. But every artifact tells a story, and these stories whisper of a time when humanity was not alone. As we sift through these enigmatic relics, we are left with two possibilities. Either ancient people were far more advanced than we have been taught, capable of harnessing forgotten sciences, or they were guided by beings who possessed such knowledge and left their imprint in clay, stone, and legend. Both options force us to rethink the timeline of civilization. Both challenge the assumption that progress is linear. And both prepare us for the possibility that what the ancients recorded was not myth, but memory of encounters with the Anunnaki. These artifacts, scattered across the globe, are like breadcrumbs leading us deeper into the labyrinth of lost history. They tease us with glimpses of a forgotten truth but never reveal the full picture. Perhaps that is by design. Perhaps the Anunnaki ensured that only fragments would survive, enough to remind us of their presence but not enough to expose their full purpose. And if that is the case, then the question becomes unavoidable. What else remains hidden, and what revelations still lie buried, waiting to shatter the story of humanity as we know it? For centuries, humanity has gazed into the heavens, mapping constellations, naming planets, and measuring the passage of time by the movements of the stars. Yet within this vast cosmic stage, one celestial body has remained the most elusive, the most controversial, and perhaps the most dangerous: Nibiru. Sometimes called the 12th planet, sometimes referred to as Planet X, Nibiru occupies a shadowy place in both ancient lore and modern speculation. To the Sumerians, it was the home world of the Anunnaki. To Zecharia Sitchin, it was the missing link in our understanding of human origins. And to modern astronomers, it is a tantalizing ghost at the edges of our solar system, a possibility that refuses to vanish no matter how many times skeptics attempt to bury it. The idea of Nibiru begins with the Sumerians themselves. In their star charts and cylinder seals, there are references not only to the planets we know but to an additional body, often depicted as larger than Earth and in a position that does not correspond to any of the known worlds. Sitchin interpreted these references as evidence of a wandering planet with an enormous elliptical orbit, taking approximately 3,600 years to complete one revolution around the Sun. Unlike the familiar planets that circle in relatively neat paths, Nibiru's orbit would carry it far beyond Pluto, into the icy darkness of the outer solar system, before swinging it back into proximity with Earth. This long, looping journey is both the source of its invisibility and the key to its mystery. Why does this matter? Because according to Sitchin, it was during one of these close passes that the Anunnaki arrived on Earth. Their planet's trajectory brought them near enough to bridge the gulf of space, and necessity drove them to do so. If Nibiru truly exists, then its cycle is not merely astronomical, it is historical. Each return could signal a new era of contact, upheaval, or intervention in human affairs. In this framework, the Anunnaki timeline is inseparable from the orbit of their world. Mainstream science, of course, has long dismissed the existence of Nibiru. No planet of such size has been conclusively detected, and critics argue that Sitchin's translations of the cuneiform texts were flawed. Yet the story is not so easily closed. In 2016, astronomers at Caltech announced evidence for what they called Planet 9, a massive body far beyond Neptune, perhaps 10 times the mass of Earth, exerting a gravitational pull on distant objects in the Kuiper Belt. Though not officially discovered, the data strongly suggests something is out there, shaping the orbits of smaller celestial bodies. Could Planet 9 and Nibiru be one and the same? The idea of an unseen planet lurking at the edge of the solar system has a long history. In the 19th century, the discovery of Neptune itself was made by following strange gravitational anomalies in Uranus's orbit. Astronomers reasoned that another body must be tugging at Uranus, and their predictions proved correct. Pluto was also discovered during the search for a suspected Planet X, though it turned out to be too small to explain the anomalies. The pattern is clear: Unseen worlds reveal themselves through their influence on others. By this logic, the gravitational signatures observed today could indeed point to a massive planet waiting to be found. But the mystery deepens when we return to the ancient records. How could the Sumerians have known about a planet so distant that even modern telescopes struggle to detect it? One answer, consistent with the Anunnaki theory, is that they were told by those who came from it. If beings from Nibiru arrived on Earth, it would make sense for them to describe their home, its orbit, and its significance. Over time, this knowledge may have been woven into myth, encoded in symbols, and preserved in fragmented texts. What modern astronomers now search for in the cold silence of space may have been known to the ancients thousands of years ago. Of course, the idea of Nibiru has also fueled apocalyptic fears. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, it became associated with doomsday predictions. Some claimed it would collide with Earth or cause catastrophic upheaval during its next pass. The year 2012, already infamous for the so-called Mayan prophecy, was seized upon as a potential return date. Though nothing happened, the global panic revealed just how deeply the concept of Nibiru had penetrated the collective imagination. Even NASA was compelled to issue public statements denying its existence. Yet skeptics' attempts to bury the story only seemed to make it more intriguing. Why would an organization like NASA feel the need to respond so forcefully if the whole thing were nothing more than fantasy? Beyond the fear and hype lies a more subtle possibility, that Nibiru's return is not about destruction but transformation. If the Anunnaki are tied to this planet, then each cycle could mark a period of re-engagement with humanity. Perhaps they come not as conquerors but as overseers, checking the progress of their creation. Or perhaps their motives are more self-serving, tied to their eternal quest for resources. Either way, the rhythm of Nibiru's orbit would be the heartbeat of an ancient prophecy, ticking away in the background of human history. What makes Nibiru so compelling is the way it straddles the line between science and myth. On the one hand, we have ancient texts and seals, ambiguous yet suggestive. On the other, we have modern astronomical evidence pointing to a hidden giant planet. Alone, each might be dismissed. Together, they form a bridge that spans millennia, connecting the skywatchers of ancient Sumer to the astrophysicists of today. Could it be that the story of Nibiru is not a wild invention, but a memory of something real, a planet that has always been there, hidden in the darkness, waiting to return? In the end, the search for Nibiru is also a search for the truth about ourselves. If it exists, it could validate the Sumerian accounts, vindicate Sitching's theories, and force humanity to confront the possibility that we are not the sole masters of our destiny. If it does not, then why do so many threads of myth and science converge upon its shadow? Why do we continue to feel its gravitational pull, not only on distant objects in space but on the deepest corners of our imagination? The Anunnaki timeline cannot be told without Nibiru. It is both stage and actor, both the origin and the return. Its existence is a question mark that refuses to fade, a celestial enigma whose resolution could rewrite history. And as modern telescopes scan the outer reaches of the solar system, as gravitational models grow ever more precise, the possibility looms larger. We may be on the brink of rediscovering the very world that the ancients once recorded. If that day comes, if Nibiru is confirmed, then the implications are staggering. It will mean that the Sumerians were not inventing myths but recording memories. It will mean that humanity's story is entwined with a cosmic cycle stretching back thousands of years. And it will mean that the Anunnaki prophecy is not finished. It is still unfolding, written not only in clay tablets but in the stars themselves. From the moment modern humans appeared on this planet, their rise has been marked by something unusual, something that doesn't quite fit the slow, step-by-step logic of evolution as we are taught in classrooms. How did we leap from primitive hominids, struggling for survival, to builders of cities, writers of complex laws, and creators of astronomy within such a short span of time? For mainstream science, the answer lies in chance mutations, natural selection, and environmental pressures. But within the framework of the Anunnaki timeline, the answer is far more shocking. Humanity itself was engineered. The gods of Sumer, the Anunnaki, were not content to simply mine Earth for its riches. They needed workers, and in their need, they forged a new species. That species was us. The foundation of this idea lies in ancient Mesopotamian texts such as the Atrahasis epic and the Enuma Elish. These writings describe the Anunnaki laboring under harsh conditions, digging in the earth for resources. Over time, they grew weary of the endless toil and rebelled against their higher-ranking leaders. A council was held, and it was determined that the solution would not be negotiation or automation but the creation of a new being. one that could bear the burden of work in their place. According to the text, the great god Enki and the mother goddess Ninhursag, sometimes called Ninti, took on the task. They combined the essence of the gods with that of a being already present on Earth. In Sitching's interpretation, this was the deliberate merging of Anunnaki DNA with that of early hominids, resulting in Homo sapiens. This claim aligns in unsettling ways with modern genetic mysteries. Scientists have long puzzled over the sudden appearance of Homo sapiens around 200,000 years ago. While other hominid species, such as Neanderthals and Homo erectus, evolved gradually, modern humans seem to appear in a relative blink of the evolutionary eye. Even more curious is the fact that humans possess 223 genes that do not have clear evolutionary predecessors in the animal kingdom. Some geneticists have openly admitted that the origin of these genes is a mystery. Could this be the signature of external tampering, the genetic fingerprints of the Anunnaki? The biblical story of Genesis echoes these older accounts in symbolic form. Adam, the first man, is fashioned from dust, but life is breathed into him by a divine force. Eve is created from Adam's rib, or side, which parallels Sumerian descriptions of Ninhursag as the lady of the rib. In both cases, the language is suggestive of genetic manipulation, of life being engineered rather than naturally occurring. Could it be that the biblical scribes inherited fragments of a much older story, retold in a way that masked its more disturbing truth? The role of Enki is particularly fascinating in this narrative. Unlike his half-brother Enlil, who often appears stern and authoritarian, Enki is portrayed as sympathetic to humanity. In the texts, he advocates for humans, teaches them skills, and even warns them of impending disasters. It was Enki, according to legend, who pushed the boundaries of genetic experimentation to produce a being capable of thought, language, and adaptability. His actions raise questions about motive. Was Enki genuinely invested in humanity's survival, or did he simply see us as a more efficient workforce? Perhaps, as some suggest, he viewed humanity as his greatest creation, an experiment that transcended its original purpose. This theme of divine genetic engineering is not limited to Mesopotamia. Across the world, creation stories often describe gods fashioning mankind from clay, blood, or a mixture of earthly and divine substance. The Mayans spoke of humans created from maize dough, infused with the essence of the gods. In Egypt, Khnum was said to mold humans on a potter's wheel. These are not scientific explanations, but they may be symbolic echoes of something real, a process of artificial creation witnessed by ancient peoples and later encoded in myth. If we view the Anunnaki not as supernatural gods but as advanced beings with knowledge of genetics, the myths begin to make sense in a chillingly literal way. Imagine early humans watching as their primitive ancestors were taken, experimented upon, and altered. Imagine the awe and terror of seeing beings manipulate life itself, creating hybrids that were part human, part divine. To the witnesses, this would be indistinguishable from magic. To us, it looks eerily like science. The implications are staggering. If humanity was engineered, then our entire evolutionary history is not a story of random survival but of purposeful design. Our intelligence, our creativity, even our capacity for spirituality may have been programmed into us. But why? Was it purely utilitarian, so we could dig and carry and labor for the Anunnaki? Or was there a deeper reason, an experiment in consciousness, a gamble to see whether a hybrid species could rise to greatness? Critics, of course, argue that this theory is nothing more than a fantasy. They point out that natural evolution can explain sudden leaps through processes like punctuated equilibrium, where environmental stress triggers rapid adaptation. They insist that the genetic anomalies in our DNA will eventually be explained through further study. And yet, the nagging gaps remain. Why do humans seem so different from every other species, not only physically but psychologically and spiritually? Why do we yearn for the stars, build monuments to the heavens, and carry myths of sky gods across every culture? Could it be because something within us remembers where we came from? Even within mainstream science, the boundaries of genetic possibility are expanding. In the last few decades, humanity itself has learned to edit genes, to splice DNA, and to create hybrids in laboratories. We are only beginning to wield the power that the Anunnaki allegedly possessed thousands of years ago. The parallels are striking. If we, in our infancy as a technological civilization, can already manipulate life, then what might a race millions of years ahead of us have accomplished? Perhaps the act of engineering a new species was not a leap for them at all, but a routine operation. The question then becomes, are we still under observation? If the Anunnaki created us, did they leave us to our own devices, or do they periodically return to check on their experiment? Some traditions speak of gods who abandoned humanity but promised to return. Others suggest that they never truly left, that they remain hidden, guiding from the shadows. If our DNA is their legacy, then their presence may be felt not only in ancient myths but in the very cells of our bodies. Ultimately, the idea that humanity was genetically engineered by the Anunnaki is not just a challenge to science, it is a challenge to identity. It forces us to ask, who are we really? Children of the earth, or the offspring of the stars? Are we free beings, or are we still bound to the purposes of those who made us? And most unsettling of all, if we were created with intent, what was that intent? To be workers? To be companions? Or to play a role in a prophecy that has yet to reach its climax? In the Anunnaki timeline, the genetic engineering of humanity is not a side note, it is the foundation. It explains our sudden rise, our unique qualities, and our obsession with gods who came from above. It binds our past to a cosmic narrative, one that stretches across time and space. And it suggests that the story of our creation is not finished, but ongoing, a story that will only make sense when we confront the truth about those who made us throughout human history. One story repeats again and again, across continents, across cultures, across languages, the Great Flood. Whether in Mesopotamia, the Bible, India, Mesoamerica, or even remote tribal traditions, there are tales of a catastrophic deluge that wipe away nearly all of humanity, leaving only a handful of survivors to rebuild civilization. To mainstream scholars, this is seen as a coincidence, perhaps rooted in local river floods that were magnified into myth. But within the Anunnaki timeline, the flood was not a myth at all. It was a calculated event, a great reset deliberately allowed, or even initiated, by the Anunnaki themselves. And in that choice, we glimpse both their terrifying power and their ambiguous relationship with humanity. The Sumerian Atrahasis epic, written long before the Hebrew Bible, gives us one of the earliest versions of this story. In it, humanity multiplies rapidly after its creation, filling the earth with noise and chaos. The god Enlil grows angry, disturbed by the endless clamor of human activity. He decides humanity must be destroyed. At first, he sends plagues and famines, but humans adapt and survive. Finally, the ultimate judgment is decreed, a flood so vast that it will wipe clean the face of the earth. The council of the gods consents. Only Enki, humanity's secret patron, defies the order. He whispers warnings to a man named Atrahasis, instructing him to build a massive boat. Atrahasis obeys, survives the flood, and preserves life for a new beginning. This tale is nearly identical to the biblical story of Noah, down to the details of a chosen man, a divine warning, and a vessel built to withstand divine punishment. But where the Bible frames it as an act of God's justice, the Sumerian version frames it as a political decision by the Anunnaki, less divine wrath and more a cold calculation to control their creation. If these beings truly engineered humanity, then the flood represents their attempt to wipe the slate clean, either because humans had grown uncontrollable or because the experiment had failed. What makes the flood story so compelling is its universality. The Greeks told of Deucalion, who survived a deluge sent by Zeus. In India, the tale of Manu describes a man warned by a god in the form of a fish to build a boat. In Mesoamerican mythology, the gods send floods to end previous ages of humanity. Even in the Americas and the Pacific Islands, isolated tribes describe water covering the world. How could so many unrelated cultures share the same story unless it was based on a real, global event? Modern science has uncovered evidence that suggests massive flooding events did occur in Earth's ancient past. The melting of glacier at the end of the last ice age caused sea levels to rise dramatically, submerging coastlines and altering climates worldwide. The Black Sea Deluge theory proposes that around 7,600 years ago, rising Mediterranean waters burst into the Black Sea basin, flooding vast areas of human settlement. Geological records show sudden flooding in regions ranging from Mesopotamia to India. Could it be that the Great Flood was a memory of one of these cataclysms, magnified by myth, but rooted in fact? And yet, within the Anunnaki framework, the flood is more than natural disaster. It is intentional design. Enlil and his fellow Anunnaki are portrayed not as helpless victims of climate, but as decision-makers with the power to unleash or prevent destruction. Enki's warning to Atrahasis is framed almost like a rebellion, a breaking of ranks to preserve a creation he cherished. This dynamic suggests internal conflict among the Anunnaki themselves, some seeking humanity's destruction, others fighting for its survival. Could this be why human history contains both stories of gods who punish and gods who save? The flood myth also explains the sudden break in ancient civilization. Archaeologists note that around 10,000 years ago, there was a dramatic transition in human societies. Many early settlements vanished. Fertile river valleys were repopulated by new cultures with new technologies. Megalithic structures, such as Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, appear suddenly after this period, as if survivors carried forward fragments of knowledge from a lost world. In the Anunnaki timeline, this makes sense. The flood erased much of the first experiment, but survivors, guided by sympathetic Anunnaki, rebuilt civilization in its second phase. One fascinating element of the Atrahasis story is the emotional reaction of the gods themselves. After the flood, the texts describe the gods as hungry, gathering around Atrahasis's offering like flies because their human labor force, their source of food and ritual offerings, had been destroyed. This bizarre detail humanizes the Anunnaki, painting them not as omnipotent deities but as beings with needs, regrets, and dependence on humanity. It also suggests that the flood may not have been the total annihilation they intended. Humanity's survival was necessary, if only to maintain the balance between gods and men. From a symbolic perspective, the flood represents not just destruction but renewal. Every culture that tells the story frames it as an ending that clears the way for a new beginning. The old world, corrupted or unstable, is swept away. The survivors carry knowledge, seeds, animals, and traditions into the next cycle. This aligns perfectly with the idea of a controlled reset, a way for the Anunnaki to manage their experiment. If humanity became too numerous, too rebellious, or too self-aware, the slate could be wiped, and the process restarted. Could it be that our entire history is a series of such resets, orchestrated on a scale beyond our comprehension? Critics argue that the flood myth is simply a product of human experience. Rivers flood. Seas rise. Early people told stories to explain the devastation. But the precision and similarity of the accounts, spread across vast distances, remain difficult to dismiss. How did people in South America and Mesopotamia, separated by oceans, tell the same story of a god warning a man to build a boat? If it was mere coincidence, it is one of the greatest in history. Perhaps the most unsettling question is this: if the flood was real, and if it was engineered by beings who once ruled this planet, could it happen again? The Anunnaki timeline suggests cycles, not linear progression. Just as Nibiru's orbit brings it back into Earth's neighborhood every few thousand years, perhaps the Anunnaki see civilization itself as cyclical, something to be destroyed and rebuilt when it no longer serves its purpose. If the flood was one such reset, are we now approaching another? The Great Flood remains one of the clearest intersections between myth, archaeology, and the Anunnaki narrative. It is a reminder that humanity's story is fragile, that entire civilizations can vanish in the blink of an eye, leaving only legends behind. And it forces us to confront a chilling possibility, that our survival is not entirely in our own hands. The waters that once consumed the world may rise again, not by accident of nature, but by the design of those who still watch over the experiment called humanity. The saga of the Anunnaki is not simply the story of gods descending to Earth. It is also the story of division, conflict, and clashing agendas within their own ranks. At the heart of this conflict lies a rivalry as old as humanity itself, the bitter struggle between Enlil and Enki. These two towering figures of Mesopotamian mythology, brothers by blood but rivals by destiny, embody two opposite visions of humanity's place in the cosmos. Enlil, stern and authoritarian, saw humans as noisy, expendable, laborious, creations meant to serve the gods without question. Enki, cunning and compassionate, viewed humanity as his great experiment, beings capable of learning, growing, and perhaps even rising beyond their intended purpose. Their clash would shape the fate of civilization, influencing myth, religion, and prophecy for thousands of years. Enlil was the chief deity of the Sumerian pantheon, the lord of the command, ruling over the air, authority, and order. He resided in Nippur, where he was seen as the supreme ruler of both gods and men. Enlil's power was absolute, and his temper legendary. When humanity grew too numerous and noisy, it was Enlil who demanded their destruction through plagues, famine, and finally, the Great Flood. To him, humanity was a failed experiment, a nuisance that disturbed the divine order. His vision of the world was one of strict hierarchy, with the Anunnaki on top and humans relegated to servitude. In contrast, Enki was the god of wisdom, water, and creation. Dwelling in Eridu, the oldest known city in Mesopotamia, He was a master of secrets and a trickster at heart. It was Enki who devised the plan to create humanity in the first place, blending the essence of the gods with that of Earth's primitive beings. It was Enki who defied the council of gods by warning Atrahasis, and later echoed in the Noah story, of the coming flood. Time and again, he intervened on humanity's behalf, teaching them agriculture, writing, and healing arts. To Enki, humans were more than tools, they were his children. This fundamental disagreement over humanity's role created a cosmic tension that rippled through ancient stories. In many myths, Enlil is portrayed as a harsh judge, while Enki is the merciful guide. Yet their rivalry was not a simple battle of good versus evil. Each had their reasons. Enlil feared that humans, left unchecked, would grow too numerous and challenge divine authority. Enki, by contrast, believed that humanity's growth was part of its purpose. This tension mirrors our own modern dilemmas: control versus freedom, authority versus innovation, suppression versus empowerment. Some researchers believe this rivalry explains the dual nature of human history. On one hand, we see periods of progress, where knowledge, art, and technology seem to blossom suddenly, as if guided by unseen hands. On the other hand, we see devastation, wars, disasters, collapses of civilizations that wipe out centuries of progress in an instant. Could these cycles reflect the ongoing struggle between Enlil's desire to restrain humanity and Enki's determination to see us flourish? The biblical traditions seem to echo this conflict. In the Old Testament, the god of wrath who floods the world and demands obedience resembles Enlil. Meanwhile, the serpent in Eden, often vilified, shares traits with Enki, who is associated with wisdom, forbidden knowledge, and defiance of authority. What if the serpent was not a deceiver, but a liberator, offering humanity the spark of self-awareness against the wishes of a controlling overlord? This inversion radically reframes Judeo-Christian tradition and suggests that the roots of our religions lie in the Enlil-Enki rivalry. Archaeological records also hint at the influence of this cosmic divide. Nippur, Enlil's city, was a center of authority and religious law, while Eridu, Enki's domain, was associated with water, fertility, and innovation. The rivalry between these two centers may have been more than political. It may have been the earthly reflection of a celestial struggle. Some even argue that early wars between Sumerian city-states were proxy battles between factions loyal to Enlil and those aligned with Enki. Sitchin and other alternative historians go further, suggesting that the division between Enlil and Enki still echoes in our modern world. They see traces of Enlil's authoritarian legacy in rigid institutions, hierarchical religions, and governments obsessed with control. Meanwhile, Enki's influence surfaces in movements toward freedom, creativity, and forbidden knowledge, science, technology, and even rebellion against established order. If true, then humanity's history is not just shaped by human choices, but by an ancient, ongoing struggle between two alien brothers with competing visions for their creation. This rivalry raises haunting questions. Did Enki genuinely care for humanity, or was his compassion simply another form of control, a way to create loyalty to him rather than his brother? Was Enlil truly cruel, or was his harshness the perspective of a leader trying to maintain order in a chaotic experiment? Perhaps both saw themselves as right, each acting according to their nature. For humanity, however, the consequences were real: life, death, survival, destruction. One cannot ignore the possibility that the rivalry also shaped prophecy. Many traditions speak of a final judgment, a climactic reckoning where humanity will be tested. Is this the ultimate resolution of the Enlil-Enki conflict? Will the authoritarian god demand obedience once more, while the god of wisdom offers rebellion and freedom? Or has this battle already been decided, with humanity carrying the genetic and spiritual legacy of both? The Enlil-Enki struggle also forces us to confront a disturbing possibility, that humanity has never been fully free. Our civilizations may rise and fall according to patterns beyond our control, manipulated by ancient beings whose interests remain hidden. If Enlil and Enki are still out there, or if their descendants or factions continue their rivalry, then our present age may simply be the latest battleground in a war that began before recorded history. In the end, the tale of Enlil versus Enki is more than mythology. It is the archetype of division, authority versus compassion, control versus freedom. It echoes in our religions, our politics, and our personal struggles. If the Anunnaki timeline is real, then the battle for humanity's fate is not yet over. We are still caught between two legacies, one that would keep us as servants, and one that would see us rise as something more. The question is, which path will we ultimately follow? And will the choice even be ours to make? The story of human civilization begins, not in Greece, not in Egypt, but in the land the ancients themselves called Sumer. Situated between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, this cradle of civilization rose seemingly out of nowhere around 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. Here, humanity made its first giant leap, from scattered tribes and primitive villages into organized city-states with temples, writing, law, astronomy, and complex governance. To mainstream historians, this was the natural outcome of human ingenuity in fertile river valleys. But within the Anunnaki timeline, Sumer's sudden rise was no coincidence. It was the deliberate handiwork of gods, of the very beings who had created humanity in the first place. The leap forward was nothing short of miraculous. In the blink of an archaeological eye, Sumerians invented writing, the cuneiform script, that allowed them to record everything from trade agreements to cosmic myths. They mastered irrigation systems that turned deserts into fertile fields. They built ziggurats, towering temple platforms that echoed the stars and served as bridges between heaven and earth. They developed mathematics based on the number 60, a system so precise that it still governs our clocks and circles today. How did a people with no apparent precedent suddenly manifest such sophistication? Mainstream archaeology attributes it to environmental advantage, fertile soil, abundant rivers, and favorable trade routes. Yet this explanation feels incomplete. Many cultures lived in fertile valleys, yet none advanced so dramatically, so quickly. The Sumerians themselves left no doubt about the source of their knowledge. Their clay tablets repeatedly insist that their civilization was a gift from the gods. The Sumerians did not claim invention, they claimed instruction. And the gods they named were none other than the Anunnaki. The temples of Sumer were not merely places of worship, they were centers of administration, learning, and technology. The ziggurats, rising step by step toward the heavens, were said to be dwelling places of the gods themselves. Priests recorded the comings and goings of these deities, often describing them as beings of immense power, traveling in fiery chariots or boats that descended from the sky. In Eridu, the city of Enki, the temple was called the House of the Aquifer, said to hold the secrets of creation itself. Was this merely poetic language, or was it a memory of advanced technology housed in the temples of the gods? The Sumerians also catalogued an astonishing knowledge of the stars. They identified planets invisible to the naked eye, including Uranus and Neptune, which modern science only confirmed millennia later. How could a people of mud-brick cities and reed boats have known such details unless this knowledge was handed down to them? The Anunnaki timeline suggests that this was not observation, but revelation, data from beings who had already mapped the heavens long before humanity could look beyond its own atmosphere. Economically and politically, Sumer set the blueprint for civilization. Kingship, they said, descended from heaven. The first kings were not independent rulers but stewards, governing in the name of the gods. The famous Sumerian king list describes reigns lasting thousands of years in the early ages, suggesting that the first rulers were not human at all but Anunnaki themselves, or hybrid beings with extended lifespans. Only later did kingship pass to ordinary men. This blending of divine and human authority ensured that the Anunnaki maintained control, while still allowing humans to feel they had agency in their destiny. One of the greatest legacies of Sumer was its mythology, a mythology that did not merely entertain but encoded a history of human origins. Texts like the Enuma Elish, the Atrahasis epic, and countless hymns to gods such as Enlil, Enki, Inanna, and Ninhursag present a vivid picture of a society guided and sometimes tormented by its divine overlords. These stories were not, as modern scholarship suggests, pure fiction. They were cultural memory, accounts of interactions with beings the Sumerians believed were flesh and blood. Archaeologists have also noted the sudden appearance of large-scale urban planning. Cities such as Ur, Uruk, Lagash, and Apur featured organized streets, temples, and marketplaces. How did people leap from scattered farming villages to bustling metropolises in so short a time? It is as if a guiding intelligence provided them with the blueprint. Could it have been that the Anunnaki themselves laid out the cities, directing human labor to construct what they envisioned? If so, the first golden age of humanity was less an independent achievement and more a managed project. Consider also the role of Inanna, the goddess of war and love, who is said to have taught humans not only the arts of agriculture and craft but also strategy, kingship, and even conflict. Was she simply a deity in myth, or a powerful Anunnaki leader shaping human society according to her own vision? The prominence of female deities in Sumer suggests that the Anunnaki hierarchy was not exclusively male-dominated. Instead, humanity's earliest civilization may have been molded by the competing agendas of multiple divine figures, each leaving their mark on the world. Even Sumer's decline adds to the mystery. After flourishing for centuries, the civilization suddenly collapsed around 2000 BCE, plagued by invasions, climate changes, and internal strife. But many researchers see a deeper cause: the withdrawal of the Anunnaki themselves. As their direct influence waned, the Golden Age crumbled, leaving humanity to struggle on its own. This pattern of sudden rise, flourishing under divine guidance, and catastrophic fall would repeat in other cultures: Egypt, the Indus Valley, the Maya, suggesting a recurring cycle tied to the presence or absence of these ancient overseers. The rise of Sumer forces us to confront a chilling possibility: that humanity's first golden age was not entirely ours. It was engineered, curated, and guided by beings who may have seen us as little more than tools in their grand experiment. Yet it also represents a time when humanity reached new heights, when the gifts of writing, science, and city building set the stage for everything that followed. Was this benevolence or manipulation? Were the Anunnaki teaching us to stand on our own, or building a civilization designed to serve their own ends? In the ruins of Ur and Uruk, in the surviving tablets of clay, we see the fingerprints of gods, or something like them. The Sumerians did not call themselves innovators. They called themselves recorders, stewards, and students of divine masters. Their legacy, our legacy, is the civilization they left behind. And their words still echo today: everything we have was given to us by the gods. If this is true, then the story of Sumer is not simply our beginning. It is the beginning of a contract, an unspoken agreement between humanity and its creators. And if that contract was made once, it may yet be called upon again. Rising like man-made mountains across the flat Mesopotamian plains, the ziggurats of Sumer were unlike anything the world had ever seen. Towering step pyramids constructed of mud brick and stone, they were not mere temples in the conventional sense. They were portals, bridges, and command centers between the realms of humans and gods. To the Sumerians, these massive structures were the literal homes of the Anunnaki, places where the divine descended to earth and where humans could reach upward toward the heavens. The deeper we look into their design, their purpose, and their myths, the more we realize that ziggurats were not simple religious monuments. They may have been carefully engineered gateways to the gods themselves. The word ziggurat comes from the Akkadian term zikkuratu, meaning to rise high or to build up. And indeed, these towers seem to touch the sky. Each ziggurat was designed with a base, multiple receding terraces, and a temple shrine at the summit. Unlike Egyptian pyramids, which were tombs for the dead, ziggurats were places of living power. They were cosmic ladders. To the Sumerians, the higher one ascended, the closer one came to the presence of the divine. The gods did not dwell in vague realms of heaven. They lived in specific ziggurats, descending in fiery craft or emerging from radiant chambers at the top. One of the most famous examples is the Great Ziggurat of Ur, dedicated to the moon god Nana, Sin. Even in its ruined state, the ziggurat rises impressively, a monumental staircase pointing skyward. Ancient texts describe how the god would descend to this sacred place, attended by priests who performed rituals of renewal and offerings. But what if these rituals were not only symbolic? Some researchers suggest the ziggurat may have functioned as a kind of landing platform or energy hub, technology cloaked in sacred ritual. Could the step terraces have been designed for more than worship? Were they functional structures, blending human labor with Anunnaki engineering? The Enuma Elish and other Sumerian texts describe the gods traveling in boats of heaven or chariots of fire. These craft needed designated landing zones, and the ziggurats, with their raised, flattened summits, fit the description perfectly. Imagine a world where the divine descended not invisibly, but physically, in blazing machines that demanded preparation and reverence. To the people of Sumer, these encounters would be sacred, woven into the rhythm of life. To modern eyes, they may hint at something else: advanced technology interacting with early civilization. The ziggurat was also aligned with the cosmos. Many were oriented to cardinal directions or designed to track celestial events. The ziggurat of Sapar, dedicated to the sun god Shamash, was said to reflect solar cycles, while others mirrored constellations and planetary paths. This precision is striking for a people supposedly just emerging from the Stone Age. Did the Sumerians calculate these alignments on their own, or were they instructed by those who already possessed mastery of the heavens? The Anunnaki narrative suggests the latter, that the ziggurats were not only earthly temples but cosmic markers, synchronizing human society with celestial order. Rituals at the ziggurats reinforced the idea of divine presence. Priests ascended daily to offer food, drink, and incense to the gods. But curiously, texts describe the gods actually partaking of these offerings. In the aftermath of the Great Flood, one story claims that the surviving gods swarmed like flies to the sacrifices of the few. Surviving humans. This detail paints a picture not of symbolic ritual but of beings dependent on earthly sustenance. The ziggurats may have been not just gateways, but supply depots, centers where humans provided the Anunnaki with the offerings they required. Perhaps the most mysterious ziggurat of all is one that barely survives in memory, the Anunnaki of Babylon, dedicated to Marduk. Known in later tradition as the Tower of Babel, it was described as a colossal structure with its top in the heavens. The biblical story claims that humanity built it in arrogance, and God destroyed it by scattering their languages. But in the Mesopotamian view, it was the god Marduk who demanded its construction, a ladder between earth and sky. Could the confusion of tongues represent more than divine punishment? Was it a cover story for a conflict among the gods themselves, perhaps an attempt to halt humanity from accessing forbidden technology hidden within the ziggurat? From an archaeological perspective, the construction of ziggurats was a feat of engineering. Built without metal cranes or advanced machinery, they required immense organization and labor. Each brick was inscribed with the king's name and the dedication to a god, reminding workers that their sweat and toil were offerings to divine masters. Yet the question remains, why devote such effort to towering staircases of mud brick in a land prone to erosion? Unless, of course, the builders were replicating a design given to them, a design whose purpose was not fully understood by human minds, but essential in the Anunnaki's grand scheme. Symbolically, the ziggurat embodied the axis mundi, the world axis linking heaven, earth, and the underworld. Its layers represented the stages of the cosmos, the underworld below, the human realm in the middle, and the divine realm above. But symbolism often masks practicality. Was this tripartite structure merely mythological, or did it encode knowledge of dimensions, portals, and energy flows? Could the Anunnaki have used the ziggurats as literal gateways, accessing realms beyond human perception? The Sumerians believed so firmly in the power of ziggurats that even after the fall of their civilization, later empires continued to build them. The Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians all inherited the tradition. Each new empire rebuilt, expanded, or reinterpreted the ancient towers. Yet their core design remained the same, as though the blueprint was sacred and untouchable. Was this continuity cultural memory, or obedience to instructions left by the gods themselves? Modern researchers have speculated on the energetic properties of such structures. Some claim the layered steps and materials could have amplified natural earth energies, acting like massive resonators. Combined with astronomical alignment, this might have created conditions for phenomena we do not yet fully understand. Could ziggurats have been early power plants, communication towers, or even stabilizers for something far greater, such as maintaining contact with a planet like Nibiru during its passage? In the Anunnaki timeline, ziggurats are far more than ruins. They are reminders, monuments to a time when the gods walked among men, when the line between mortal and immortal blurred on the terraces of sacred towers. They tell us that the gods demanded proximity, ritual, and labor. They also hint that the relationship between humans and Anunnaki was not purely spiritual but logistical, practical, even technological. Standing today in ruins, ziggurats may seem like relics of superstition, but their presence across Mesopotamia speaks of a deeper truth. Humanity once lived in the shadow of structures designed not just to honor gods, but to connect with them. And if the ziggurats were truly gateways, then the question remains, were they closed forever when the gods departed, or do they still wait silently, ready to be reactivated when the Anunnaki return? Long before the Bible, before the Greeks, even before the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Sumerians, and their Babylonian heirs recorded a story of beginnings, a story etched into clay tablets that has survived for thousands of years. This is the Enuma Elish, often called the Babylonian epic of creation. To mainstream scholars, it is a myth, a symbolic tale of chaos becoming order, used to glorify the god Marduk. But within the Anunnaki timeline, the Enuma Elish is not mere poetry. It is a record of a cosmic battle, one that may preserve humanity's oldest memory of galactic conflict, planetary upheaval, and the very arrival of the Anunnaki themselves. The opening lines are deceptively simple. When the heavens above had not yet been named, nor the earth below pronounced by name, from this primordial void arise two ancient beings, Apsu, the god of sweet waters, and Tiamat, the goddess of the salt sea. Together they generate offspring, younger gods who disturb their slumber with noise and conflict. Already we sense echoes of later tales, in which divine beings grow weary of their creations. Yet the Enuma Elish is not about humans. It is about gods at war, and about how their war shaped the solar system itself. In the story, Apsu plots to destroy the younger gods, but is slain by Ea, another name for Enki, the trickster and god of wisdom. This act unleashes chaos. Tiamat, enraged, creates an army of monstrous beings and appoints Kingu, her chosen consort, as leader. The stage is set for a cosmic battle, the old order, represented by Tiamat, against the rising generation of gods, led ultimately by Marduk. According to the tablets, Marduk fights Tiamat with a great net, winds, and a mighty weapon, often interpreted as a bow or lightning bolt. He splits her body in two, forming the heavens and the earth from her remains. To conventional historians, this is myth, allegory for order triumphing over chaos. But Zecharia Sitchin and other forbidden archaeology researchers saw something far more literal, a description of celestial mechanics and planetary cataclysm. In this interpretation, Tiamat is not merely a goddess but a planet, a primordial world that once orbited our sun. Marduk, they argue, is none other than Nibiru, the rogue planet on a vast elliptical orbit. When Nibiru entered the solar system, it collided with Tiamat. Half of Tiamat was shattered into what we now know as the asteroid belt, while the other half became the Earth we inhabit today. Kingu, Tiamat's consort, became the moon, locked in orbit around the newly formed Earth. If true, the Enuma Elish is not a symbolic tale at all, it is an eyewitness record, passed down by the Anunnaki, of the birth of our planet. The violent splitting of Tiamat, the rearrangement of the heavens, the rise of Earth from cosmic warfare, these are not metaphors, but memories. Humanity's oldest creation story may in fact be the story of Earth's literal creation, told through the eyes of those who witnessed it. The weapons Marduk uses are also curious. The text speaks of netting the dragon and unleashing 7 winds against Tiamat. Could these be descriptions of gravitational forces, orbital captures, or even advanced technology used to steer planets and moons? The ancients did not have the vocabulary for astrophysics. They described what they saw in the language of myth: storms, nets, bolts of lightning. But perhaps behind the myth lies a sophisticated understanding of cosmic dynamics, knowledge imparted to the Sumerians by the Anunnaki themselves. Even more intriguing is the political layer of the story. After slaying Tiamat, Marduk is proclaimed king of the gods. He is given the tablet of destinies, granting him supreme authority over the universe. This reflects not only a cosmic victory but also a historical shift. Babylon, where the Enuma Elish was recited during New Year festivals, sought to place its own patron deity, Marduk, at the top of the divine hierarchy. In other words, the myth justifies Babylon's earthly power by projecting it onto the heavens. Yet beneath this political veneer may lie a deeper truth, that the Anunnaki themselves experienced power struggles, coups, and cosmic battles that mirrored human wars. If gods could fight among themselves, then perhaps humanity's endless conflicts are echoes of their celestial patrons. Another key element is the creation of humankind within the Enuma Elish. After defeating Tiamat, Marduk executes Kingu, her general, and uses his blood mixed with clay to fashion mankind. This echoes the Atrahasis story, where humanity is created from the blood of a slain god. But here, the symbolism is darker. Humans are born from rebellion, from war, from the blood of a defeated enemy. In this light, humanity itself is the product of cosmic conflict. Our very existence is tied to violence, servitude, and divine politics. What makes this tale even more compelling is how it parallels myths from other cultures. The Greeks told of Zeus slaying the serpent Typhon, splitting the sky from the earth. The Norse recounted Odin slaying the giant Wymir, whose body formed the world. Even in India, the Rig Veda speaks of Indra slaying the cosmic dragon Vritra, releasing the waters of creation. Could all these stories be cultural echoes of the same primordial event, the collision of worlds, the war of gods, the reshaping of the heavens? If the Enuma Elish truly encodes planetary history, then it has staggering implications. It suggests that the Anunnaki were not passive observers of the cosmos. They were participants, survivors of interplanetary catastrophe. It suggests that Earth is not a random accident, but the byproduct of a cosmic war. And it raises a chilling question. If such battles shaped our beginnings, could they also shape our future? Nibiru's orbit, if real, would bring it back into proximity with Earth every 3,600 years. Could another collision, another upheaval, lie in our future timeline? The Enuma Elish also forces us to rethink the line between myth and science. Today, astrophysicists speak of planetary collisions, of moons formed by impacts, of asteroid belts as remnants of shattered worlds. These are not wild theories, they are accepted science. Yet here we have a 4,000-year-old text saying the same thing in mythic language. Did ancient humans intuit such cosmic truths, or were they recording knowledge passed down by those who witnessed it firsthand? In the end, the Enuma Elish is more than a creation myth. It is a story of war, power, and destiny, a story where gods fight for supremacy, where planets shatter, and where humanity is born from the blood of conflict. To the mainstream, it is allegory. To those who study forbidden archaeology, it is a coded history, waiting to be deciphered. If the story is true, then our origins are not peaceful or divine. They are violent, chaotic, and inseparably tied to the ambitions of beings far greater than ourselves. And if those beings still watch us, as prophecy suggests, then the Enuma Elish may not only describe our past, it may foretell our future. Buried among thousands of clay tablets discovered in Mesopotamia lies one of the most baffling records ever unearthed, the Sumerian king list. At first glance, it seems like a simple chronicle, cataloguing the rulers of Sumer from the dawn of civilization. But as scholars began to translate its cuneiform inscriptions, they encountered a mystery that defied all logic. The earliest kings were said to have ruled not for decades or centuries, but for thousands upon thousands of years. According to this list, some reigned for as long as 28,000 years, others for 36,000. How could this be possible? Was it myth, exaggeration, or a record of something humanity was never meant to remember? The king list begins with a curious phrase. When kingship was lowered from heaven, kingship was in Eridu. Right from the start, the text makes it clear that rulership was not a human invention. It was a gift, or perhaps a command, from the gods. The very first city to hold kingship, Eridu, was the domain of Enki, the Anunnaki god of wisdom. And from that point forward, the list records rulers with impossibly long lifespans, stretching back into an age before the Great Flood. For example, Alulaim, the first king of Eridu, is said to have ruled for 28,800 years. His successor, Alalga, reigned for 36,000 years. The list continues with similar figures until it reaches the flood, after which reign lengths drastically shrink to more human scales, hundreds of years, then decades. Scholars dismiss these early numbers as mythology, symbolic exaggerations meant to glorify the distant past. But what if they are more literal than we dare to imagine? Within the Anunnaki timeline, these pre-flood kings may not have been human at all. They may have been the Anunnaki themselves, beings with lifespans measured not in decades but in millennia. If the Anunnaki truly hailed from Nibiru, a planet with a much longer orbital cycle, their biology and perception of time would have been drastically different. A year for them may not correspond to an Earth year, and their natural lifespans may have stretched for tens of thousands of years. In this light, the king list may not be a fantasy, but an accurate record of rulers who were more than human. Even after the flood, the king list continues to puzzle. The reigns become shorter, but many still last for centuries, far longer than the average human lifespan. Some researchers suggest this reflects a transition period, when hybrid rulers, part Anunnaki and part human, continued to govern. Over time, as genetic dilution increased, lifespans decreased, eventually aligning with the human norms we know today. Could the king list, then, be the missing record of humanity's slow separation from its divine overseers? The idea of long-lived rulers is not unique to Sumer. In the Bible, the patriarchs from Adam to Noah are said to have lived for hundreds of years, Methuselah famously reaching 969 years. In Egypt, the Turin Papyrus records a line of gods and demigods ruling for thousands of years before the rise of mortal pharaohs. In India, the Vedic texts describe cycles of time in which divine kings reigned for tens of thousands of years. Even in Mesoamerica, myths speak of ancient rulers tied to cosmic ages rather than mortal calendars. Are all these traditions echoing the same reality recorded in the Sumerian king list, a forgotten age when divine rulers walk the earth? The king list also ties directly into the Great Flood narrative. It divides history into two great eras, the reign of kings before the flood and the reign of kings after it. This division is not symbolic. It suggests a catastrophic event that reset civilization. The pre-flood rulers, with their incredible lifespans, may represent the age when the Anunnaki directly governed humanity. The post-flood kings, with shorter reigns, represent the new age in which power shifted gradually to human dynasties. In other words, the flood was not just a natural disaster but a transition point in the management of humanity. One cannot overlook the political use of the king list, either. Later rulers copied and updated it, using it as propaganda to legitimize their authority. By placing themselves in an unbroken line of succession dating back to Eridu and the gods, they claimed divine sanction for their rule. Yet even this propaganda reveals something astonishing. The ancients themselves believed their kingship descended from heaven. They did not think of rulership as human-made, but as part of a cosmic order handed down by beings greater than themselves. For modern readers, the king list presents an uncomfortable choice. Either the numbers are absurd exaggerations, meaningless in practical terms, or they are evidence of a time when the rulers of Earth were not like us at all. Could it be that early kings were not metaphorically divine, but literally so? And if so, does this explain why ancient people obeyed them unquestioningly? Who would defy a ruler who could live for millennia and wield knowledge beyond comprehension? Some alternative researchers even speculate that remnants of these long-lived beings may have survived beyond Sumer. Legends of immortals. Hidden masters, or watchers of humanity, appear in cultures across the globe. Could some of the pre-flood kings still be alive, hidden from our view, waiting for the return of Nibiru? If the king list is accurate, then such a possibility cannot be dismissed outright. Even within archaeology, the king list remains a puzzle. It has been found in multiple copies across Mesopotamia, suggesting it was widely accepted as historical truth. Why would so many scribes bother to preserve an exaggerated fantasy? Why not simply record realistic reigns? The persistence of the list suggests it encoded knowledge the ancients considered vital. Perhaps they preserved it not for us, but for themselves, a reminder of their origins, their destiny, and their divine patrons. The Sumerian king list is more than a catalogue of rulers. It is a window into a lost epoch, a record of an age when gods and men shared the earth. Its strange numbers and cryptic statements challenge everything we think we know about human history. Was it myth? Was it propaganda? Or was it the single most explosive document ever written? A timeline proving that human civilization began under the rule of beings not of this earth? The deeper we look, the clearer it becomes. The king list is not just about the past. It is about continuity, inheritance, and prophecy. If kingship was once lowered from heaven, could it be raised again? Could humanity once more find itself under the direct rule of the same beings who governed for thousands of years in ages long forgotten? The possibility lingers like a shadow in every translated line. From the dusty ruins of Mesopotamia to the sacred verses of the world's oldest texts, one theme recurs again and again. Humanity did not simply evolve by chance, it was made. Ancient tablets, particularly those attributed to the Sumerians, tell of gods who shaped mankind for a specific purpose. Among the most controversial and provocative claims in forbidden archaeology is the idea that the Anunnaki, extraterrestrial beings from the planet Nibiru, engineered humanity as part of a genetic experiment. If true, this means our species is not the product of random evolution, but the deliberate creation of beings who may still influence us today. The Sumerians left behind more than myths. They recorded what they considered history. In the Atrahasis epic, one of the most important Mesopotamian texts, the gods complain of toil. The junior gods, known as the Igigi, were burdened with digging canals, cultivating land, and maintaining order on earth. Rebellion broke out. They refused to work. Faced with the crisis, the higher gods convened. It was Enki, the wise and cunning Anunnaki, who proposed a radical solution: create a new species to do the labor in their place. A hybrid servant. That hybrid was us. The text describes in detail how this act was carried out. Enki and the mother goddess Ninhursag, also called Ninti or Ninmah, combined the essence, or blood, of a slain god with clay from the earth. Out of this mixture, they formed the first humans. Let man bear the load of the gods, the tablet states. In other words, humanity's earliest role was not to worship, not to rule, but to serve as a labor force for their divine overlords. To scholars, this is myth, rich in metaphor. To those who examine forbidden archaeology, it is a blueprint of genetic manipulation. What the ancients called clay could be DNA, the basic building block of life. The blood of a god could represent alien genetic material. By combining the two, the Anunnaki may have literally spliced their genes with those of a proto-human species, perhaps Homo erectus or Neanderthal, creating a new hybrid, Homo sapiens. This theory resonates disturbingly well with the sudden leap in human evolution. For millions of years, hominids evolved slowly. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, Homo sapiens appeared with larger brains, advanced cognition, and the ability to build civilization. Mainstream science attributes this to natural selection, but the speed of the transformation raises questions. Why did we leap so suddenly in intelligence and culture? Could this have been the result of outside intervention? The story of Adam and Eve in the book of Genesis echoes this theme. Adam is formed from the dust of the ground, again, clay, and given life by the breath of God. Eve is created from Adam's rib, suggesting a process of cloning or genetic extraction. Even the serpent in the garden, often associated with Enki, plays the role of the knowledge giver, pushing humanity toward awareness and independence. In this light, the Bible may be a condensed retelling of the older Sumerian account, stripped of its extraterrestrial context but preserving the essence of human creation as an engineered act. Other cultures contain parallel traditions. In the Popol Vuh of the Maya, the gods attempt multiple times to create humans. First from mud, then from wood, and finally from maize, the substance of life. Each failed experiment is reminiscent of genetic trial and error, until the right combination is found. In Egyptian myth, the god Khnum shapes mankind on a potter's wheel, fashioning their bodies from clay. In Greek legend, Prometheus molds humans from earth and water, and Athena breathes life into them. These recurring motifs of clay, blood, and divine crafting appear less like coincidence and more like fragments of a global memory, that we were designed. The motives of the Anunnaki in these stories are equally fascinating and troubling. Humanity was not created for love, nor for companionship, but for utility. We were made to serve. The Sumerian texts are blunt about this. Mankind's duty was to relieve the gods of their burdens, to farm their food, mine their resources, and build their temples. Worship, in this interpretation, is not spiritual devotion but programmed loyalty to our creators. This casts the entire history of religion in a new and unsettling light. Were ancient rituals of sacrifice and prayer not offerings to divine beings, but labor reports to our overseers? There is also the question of why the Anunnaki needed us at all. The Sumerian texts suggest they were after gold, mined from the earth, perhaps to repair the atmosphere of their home world, Nibiru. If this is true, then humanity's earliest purpose was as a workforce for an alien mining operation. This idea, once ridiculed, gains strange support from the archaeological record. Ancient mines in southern Africa, dated to around 200,000 years ago, exist without clear explanation. Who was mining gold so far back in prehistory? And for what purpose? Another layer to this story is the genetic tinkering that followed. The texts describe how early humans were imperfect, unable to reproduce. This angered the gods, who demanded a permanent labor force. Enki and Ninhursag adjusted the design, enabling humans to multiply. In mythic terms, this is described as the creation of woman, the giver of life. In genetic terms, it suggests advanced bioengineering, adjusting DNA until the hybrid species became self-sustaining. This genetic manipulation theory also offers a chilling explanation for the ancient obsession with bloodlines. From Sumer to Egypt, from Israel to medieval kingship, rulers claimed descent from the gods. Perhaps they were preserving Anunnaki DNA, maintaining closer ties to their creators. The insistence on royal bloodlines, divine right to rule, and even the taboo of intermarriage in some cultures may all stem from an attempt to guard this genetic legacy. If true, then humanity's story is not one of independence, but of ownership. We may be the property of those who made us, bound by an unspoken contract sealed thousands of years ago. Our drive to serve gods, rulers, and higher powers may be more than cultural conditioning. It may be coded into our very DNA. But what does this mean for the present? If the Anunnaki return, as prophecy suggests, what role will we play? Are we still their servants, or have we evolved beyond their control? And if we were created for labor, will we once again be conscripted into service when their planet comes near? The possibility is unsettling, but it cannot be ignored. The convergence of ancient texts, archaeological anomalies, and evolutionary leaps points toward a narrative too consistent to dismiss. The Anunnaki timeline is not simply a story of gods and myths. It is the story of us, of our origins, our purpose, and perhaps even our destiny. In the end, the question remains, are we truly children of Earth, or are we the genetic legacy of a cosmic experiment, designed for reasons we are only beginning to uncover? If the latter is true, then our entire understanding of history, religion, and identity must be rewritten. Humanity may not be the pinnacle of evolution at all. We may be the experiment of someone else's design. Across the world, from the frozen tundra of Siberia to the jungles of Central America, cultures separated by oceans tell the same haunting story. Once, long ago, the world was nearly destroyed by a great flood. It wiped away kingdoms, erased civilizations, and forced humanity to start again. To most mainstream historians, these are simply flood myths, symbolic tales of nature's power. But within the Anunnaki timeline, the Great Flood was no mere metaphor. It was a calculated event, a cosmic reset engineered to wipe out humanity's first age and reshape the destiny of Earth. The Sumerian Atrahasis epic preserves one of the earliest versions of the flood story, predating the Bible's account of Noah by more than 1,000 years. In it, the gods grow restless, not because humans are wicked, but because they are too noisy. The constant clamor of mankind disturbs Enlil, the stern and uncompromising Anunnaki commander. He demands silence. To enforce it, he resolves to exterminate humanity with a catastrophic deluge. Yet not all the gods agree. Enki, the god of wisdom and humanity's genetic father, cannot bear to see his creation destroyed. Secretly, he warns Atrahasis, Sumer's Noah, and instructs him to build a massive vessel to preserve life. The parallels are uncanny. The Bible tells of Noah, chosen by God to survive a flood meant to punish corruption. In the Mesopotamian version, the reasons are different, but the mechanism is the same. Divine beings unleash water to reset the world. Could these be independent myths, or two retellings of the same catastrophic event witnessed across cultures? Forbidden archaeology suggests that the flood may not have been entirely natural. Ancient texts describe not just torrential rains, but the breaking of the dam of heaven, the opening of subterranean fountains, and violent storms unleashed from above. What if this language describes more than weather? Could the Anunnaki have triggered the flood deliberately, using advanced technology to melt ice caps or shift tectonic plates? Perhaps they harnessed celestial mechanics, an approaching comet, or the gravitational pull of Nibiru, to destabilize Earth's waters. The result would have been a flood not just of rivers, but of continents. Evidence of a sudden global flood catastrophe lingers in science. Geologists speak of the Younger Dryas event around 12,000 years ago, when the Earth experienced abrupt climate shifts, massive flooding, and the sudden extinction of megafauna. Mainstream theories point to melting ice sheets or comet impacts. But what if these were not accidents of nature? What if they were the consequences of a deliberate planetary reset, orchestrated by the very beings who claimed dominion over mankind? If we look closer, the flood narrative contains another disturbing clue: selective survival. Enki did not save all of humanity. He saved one family, one chosen bloodline, and pairs of animals. This suggests the flood was not intended to annihilate life completely, but to erase certain populations while preserving a genetic legacy the Anunnaki wanted to continue. Humanity was rebooted, its numbers reduced, its knowledge erased, but its essence preserved. In this light, the flood was less a punishment and more a controlled culling, ensuring humanity remained manageable and aligned with Anunnaki plans. This interpretation also reframes the biblical phrase, "the sons of God saw the daughters of men." Before the flood, the book of Genesis describes the Nephilim, giant hybrids born of unions between divine beings and human women. These hybrids were said to be mighty and corrupt, spreading violence across the earth. Enlil's decision to unleash the flood could be seen as an attempt to eliminate these unstable creations, erasing evidence of Anunnaki human mixing that spiraled beyond control. Enki's rescue of Atrahasis, or Noah, may have been his way of preserving the more stable hybrid line. The cultural echoes of the flood are everywhere. The Greeks told of Deucalion and Pyrrha, who survived a flood sent by Zeus. The Maya described repeated cycles of destruction, one by water. In Hindu texts, the god Vishnu appears as a fish to warn Manu of an impending deluge, saving him and the seeds of life. In Native American traditions, tribes from the Pacific Northwest to the Great Plains speak of floods that covered the mountains. The sheer consistency of these accounts suggests more than imagination. It points to a shared memory of an event so catastrophic that it imprinted itself on the collective human psyche. But perhaps the most unsettling part of the flood story is its implication for the future. If the flood was indeed tied to Nibiru's orbit, then it may not have been a one-time event. The gravitational pull of a massive rogue planet passing near Earth could destabilize the climate, raise ocean levels, and trigger earthquakes every cycle. Could it be that the Great Flood was not an isolated incident, but part of a recurring pattern tied to the return of the Anunnaki? Even modern science warns of the fragility of our world. Rising seas, melting ice caps, and sudden climate shifts remind us that water remains the greatest force on Earth. For ancient people to frame their greatest catastrophe as a flood makes sense. But what makes less sense, unless the Anunnaki timeline is true, is how they recorded such precise instructions, such detailed survival plans, and such consistent accounts across continents. It is as though someone wanted us to remember, to carry forward the memory of destruction, perhaps as a warning that it could happen again. The flood also reshaped power on Earth. After the waters receded, kingship descended from heaven once more, according to the Sumerian king list. A new order began. Civilization restarted in Mesopotamia, in Egypt, in the Indus Valley, almost as if guided by unseen hands. It is striking how quickly humans went from scattered survivors to building monumental architecture and complex societies. Could it be that the Anunnaki not only cleansed the earth but also returned to reorganize humanity, installing new rulers, new cities, and new systems aligned with their vision? If the flood was a reset, then we live in a post-reset world, one designed, not random. We are heirs to a civilization that was destroyed and rebuilt by forces beyond our comprehension. And if prophecy is correct, those forces may not be finished with us. The flood may have been the first great reset, but not the last. In the ruins of Mesopotamia, where the first cities rose from clay and brick, stands a story so strange, so symbolic, that it has echoed for thousands of years, the story of the Tower of Babel. At first glance, it appears to be a simple biblical tale. Humanity, united in language and ambition, tries to build a tower that reaches the heavens. The gods intervene, shattering their unity and scattering them across the earth. But beneath the surface, hidden in the echoes of Sumerian myths and forbidden archaeology, the Tower of Babel may represent something far more radical, humanity's very first rebellion against the Anunnaki. The account in Genesis is brief but powerful. After the flood, survivors spread across the plain of Shinar, ancient Sumer. They decide to build a great city, with a tower whose top may reach unto heaven. Their goal is clear: to make a name for themselves, to challenge the heavens, to ensure they are not scattered. But the Lord, descending to see their work, confounds their speech and disperses them. No longer united, they abandon their project. Humanity's greatest act of defiance collapses into confusion. Traditional theology frames this as a story of human pride, punished by God. But from the Anunnaki perspective, the details take on new meaning. The Tower of Babel may not have been a mere ziggurat or symbolic monument. It may have been a technological structure, a stargate, a launch platform, or even an ancient energy device designed to connect humanity with the gods' realm. The language of reaching heaven is suggestive. Were the builders trying to access the skies, perhaps even to contact or pursue the Anunnaki on their own terms? Consider the timing. This event occurs shortly after the flood, when humanity has been rebooted and placed under a new order. The Anunnaki had reset civilization, established new rulers, and imposed their control. But humanity, resilient and ambitious, may have already grown restless under their yoke. If kingship was lowered from heaven, perhaps mankind wished to reverse it, to seize heaven's power for themselves. Archaeology gives this story added weight. In Mesopotamia, ziggurats, the step temple towers, were built to link earth and sky. Each was dedicated to a specific god, serving as a stairway for divine descent. The most famous, Enki, in Babylon, was said to reach a height that touched the clouds. Could the biblical Tower of Babel be a memory of one such ziggurat, abandoned after divine intervention? Or could it represent something more extraordinary, a project that blended human ambition with remnants of Anunnaki technology, aiming to create a true bridge to the heavens? The act of scattering languages is also telling. Why would divine beings deliberately disrupt communication? To mainstream scholars, this is symbolic, explaining why different nations speak different tongues. But to forbidden archaeology, it looks more like a calculated act of control. Unity is dangerous. A single language allows for cooperation, for rapid progress, for rebellion. By fragmenting humanity, the Anunnaki ensured no coordinated uprising could threaten their dominance again. This is not punishment, it is strategy. Some even suggest that confounding languages may not be literal speech at all, but genetic or neurological manipulation. If the Anunnaki engineered humanity once, could they have re-engineered us again, altering our capacity for communication or mental synchronization? What we interpret as linguistic diversity might be the long-term result of deliberate intervention, a safeguard against another Babel. The story also raises a larger question. What exactly did humanity know at that time? For them to attempt such a feat, they must have remembered something: snippets of pre-flood technology, fragments of Anunnaki knowledge. Survivors of the Great Flood may have passed down tales of flying ships, great temples, and heavenly craft. The Tower of Babel could have been an attempt to reconstruct what was lost. If so, it reveals a chilling truth. Even in the earliest days after the reset, humanity's instinct was to rise beyond its imposed limits. Cross-cultural myths echo this theme of rebellion against heaven. In Greek mythology, the Titans attempt to storm Olympus, only to be cast down. In Hindu stories, the Asuras build towers to attack the god's realm, only to be destroyed. In Mesoamerican myths, mortals build a mountain to reach the heavens, but it is struck down by divine forces. All these stories suggest a universal memory of humans, or their ancestors, challenging higher powers, only to be suppressed. The Tower of Babel is therefore not just about architecture. It is about defiance. It is the moment humanity dared to step outside its role as a servant species. For once, we were not waiting for the gods to descend. We were trying to ascend to them. The Anunnaki's response, disruption, division, and dispersal, shows how seriously they took this threat. They did not annihilate humanity as in the flood. Instead, they weakened us just enough to prevent another rebellion. Divide and rule, the oldest strategy in the book. The implications for today are profound. In our age of globalization, we are once again erasing divisions of language and distance. The internet unites billions, translating languages in real time, reconnecting humanity into a single network. Are we, unknowingly, reconstructing the Tower of Babel, not in bricks and mortar, but in digital code and satellite networks? If so, will the powers that once shattered our unity intervene again? Will they allow humanity to reach heaven this time? Or will they impose another scattering to preserve control? Some researchers go even further, suggesting that the Tower of Babel was not destroyed by God but by war among the gods. The biblical text says, "Let us go down," implying multiple beings acted together. Could this reflect a council of Anunnaki agreeing to stop mankind's rebellion? If so, it reveals their fear that humanity, united and ambitious, might one day rival them. The Tower of Babel remains unfinished, both literally and symbolically. It represents humanity's eternal struggle between submission and sovereignty. Were we destined to be servants, or creators in our own right? If we once reached for heaven and were struck down, perhaps the question is not whether we will try again, but when. And if prophecy of the Anunnaki's return is true, the clash between our rising ambition and their ancient authority may soon reignite. Among the pantheon of Mesopotamian deities, no figure stands as mysterious, or as crucial to humanity's fate, as Enki, the god of wisdom, water, and creation. To the Sumerians, Enki was the trickster, the problem solver, the patron of knowledge. But within the forbidden archaeology timeline, Enki is much more than a myth. He is the architect of mankind itself, the guardian of hidden wisdom, and perhaps the only Anunnaki who truly sided with humanity. The question that lingers across thousands of years is this: what knowledge did Enki give us, and what secrets did he hide? The myths paint Enki as both benevolent and cunning. When the younger gods rebelled against hard labor, it was Enki who proposed creating humanity as a worker race. Yet unlike his brother Enlil, who saw humans as disposable tools, Enki took a strange interest in his creation. He whispered secrets to them, gave them skills, and even broke the rules of the gods to protect them. In the Atrahasis epic, when Enlil planned to wipe out mankind with famine, plague, and finally the Great Flood, Enki repeatedly found ways to warn and save humanity. Without him, our species might have ended before it even began. The myths say Enki's dwelling was the Abzu, the deep waters, a subterranean domain beneath the city of Eridu. Archaeologically, Eridu is one of the oldest cities in Mesopotamia, considered the very first city of Sumer. In the Anunnaki timeline, this is no coincidence. Eridu may have been more than a city. It may have been a base of operations, where knowledge was stored, guarded, and selectively dispensed. Was the Abzu not a literal underwater chamber, but a hidden facility, a vault of ancient technology buried deep in the earth? If so, it may still lie beneath the sands of southern Iraq, waiting to be uncovered. Enki's greatest gift to mankind was Me, the divine decrees or tablets of destiny. These Me contain the foundations of civilization: law, mathematics, agriculture, architecture, writing, and even the mysteries of kingship and priesthood. According to myth, Enki once tricked the goddess Inanna into drinking heavily, and in her stupor she carried away the Me from his temple in Eridu to Uruk. In other words, the very foundations of culture were portable, transferable packets of knowledge, guarded like treasure. This description has led some researchers to speculate, were the symbolic, or were they literal artifacts, ancient data storage devices containing advanced knowledge far beyond the understanding of humans? If Enki had the power to grant knowledge, he also had the power to withhold it. One of the most striking examples is the tale of Adapa, often called the Sumerian Adam. Enki created Adapa as the prototype of humanity, wise, skilled, but mortal. When Adapa is summoned before Anu, the supreme god, he is offered the bread and water of life, symbols of immortality. But Enki warns him not to eat or drink, telling him it is poison. Adapa obeys and misses his chance at eternal life. Thus, humanity gained wisdom but not immortality. Why would Enki do this? Was he protecting mankind, ensuring we would not become rivals to the gods? Or was he obeying the unspoken laws of cosmic hierarchy, keeping humanity trapped in mortality? This duality makes Enki both our benefactor and our jailer. He gave us knowledge enough to survive, but not enough to transcend. He helped us defy Enlil's harsh decrees. Yet he also prevented us from becoming like the gods. Perhaps Enki was not free to act as he wished. Perhaps even he was bound by cosmic rules, forbidden to raise humanity too high. If so, then the secrets he kept may still be hidden somewhere on Earth, locked away until a future age when mankind is ready. The echoes of Enki's role appear across cultures. In Egypt, he is Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, scribe of the gods, and keeper of hidden scrolls. In Greece, he is Prometheus, the titan who steals fire from Olympus to give to mankind, only to be punished for eternity. In the Hebrew Bible, his presence is more shadowy. He may be the serpent in Eden, urging Adam and Eve to eat from the tree of knowledge, defying the God who forbade it. In each version, he is the bringer of knowledge, the breaker of rules, the one who empowers humanity even at great risk. But what if Enki's fire and knowledge were not metaphorical at all? What if they were literal technologies, energy, medicine, or even genetic secrets that the Anunnaki hoarded? Could it be that the myths of hidden tablets, forbidden scrolls, and secret chambers are faint memories of advanced technologies concealed in vaults beneath ancient temples? The idea of hidden archives, whether in the fabled Hall of Records beneath the Sphinx or the lost Library of Alexandria, may all trace back to Enki's tradition of safeguarding knowledge until the right moment. Even today, traces of this hidden knowledge persist in enigmatic symbols. The caduceus, staff of healing entwined by serpents, is linked to Enki. The sacred number 40 was his designation among the gods, recurring in Mesopotamian texts. His association with water and serpents echoes across world mythologies. Could these be more than symbols? Could they be breadcrumbs, clues left by Enki himself, pointing to where his secrets still lie? The greatest question is whether Enki's knowledge was ever fully revealed. Did he leave behind hidden caches of technology or records, anticipating a time when humanity would be ready to claim them? Some researchers believe the Anunnaki stored their wisdom in secret chambers, vaults beneath Eridu, ziggurats, or even beneath the oceans. The so-called Baghdad battery, the Antikythera mechanism, and other anomalous artifacts may be fragments of this lost technology, surviving outside their intended context. If humanity was truly engineered by the Anunnaki, then Enki, as the architect of our DNA, may have hidden even deeper secrets within us. Could our genetic code itself be a message, a lockbox of potential waiting to be unlocked? Modern geneticists have discovered junk DNA that appears to serve no purpose. But what if this is not junk at all? What if it is a dormant program waiting for the right key? Enki, the master of wisdom, may have encoded humanity's destiny in its very blood, ensuring that one day we could rise beyond our makers. The legacy of Enki is one of paradox. He is our creator, yet not our liberator. He saved us, yet he limited us. He gave us civilization, yet denied us immortality. To some, he is the friend of mankind. To others, he is the ultimate trickster, keeping humanity forever on the brink of awakening but never fully free. His lost knowledge, whether locked in vaults, hidden in artifacts, or encrypted in our DNA, may hold the answers to our greatest mysteries. If Enki's secrets are ever revealed, they could change everything: our history, our science, our religions, even our place in the cosmos. But the question remains, was Enki preparing us to one day stand beside the gods, or was he ensuring we would forever remain in their shadow? Until the vaults are opened, or until the Anunnaki return, the secrets of Enki will remain humanity's greatest mystery. Across the ancient world, colossal temples rose from stone and mud brick, structures so immense, so precise, and so symbolic that they continue to baffle archaeologists and mystics alike. To mainstream historians, these temples were ritual centers, places of worship, or royal monuments. But in the hidden timeline of the Anunnaki, they may have served a far more astonishing purpose, as stargates, gateways between worlds, built not for prayer but for passage. Could it be that the most sacred temples of the ancient world were in fact portals that connected Earth to the realms of the gods? The idea may sound like science fiction, but the myths themselves whisper this possibility. In Mesopotamia, ziggurats were described as Etemenon Ki, the house that is the foundation of heaven and earth. These weren't simply places to honor the gods. They were described as stairways for divine beings to descend, and for kings and priests to ascend. Their towering form, rising step by step toward the sky, symbolized a literal connection between heaven and earth. Was this metaphor, or a carefully disguised memory of advanced technology? In Sumerian hymns, the temples are often described as shining, radiant, and filled with terrible brilliance. The Ika, Enlil's temple at Nippur, was said to emit a light that reached the heavens. Enki's temple at Eridu, the Abzu, was portrayed as glittering with lapis lazuli, with waters flowing from its depths. Inanna's temple in Uruk was said to contain the Me, divine objects that pulsed with power. If we strip away the poetic language, we are left with descriptions that sound remarkably like advanced energy sources, strange technologies, and devices beyond human comprehension. Could these temples have housed machinery, resonance chambers, energy generators, or even devices capable of opening gateways? The parallels don't stop in Mesopotamia. In Egypt, the great temples along the Nile, Luxor, Karnak, Abu Simbel, were aligned with the stars, designed with precise astronomical knowledge. The Temple of Dendra, dedicated to Hathor, contains carvings that some interpret as depictions of giant bulbs or energy devices. Beneath the temple at Abydos lies the Osirian, a mysterious megalithic structure built with cyclopean stones far older than the surrounding temple. Its purpose remains unknown, but some speculate it may have been a kind of energy chamber, perhaps even a portal. In Mesoamerica, the Great Pyramids of Teotihuacan were arranged to mirror the stars of Orion's belt, and their interiors contain tunnels lined with liquid mercury, an element often associated with alchemy and energy manipulation. Ancient Chinese texts also describe luminous towers and heavenly gates built by divine rulers. Across the world, we find temples described as bridges between worlds, places where gods descended in fiery chariots, and mortals could ascend to meet them. The consistency is uncanny. Mainstream archaeology insists these are symbolic. But the forbidden archaeology perspective asks, what if they were literal? What if these temples were designed as stargates, devices or architectural resonators that manipulated energy fields, allowing beings to travel across space, time, or dimensions? The very concept of stargates is not alien to ancient texts. In Mesopotamian myths, the gods possessed the gate of heaven, a passageway by which they traveled between Earth and their home planet. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the hero seeks access to this gate, hoping to find eternal life. The Book of Enoch describes portals of heaven, through which angels ascend and descend. Hindu mythology speaks of vimanas, flying craft, and gateways to other realms guarded by devas. Even in the Bible, Jacob dreams of a ladder reaching to heaven, with angels ascending and descending. These are not isolated stories. They form a global chorus describing doorways between the human world and the realm of the gods. What technology could make this possible? Some researchers suggest the temples were built at specific geomagnetic hotspots, places where Earth's natural energy could be harnessed. The placement of ziggurats, pyramids, and megaliths often aligns with ley lines, fault zones, or points of high geomagnetic activity. If the Anunnaki possessed advanced knowledge of energy manipulation, they may have constructed temples as amplifiers, tuning the Earth itself into a resonance capable of opening gateways. Sound frequencies, crystals, and liquid conductors such as mercury could have been part of this technology. The secrecy surrounding these temples suggests something more than ritual. Many were restricted areas, accessible only to high priests or kings. Common people worshipped outside, while the innermost chambers were hidden from view. In Mesopotamia, only the gods, or their chosen intermediaries, could enter the Holy of Holies. In Egypt, the pharaoh alone was considered able to commune with the gods in the inner sanctum. What if these restrictions were not about piety but about safety? If these temples housed dangerous, powerful devices, access would need to be tightly controlled. There are even modern whispers of rediscovery. During the Iraq War in 2003, rumors spread that American forces seized ancient Sumerian sites, particularly around Ur and Uruk. Some claimed they were searching not for weapons of mass destruction, but for ancient technology, perhaps even a stargate buried beneath the sands. While unproven, these claims highlight the enduring belief that the temples of the Anunnaki were more than stone, they were machines. The implications are staggering. If these temples were indeed stargates, then the gods of myth may not have been distant celestial beings, but travelers who came and went through these portals. Humanity's earlier civilizations may have grown up around these gateways, with temples serving as both spiritual centers and literal access points to other worlds. The wars, rituals, and sacrifices described in ancient texts may have been part of a larger struggle to control these gateways and the power they represented. But if that is true, where are these stargates now? Were they dismantled, buried, or destroyed to prevent misuse? Or do they still lie hidden beneath ancient ruins, dormant but intact, waiting for the right knowledge, or the right beings, to activate them again? The legends of forbidden temples, shining with light, humming with energy, and guarded by priests and gods, may be more than mythology. They may be the faint memories of humanity's first encounters with interdimensional technology. And if the Anunnaki prophecy foretells their return, then perhaps the reactivation of these stargates will be the very sign that their era has come again. For now, we are left with ruins, stones, carvings, and myths. But in those ruins lies a haunting possibility, that the greatest temples of the ancient world were not built only to honor the gods, but to bring them here. From the deserts of Mesopotamia to the mountains of Greece, from the temples of Egypt to the jungles of Mesoamerica, myths around the world echo with one consistent theme: the gods were not united. They fought, schemed, and clashed, often using humanity as pawns in their conflicts. In the hidden timeline of the Anunnaki, these divine rivalries were not symbolic tales but historical events, battles among powerful beings who ruled over the earth. The so-called War of the Gods was not a metaphor for storms or natural disasters, but a literal conflict among extraterrestrial rulers whose disputes shaped human history. The Sumerian tablets give us the clearest glimpse of this divine rivalry. At the center of it was the tension between Enlil, the stern overlord who sought order and control, and Enki, the cunning creator who favored humanity. Their conflict was not just personal but ideological. Should mankind be kept as obedient servants under strict rule, or nurtured into something greater? This struggle created fractures among the Anunnaki themselves, with different gods aligning with either Enlil or Enki. Humanity, caught in the middle, experienced both blessing and curse depending on which faction prevailed. The flood myth itself may have been a result of this rivalry. Enlil, angered by humanity's noise and disobedience, decided to wipe them out. Enki, bound by the laws of the gods but unwilling to abandon his creation, secretly warned Atrahasis, ensuring the survival of mankind. This act of rebellion set the tone for the wars that followed, wars in which divine family feuds spilled into human history. But the conflict extended far beyond brotherly rivalry. Inanna, the goddess of love and war, sought power and dominion, often clashing with her elders. Myths describe her descending into the underworld to challenge her sister Ereshkigal, only to be trapped until rescued by Enki's intervention. Later, Inanna launched campaigns of conquest, demanding control over the sacred me of civilization. Her boldness often destabilized the balance among the gods, dragging cities and kings into her ambitions. Ninhursag, the mother goddess, often stood as mediator, yet even she could not prevent the constant rivalries. The Anunnaki court was filled with jealousy, alliances, betrayals, and battles that mirrored the politics of kings and empires on earth. To the ancients, this was no coincidence. The affairs of heaven dictated the fate of humanity. These rivalries often manifested as wars among human cities. Each city was dedicated to a patron god: Ur to Nanna, Uruk to Inanna, Eridu to Enki, Nippur to Enlil. When gods quarreled, their cities went to war. Archaeological evidence shows cities rising and falling in cycles, destroyed and rebuilt, often with no clear explanation. Could these destructions reflect not human weakness, but divine warfare waged through their human subjects? The Mesopotamian tales are echoed in other mythologies. In Greece, the Olympians overthrew the Titans in a brutal war that reshaped the cosmos. Later, the Olympians themselves constantly quarreled, with Hera, Zeus, Poseidon, and Athena waging battles by proxy through mortal heroes. In Hindu mythology, the Devas and Asuras waged endless wars across the heavens and earth, with humanity suffering in their wake. In Mesoamerica, the gods were said to sacrifice each other to create the sun, battling for dominance in successive ages. Across cultures, the story repeats. The gods were not a united pantheon, but warring factions locked in eternal conflict. One of the most intriguing aspects of these wars is the use of advanced weaponry. The Epic of Era describes a god unleashing devastating weapons that depopulated entire regions. The Indian epics Mahabharata and Ramayana speak of celestial weapons that could incinerate armies, vaporize cities, and poison survivors with lingering effects, strikingly similar to modern descriptions of nuclear warfare. Some researchers suggest these accounts are not metaphor but literal memory. The Anunnaki may have unleashed weapons of mass destruction during their wars, leaving scars on the earth that we still see today. Evidence of such devastation may lie in the archaeological record. In the Indus Valley, cities like Mohenjo-Daro appear to have been suddenly destroyed, their walls melted into glass as if exposed to extreme heat. Desert regions in the Middle East show patches of fused sand, known as trinitite, usually associated with nuclear blasts. Could these be the remnants of ancient divine wars, long forgotten by mainstream history? The rivalry also shaped kingship. According to the Sumerian king list, rulers were appointed by the gods, but power often shifted abruptly from one city to another. This may reflect the outcomes of Anunnaki power struggles. When one god gained dominance, their chosen city rose. When they lost, their city fell. Humanity's rulers were little more than proxies in the divine chess game. Even the biblical narratives preserve traces of this war. The story of the Nephilim, the giants born of the sons of God and the daughters of men, suggests rival gods breeding warrior offspring. The wars of the Israelites, fought with divine backing, mirror the struggles between competing gods for dominance over territories. The fall of Babylon, the plagues of Egypt, the destruction of Sodom, all may have been moments when the gods' rivalries spilled into human history. But why did the Anunnaki fight among themselves? Some suggest it was about resources, gold, energy, or control over humanity. Others believe it was about succession, rival claims to rulership, or personal jealousy. Still others propose that the wars were part of a larger cosmic conflict, with Earth merely one battleground among many. Whatever the cause, the effect was the same. Humanity became the collateral damage of divine quarrels. These wars were not without prophecy. The Sumerian texts hint at cycles of destruction and renewal, tied to the coming and going of the gods. The wars of the Anunnaki may not be over. If their prophecy is true, then the rivalries of old could reignite in our time, with factions of gods, or their descendants, returning to claim Earth once more. Humanity, again, may find itself in the middle of a war it cannot control. The War of the Gods reveals that the Anunnaki were not invincible, nor were they a monolithic power. They were divided, flawed, and often reckless. And just as their wars shaped the ancient world, they may yet shape the future. The ruins of cities, the scars in the deserts, the myths of thunderbolts and fire from the sky, these may all be fragments of a truth too shocking for mainstream history to accept, that our ancestors lived through the wars of beings not of this world. From the earliest days of human civilization, kings and queens claimed divine ancestry. They wore crowns said to mimic the horns of the gods, sat on thrones that symbolized celestial authority, and ruled not by the will of the people but by the mandate of heaven. To historians, these claims are political tools, myths used to justify power. But within the forbidden timeline of the Anunnaki, these royal lineages were not symbolic. They were literal. The blood of the gods flowed in the veins of ancient rulers, creating hybrid dynasties that shaped the destiny of humanity. The Sumerian king list offers the first chilling clue. It begins with the phrase, "Kingship descended from heaven," and then lists rulers who reigned for thousands of years before the flood. These antediluvian kings, ruling for impossibly long spans, are dismissed by mainstream scholars as myth. But what if they were not men at all, but hybrids, beings with extended lifespans, born of unions between the Anunnaki and humanity? After the flood, the reigns shorten, but kingship remains handed down from city to city, as though divine authority were transferred by deliberate choice of the gods. The Bible preserves echoes of this idea in the story of the Nephilim, the giants born of the sons of God and the daughters of men. They were described as mighty men of old, men of renown. Some traditions call them the fallen ones, others the heroes. In either case, they were hybrids, blending the blood of mortals with that of beings from the heavens. The flood, in both Mesopotamian and biblical accounts, may have been an attempt to wipe out these hybrid lineages, whose existence threatened the balance between gods and men. Yet after the flood, giants appear again in the biblical narrative, suggesting the bloodline survived. Why would the Anunnaki interbreed with humans at all? The answers may be complex. Perhaps it was a method of control, embedding their essence within rulers to ensure loyalty. Perhaps it was an experiment, testing how their own genetics might merge with those they had engineered. Or perhaps, as some myths suggest, it was driven by desire. In the Book of Enoch, the Watchers are said to have lusted after human women, descending to take them as wives. What began as rebellion or passion may have become policy, creating hybrid dynasties that spanned continents. Archaeology lends weight to this possibility. Ancient rulers often depicted themselves as larger-than-life figures, towering over common people in carvings and reliefs. In Egypt, pharaohs claimed direct descent from Ra, Horus, or Osiris. The early dynasties even practiced sibling marriage to preserve the divine blood. In Mesopotamia, kings referred to themselves as sons of Anu or chosen of Inanna. In Mesoamerica, Mayan and Aztec rulers claimed descent from sky gods and serpent beings. Across the world, the pattern repeats. Rulers claimed not symbolic but literal divine heritage. Could this be why certain bloodlines have dominated for millennia? Some researchers point to the unbroken chains of royal families, stretching from Sumerian kings to modern dynasties in Europe. Even today, European monarchs trace their lineage back thousands of years, with genealogical links that curiously connect across cultures. Is it coincidence, or are we seeing the remnants of an ancient hybrid bloodline, carefully preserved, hidden in plain sight? Hybridization may also explain the extraordinary abilities attributed to early rulers. Gilgamesh, the hero king of Uruk, was said to be 2/3 divine and 1/3 human. His strength, wisdom, and quests for immortality reflect the traits of someone not entirely of this world. The Egyptian pharaoh Akhenaten, with his elongated skull and alien-like features in art, has sparked speculation that he too was more than human. In Peru, elongated skulls found in Paracas suggest a ruling elite with physical traits distinct from the general population, possibly genetic markers of hybrid ancestry. If these lineages survived, then the control of kingship was not just political but biological. The Anunnaki may have ensured their chosen hybrids ruled over humanity, embedding divine DNA into the highest levels of power. This would make the concept of the divine right of kings not merely propaganda, but a literal truth. To rule, one needed the blood of the gods. The persistence of this idea into modern times is chilling. Secret societies, from the Knights Templar to the Freemasons, have long been accused of guarding bloodline secrets. The concept of blue blood aristocracy suggests noble families were seen as fundamentally different, their blood carrying something rare and powerful. Even conspiracy theories of today, claims about hidden elites with ancient bloodlines, may be distorted echoes of this forbidden truth, that certain families really do descend from beings who are not fully human. But what does this mean for us now? If the prophecy of the Anunnaki's return is real, the hybrid bloodlines may play a crucial role. They could serve as conduits, hosts, or rulers once more. Perhaps they are the chosen vessels through which the gods intend to re-establish their dominion. Alternatively, they may carry dormant genetic codes, keys waiting to be activated when the time is right. Modern genetics adds a tantalizing possibility. Studies show that small percentages of human DNA come from unknown sources, not Neanderthal, not Denisovan, but something else entirely. Could this be the trace of Anunnaki hybridization? If so, then the hybrid bloodlines are not confined to kings and queens. They may extend into humanity at large, with some carrying more of the genetic legacy than others. The bloodlines of the gods forces us to rethink everything about history and power. Our rulers were not merely chosen by chance, conquest, or politics. They may have been designed, selected, and placed by forces beyond this world. The crowns, the thrones, the rituals of succession, all may be remnants of a system established thousands of years ago, ensuring that the blood of the gods never disappeared from Earth. If this is true, then humanity has never truly ruled itself. From the beginning, our destiny has been guided by hybrid rulers whose veins carried the legacy of beings from the stars. And if those beings return, the bloodlines may awaken, ushering in the final chapter of a prophecy written at the dawn of civilization. Beneath the sands of Iraq and the ruins of ancient Mesopotamia lie the crumbled remains of cities that once glittered like jewels of another age. These were not ordinary settlements. According to the Sumerian tablets, they were the very first cities in human history, established not by men, but by the gods themselves. Eridu, Yor, Uruk, Nippur, names that echo through dusty ruins and myth alike. To mainstream archaeology, These are the cradles of civilization. But to the forbidden timeline of the Anunnaki, they were much more: operational bases, power centers, and perhaps even launch sites for beings who came from the stars. The lost cities of the Anunnaki are the keys to understanding how human history truly began. Let us start with Eridu, the city that the Sumerian king list calls the first city. It was said to have been founded when kingship descended from heaven. In mythology, Eridu was home to Enki, the god of wisdom, who dwelled in the Abzu, the watery deep. Archaeologists have uncovered its remains near the marshes of southern Iraq, layers upon layers of temples, built one on top of the other, stretching back to around 5400 BCE. But the Sumerian texts insist the origins go further still, back to the time when the gods themselves walked the earth. Was Eridu more than a city? Could it have been a command center, a hub where knowledge, law, and technology were first dispensed to mankind? The descriptions of Enki's temple are startling. Hymns describe it as glittering with lapis lazuli, radiating brilliance, and producing waters that nourish the land. Was this poetry, or a memory of advanced technology, a facility glowing with lights and humming with energy, powered by water, or something even stranger? The Abzu may not have been a mythic underworld, but an underground installation, a hidden vault that still lies buried beneath Eridu's ruins. From Eridu, civilization spread. Ur, the famed city of the moon god Nanna, rose as a glittering metropolis. Archaeological digs at Ur reveal massive ziggurats, advanced drainage systems, and royal tombs filled with treasures of gold and lapis. Among them were mysterious artifacts, lyres shaped like bulls, elaborate helmets, and objects whose function remains unclear. Could these be remnants of technologies misunderstood as art? The royal tombs themselves, filled with attendants buried alive to serve their rulers in the afterlife, suggest a belief that kings were more than men. They were divine hybrids, returning to the gods after death. Uruk, the city of Inanna and Gilgamesh, presents another mystery. It was one of the largest cities of its time, its walls said to be so vast that even the gods admired them. The Epic of Gilgamesh describes Uruk as a place of divine meeting, where mortals and gods mingled. Archaeological evidence confirms Uruk's sudden rise to prominence around 4000 BCE, with monumental architecture, advanced writing, and complex governance appearing seemingly overnight. Mainstream scholars call this the Uruk expansion. Forbidden history asks, was this expansion the result of human effort, or the establishment of a new Anunnaki outpost? Then there is Nippur, the sacred city of Enlil, which functioned as the spiritual capital of Sumer. Unlike Ur or Uruk, Nippur was not politically dominant, yet it was revered as the place where divine authority was conferred. Kingship was legitimized only through Enlil's blessing at Nippur. This suggests that the city was more than symbolic. It was an administrative hub, where the Anunnaki themselves decided the fate of human rulers. The idea of Nippur as a control center fits perfectly into the vision of gods managing humanity like a colony. These cities were not scattered randomly. They were carefully placed along the rivers, aligned with the stars, and connected by trade routes that stretched across Mesopotamia. From them, humanity was taught agriculture, writing, mathematics, and law. But the knowledge was not equal. Each city had its own patron god, and its own secrets. Knowledge was compartmentalized, controlled, and doled out selectively, just enough to keep mankind functioning, never enough to make us independent. The archaeological record reveals something even stranger: cycles of destruction. Many of these cities were suddenly abandoned or destroyed, only to be rebuilt again. Layers of ash, collapsed walls, and signs of flooding mark their history. Were these the results of human wars, or the collateral damage of Anunnaki rivalries? The Sumerian king list suggests that when the gods quarreled, kingship shifted from city to city. One city would fall, another would rise, as divine authority was transferred like a crown between siblings. Some researchers believe the ruins may still hold hidden vaults, sealed chambers where artifacts of the gods remain. Rumors have long circulated that during modern excavations, particularly in Ur and Eridu, certain finds were quickly removed and never displayed to the public. Could these have been advanced devices, fragments of the Me, tablets of destiny, or even remains of Anunnaki beings themselves? If so, the real treasures of the lost cities may not be in museums, but hidden in private vaults or secret facilities. The importance of these cities extends beyond Mesopotamia. Their design, ziggurats, temples, ceremonial gates, was echoed in Egypt, India, and the Americas. It is as if the Anunnaki blueprint for civilization was replicated worldwide. leaving behind cities that mirrored the same cosmic plan. Eridu, Ur, and Uruk may have been the prototypes, with later civilizations copying or inheriting their design. But what makes them most mysterious is what lies beneath. Ancient texts often speak of underground chambers, hidden archives, and forbidden vaults. The Abzu of Eridu, the tombs beneath Ur, the foundations of Nippur, all may conceal technology that has not yet been uncovered. Some believe these sites are deliberately left untouched, either by design of the Anunnaki or by modern powers who know the danger of what lies within. If the Anunnaki prophecy is true, then these lost cities may not be dead ruins at all. They may be dormant nodes, awaiting reactivation when the gods return. Their ziggurats may not be mere piles of brick but ancient machines, designed to resonate with energies we do not yet understand. Their underground vaults may hold the knowledge that Enki hid from mankind, waiting for a time when humanity is ready. For now, they stand as silent witnesses to an age when gods walked among men. But the sands of Iraq may still conceal the ultimate revelation, that the first cities were not built by human hands alone, but were gifts, or prisons, from beings beyond this world. And if those beings come back, it may be to reclaim their ancient seats of power, where civilization itself first began. The story of the Great Flood is one of the most universal legends in all of human history. From the Mesopotamian epic of Gilgamesh to the Hebrew Bible, from Hindu texts describing Manu's survival to Native American flood myths, cultures separated by oceans and time all remember the same cataclysm, a deluge that wiped away the old world and reset humanity's timeline. To mainstream historians, these are symbolic tales, echoes of local river floods or allegories of renewal. But in the forbidden archaeology of the Anunnaki, the flood was neither allegory nor accident. It was a deliberate act, an apocalyptic reset engineered to erase a chapter of human history that had strayed too far from divine control. The Sumerian tablets provide one of the earliest written versions of the flood myth. They describe how the gods debated humanity's fate. Enlil, frustrated by the noise and rebellion of mankind, demanded their destruction. Enki, sympathetic to humanity, sought a way to preserve them. He chose a man named Ziusudra, or Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh, instructing him to build a massive vessel. This is strikingly parallel to the biblical account of Noah, down to the detail of bringing animals aboard. But here's the twist. The reason for the flood was not moral corruption, as the Bible claims, but disobedience to the gods. Humanity, perhaps emboldened by the hybrid bloodlines, had become a problem too great to ignore. What if this flood was not just a storm, but something more? Calculated? Geological evidence suggests massive flooding events did occur around 12,000 years ago, coinciding with the end of the last ice age. Sea levels rose dramatically as glacier melted, submerging vast areas of land. Ancient coastlines now lie underwater, hiding lost settlements and cities. Mainstream science attributes this to natural climate change. Forbidden history suggests intervention. Could the Anunnaki have used advanced technology, triggering earthquakes, melting ice, or even manipulating celestial bodies, to engineer this global reset? The evidence of sudden catastrophe is everywhere. The Black Sea shows signs of a massive flood, with saltwater rushing in from the Mediterranean. The Gulf of Mexico and coastlines of India hold submerged ruins that may once have been thriving cities. In Mesopotamia itself, archaeologists found flood layers, thick deposits of river silt separating older settlements from newer ones, exactly where the king list marks the division between antediluvian and post-diluvian kings. The earth itself seems to confirm that a great catastrophe once struck. But the key lies not just in the flood, but in what came after. The Sumerian king list makes it chillingly clear. Before the flood, kings reigned for thousands of years. After the flood, lifespans shortened dramatically. Humanity had been altered. It is as though the flood was used not just to destroy, but to reset the genetic clock. Perhaps the Anunnaki modified humanity once again after the deluge, stripping away longevity and power to ensure mankind remained subservient. This could explain why legends of giants, hybrid beings of great strength, become rarer after the flood, surviving only as scattered remnants. Why would the Anunnaki go to such lengths? The answer may lie in control. If humanity had begun to challenge their authority, develop independently, or align with sympathetic gods like Enki, then a reset would be the only way to maintain dominance. Destroying civilizations, erasing records, and restarting humanity from a smaller population gave the Anunnaki the chance to re-establish hierarchy. Kingship once again descended from heaven, but now with stricter limits. Humanity, reborn, would be more obedient, more fragile, and easier to guide. The flood myths themselves hint at this controlled survival. Only one family, guided by divine instruction, was chosen to live. In some versions, the gods quarrel after the deluge. Enlil is enraged to see humanity survive, but Enki insists it was necessary. This echoes the deep divisions among the Anunnaki themselves. The flood was not just a punishment for humanity. It was a reflection of a cosmic war between factions of gods. Even the aftermath of the biblical flood hints at genetic manipulation. After Noah, lifespans gradually decline from centuries to mere decades. In the Mesopotamian account, Utnapishtim is granted immortality, but only as a one-time exception. Humanity as a whole loses its divine spark. Could this be evidence of a deliberate genetic downgrade? A suppression of abilities that once made us more than we are today? The echoes of this reset appear worldwide. In South America, Andean legends describe Viracocha sending a flood to wipe out the giants who lived before. In Hindu tradition, the fish god Vishnu warns Manu of a coming deluge, preserving only him to restart mankind. In China, the story of Gun and Yu tells of floods sent by heaven to reset humanity. The universality of these stories suggests a single global event, remembered differently in each culture, but originating from the same cataclysm. Could this be why so many ancient civilizations began suddenly after the flood, with advanced knowledge but no visible developmental stages? Sumer, Egypt, and the Indus Valley seem to appear fully formed, as though transplanted from something older. The flood may have erased the physical traces of pre-Diluvian civilizations, but not the memory carried forward by survivors. Their descendants rebuilt, guided once again by the Anunnaki, but always haunted by the shadow of the lost world. Modern discoveries add another layer of intrigue. Submerged sites like Dwarka in India, Yonaguni off the coast of Japan, and structures beneath the Mediterranean suggest advanced settlements existed before sea levels rose. Are these the drowned cities of the hybrid kings? If so, the flood did not just erase myth, it erased history. What we call the beginning of civilization may simply be the reboot. The prophecy of the Anunnaki's return may be linked to this very cycle. If they intervened once to reset humanity, could they do so again? Climate change, rising seas, and global instability echo the conditions of the last great cataclysm. Perhaps the signs are repeating. Perhaps the flood was not a one-time event, but part of a greater pattern, one that humanity is about to face once more. The Great Flood, revisited through the forbidden timeline, is not just a story of survival. It is the story of control, manipulation, and the rewriting of history. We are the descendants of survivors, reborn in a world designed not for our freedom, but for our obedience. The question is whether we remain trapped in that cycle, awaiting the next reset, or whether we are ready to break free before the waters rise again. In the myths of Mesopotamia, there is one object that recurs again and again, an artifact so powerful that even the gods themselves feared to lose it. This was the Tablet of Destinies, a mysterious device said to grant supreme authority over heaven and earth. To mainstream scholars, the tablet is a symbol, a poetic metaphor for divine kingship or cosmic order. But within the forbidden archaeology of the Anunnaki timeline, the Tablet of Destinies may have been something far more literal, a piece of advanced technology, an object that controlled not just political authority, but the very systems of the world itself. The Sumerian myths describe the tablet as an inscribed object carried by the chief deity Enlil, the ruler of the pantheon. It is said to determine the fates of gods and men alike. Whoever held it commanded the universe, their decrees unchallengeable. In one myth, the tablet is stolen by the bird demon Anzu, who attempts to overthrow the gods by seizing control of their destiny. Only through great effort is the tablet recovered, restoring balance to the cosmos. This is no ordinary symbol. It reads like a record of technology so advanced it could manipulate laws of nature, destiny, and authority itself. What if the Tablet of Destinies was not clay at all, but a device, compact, portable, and inscribed with strange markings? Could it have been a kind of control panel, encoded with data, algorithms, or frequencies that link to the Anunnaki's network of power? The myths describe it as radiating power, conferring invincibility, and making the holder's word binding. In modern terms, it resembles something closer to an advanced biometric key, an operating system granting access to planetary systems. The very name, Destinies, hints at control over time and fate. Was it capable of manipulating probability, guiding events, or even regulating genetics? If the Anunnaki had engineered humanity, then a device that dictated which lineages thrived and which perished would indeed be a Tablet of Destinies. Could it have been used to authorize kingship, ensuring only hybrid bloodlines were chosen? Could it have triggered catastrophes like the flood, wiping clean the world when its overseers deemed it necessary? Archaeological parallels deepen the mystery. Many Mesopotamian cylinder seals depict gods holding rectangular or square objects, sometimes inscribed, often treated with great reverence. In Assyrian reliefs, figures carry strange handbags, interpreted by scholars as buckets of holy water or seeds. But to alternative researchers, these may be portable devices, containers of power, tablets of technology. The similarity between depictions across Sumer, Assyria, and even Mesoamerican art suggests a shared archetype, a portable artifact carried by gods, always associated with authority and order. Even more intriguing is how the myth describes the consequences of losing the tablet. When Anzu stole it, chaos spread across the heavens and earth. The gods were powerless, unable to command, until the artifact was retrieved. This does not sound like metaphor. It sounds like the collapse of a centralized system when its control key was hijacked. Imagine a satellite network, a planetary grid of communication, energy, or even genetic regulation. Whoever held the tablet held the master code. If such a device existed, where is it now? Could fragments survive, buried beneath the ruins of Eridu, Nippur, or Nineveh? Some whisper that the true treasures looted during modern conflicts in Iraq were not gold or statues, but artifacts like this, items of power smuggled into hidden vaults, guarded by governments or secret societies. The frantic rush to secure Mesopotamian museums and dig sites suggests there is more at stake than archaeology. The concept of the tablet also echoes through other cultures. In Egypt, the gods carried scrolls or books of wisdom, most famously the Book of Thoth, said to contain secrets of heaven and earth. In Jewish mysticism, the tablets of the law given to Moses were inscribed by the hand of God, conferring divine authority. In Hindu tradition, the Vedas are eternal, cosmic instructions given to mankind. Could all of these be distorted memories of a technology, a device inscribed with codes, holding the programming of civilization itself? There are even modern parallels. Consider how digital tablets today store entire libraries, laws, and even genetic codes. A single device can control weapons, unlock encrypted systems, or direct satellites. To a Bronze Age witness, such a device would appear godlike, capable of reshaping fate itself. What we call data, they would call destiny. What we call software, they would call command. The Tablet of Destinies may have been the ultimate ancient technology, an object that made its holder indistinguishable from a god. The forbidden perspective suggests that the Anunnaki guarded this device as the keystone of their control over Earth. It ensured the stability of their reign, legitimized their chosen rulers, and enforced their cosmic hierarchy. The myths of theft and recovery may reflect real power struggles between rival factions of Anunnaki. When one faction stole the tablet, the balance of power shifted violently until it was restored. This mirrors the political turmoil of Mesopotamian city-states, where kingship transferred in times of upheaval, often with devastating consequences for humanity. If the Anunnaki prophecy of return is true, then the Tablet of Destinies may once again play a role. Whoever possesses it could re-establish control over humanity, reawakening the dormant systems hidden within our world. Alternatively, if the device has already been rediscovered, perhaps the rulers of today, hidden elites and shadow governments, are its current custodians, using its power in secret to guide global events. Wars, economic collapses, even sudden technological leaps may not be random. They may be orchestrated through a relic of the gods. The myths give us one last clue. After the flood, the tablet continues to appear in stories, but always with a sense of guarded secrecy. It is no longer something mortals can glimpse. It is kept in the realm of the gods, locked away. This suggests that its use was curtailed, perhaps because humanity had grown too aware, too dangerous to be left under its full control. The gods themselves may have recognized that too much power concentrated in one object posed a risk, even to them. The question we must ask is chilling. What if the Tablet of Destinies has never been lost? What if it has been guiding our world silently, its power wielded by unseen hands? The idea that fate itself could be programmed, that destinies could be written and erased at will, is terrifying. Yet it also explains why history feels cyclical, why civilizations rise and fall with eerie regularity. Perhaps our timeline is not natural, but managed, reset and rewritten by those who hold the code of destiny. The Tablets of Destiny may not be clay artifacts gathering dust in museums. They may be the most advanced relics of the Anunnaki legacy, technological masterpieces capable of bending reality itself. If they still exist, They may be the final key to understanding not only our past, but our future, the prophecy that whispers of gods returning to reclaim their throne. And if they come back, the first thing they may seek is the artifact that once made them rulers of heaven and earth. From the very beginning of Sumerian lore, two names dominate the cosmic drama of Earth's fate: Enki and Enlil. Brothers, yet rivals. Partners in creation, yet enemies in vision. To mainstream archaeology, they are mythological deities, symbols of water and air, of wisdom and authority. But within the forbidden timeline of the Anunnaki, Enki and Enlil were not just gods of story. They were living beings, commanders of factions, each with a plan for humanity. Their rivalry was not a petty quarrel. It was a battle for the soul of mankind, a conflict that continues to ripple into our present and, perhaps, our future. Enlil, the strict commander and heir to supreme authority, is portrayed as the enforcer of law and order. He was the master of Nippur, the holder of the tablets of destiny, the god who spoke and it was so. His role in the myths is clear: to control humanity, to keep mankind as obedient laborers for the Anunnaki agenda. It was Enlil who decreed that humans were too noisy, too rebellious, and must be destroyed in the Great Flood. His rule was absolute, uncompromising, and often merciless. To Enlil, humanity was a resource to be managed. Enki, by contrast, is remembered as the benefactor of mankind. Dwelling in Eridu, the watery Abzu, he was the god of wisdom, crafts, and hidden knowledge. In the myths, Enki is the one who defied the council of gods to save humanity. When Enlil ordered mankind's destruction, Enki whispered to Zeusudra, guiding him to build the vessel that preserved human life. He gave humanity agriculture, taught them writing, and bestowed on them the tablets of knowledge. Where Enlil saw humanity as servants, Enki saw them as potential partners. Yet his motives were not entirely pure. By empowering mankind, Enki was also undermining his brother's authority. This tension between Enki and Enlil defines the Anunnaki timeline. On one side, a vision of control, obedience, and reset. On the other, a vision of empowerment, risk, and rebellion. Humanity, caught in between, became both pawn and prize in their struggle. Every great turning point in ancient history can be reframed as part of this conflict. The flood, the rise of kingship, the transfer of cities from one patron god to another, all are shadows of the Enki-Enlil rivalry. The myths preserve their struggle in symbolic form. The theft of the tablets of destiny, the battles against Anzu, the granting of forbidden knowledge to mortals, each story reveals another clash between law and freedom. Enlil's order demanded submission to divine hierarchy. Enki's wisdom opened the door to independence. But independence carried dangers. Knowledge of metallurgy brought weapons. Knowledge of agriculture brought overpopulation. Knowledge of genetics, perhaps, led to hybrids the gods could not control. Did Enki's gifts, meant to uplift, become the very reason Enlil chose to flood the world? The biblical record echoes this rivalry. Enlil appears in the role of Yahweh, the stern, punishing God who demands obedience, sends floods, and enforces law. Enki's fingerprints can be seen in the Serpent of Eden, offering forbidden knowledge to Adam and Eve, or in the figure of the fallen who share secrets with humanity. The serpent, long vilified, may in fact be Enki himself, guiding humanity to awaken while Enlil sought to keep them ignorant. If this is true, then the story of the garden is not a tale of sin, but of liberation, a moment when mankind chose the path of knowledge, despite divine prohibition. But the rivalry was not just mythological, it was political. Each Anunnaki faction had its followers, its cities, its chosen rulers. Nippur, center of Enlil's authority, contrasted with Eridu, the seat of Enki's wisdom. The wars of Mesopotamian city-states may reflect more than human ambition. They may be proxies in a greater conflict between the brothers. Even the later rise of Babylon, with its god Marduk, Enki's son, can be seen as the continuation of Enki's lineage striving to eclipse Enlil's rule. The implications for humanity are profound. If Enki's agenda was empowerment, then our creativity, rebellion, and drive for independence may be his legacy. If Enlil's agenda was control, then our systems of hierarchy, kingship, and religious obedience may be his. Humanity itself may be the fusion of these competing visions, torn forever between freedom and order, innovation and restriction. The duality at the heart of civilization, the push for progress against the pull of authority, mirrors perfectly the cosmic battle of Enki and Enlil. Modern echoes of this rivalry are everywhere. Theories of secret societies, global elites, and hidden technologies often divide into two camps: those who hoard knowledge to control, and those who leak it to awaken. Could these be distant shadows of the ancient factions? Perhaps the battle never ended, but simply went underground, shaping empires, religions, and even nations. The prophecy of the Anunnaki's return may hinge on this rivalry. If they come back, will Enlil's descendants seek once again to impose order, resetting humanity in the name of control? Or will Enki's legacy awaken dormant knowledge within us, unlocking abilities long suppressed? The myths suggest the gods themselves feared humanity's potential, for with too much wisdom we might become their equals, or their rivals. The forbidden timeline forces us to see Enki and Enlil not as distant myths, but as archetypes of the struggle humanity still faces. Every law passed to restrict freedom, every invention that challenges authority, every cycle of oppression and rebellion, these are the echoes of their cosmic battle. We live not only in their legacy, but in their unfinished war. In the end, the question is not which brother will win, but which path humanity will choose. Will we surrender to control, accepting the fate written in the tablets of destiny? Or will we seize the forbidden wisdom, carving out a destiny of our own? The battle of Enki and Enlil is not confined to the past. It is alive in every choice we make. And if the gods return, humanity will once again be caught in the middle, forced to decide who, if anyone, deserves to rule our future. When we think of ancient Babylon, images of towering ziggurats, glittering palaces, and the legendary hanging gardens fill the imagination. Yet behind the ruins of this great city lies a mystery that stretches far beyond brick and stone. Babylon was not merely a kingdom. It was the stage upon which the ancient rivalry of the Anunnaki reached one of its most dramatic chapters. And at the heart of that drama stands one of the most enigmatic stories in human history, the Tower of Babel. Mainstream historians describe Babylon as a powerful Mesopotamian empire that rose after the decline of Sumer and Akkad. Its most famous king, Hammurabi, codified laws that still influence legal systems today. Later, under Nebuchadnezzar II, Babylon became the jewel of the Near East. But from the forbidden perspective, Babylon was far more than an empire. It was a battleground of gods, a city infused with the ambitions of Marduk, Enki's son, who sought to overturn the cosmic hierarchy and claim supreme power. The Sumerian king lists hints at this transfer of power. After the flood, kingship descended again from heaven, moving from city to city, Ur, Uruk, Ison, until finally it settled in Babylon. Why Babylon? Because it was Marduk's chosen city. To him, it was not just a political center but the foundation of a new world order. Here, he sought to eclipse Enlil's dominance once and for all. The rise of Babylon, then, is not only the rise of a nation but the rise of Enki's lineage against the old guard. The story of the Tower of Babel, preserved in the book of Genesis, holds the key to this hidden struggle. Humanity, speaking one language, gathered to build a tower with its top in the heavens. Their goal was to make a name for themselves, lest they be scattered across the earth. But the Lord descended, saw their ambition, and shattered their unity, confusing their languages and dispersing them across the world. Mainstream religion frames this as punishment for human pride. Yet, in the forbidden timeline, it reads very differently, a direct intervention by the Anunnaki to stop humanity from reclaiming lost knowledge. What was the Tower of Babel? To scholars, it was a ziggurat, a temple mountain built to reach the gods. But could it have been more than symbolic? Some theorists suggest it was an attempt to construct a spaceport, a launch platform, or even a communication array designed to connect with the heavens. If humanity, guided by Marduk and Enki's wisdom, had reached too far, too close to technology once reserved for the gods, then the response of Enlil's faction would have been swift and decisive. Divide the people. Scramble their language. Shatter their collective project. Humanity would be forced back into fragmentation, unable to unite under one banner. The symbolism of confused languages is especially telling. Before Babel, humanity spoke one tongue. After Babel, countless languages erupted, dividing cultures and preventing cooperation. Could this be more than metaphor? Could it describe a literal intervention in human cognition, alterations in DNA or neurological design that fractured our ability to communicate and unify? If so, the Tower of Babel represents not just the scattering of nations, but a deliberate genetic or linguistic downgrade imposed to keep humanity from becoming too powerful. Babylon's role as a city of rebellion becomes clearer when viewed through this lens. Unlike Nippur, the sacred city of Enlil, Babylon was dedicated to Marduk. Its ziggurats, like the Enki, were not mere temples but potential gateways, structures aligned with the stars, designed to channel cosmic energy. In Babylonian inscriptions, Marduk is described as seizing authority from the older gods, establishing his supremacy. He called himself King of the Gods, a title once reserved for Enlil. To his followers, this was liberation. To his enemies, it was blasphemy. Archaeological discoveries reinforce Babylon's uniqueness. The ruins of its ziggurats suggest engineering feats far beyond their time, bases so massive they could have supported structures higher than anything in the ancient world. The city's layout, aligned with celestial patterns, reveals an obsession with the heavens. Babylon was not just a city of earth but a mirror of the skies, a terrestrial reflection of divine order. Could this be why the gods feared its tower? Because it was not merely a monument, it was a functional attempt to bridge earth and heaven? The biblical condemnation of Babylon as a city of sin and seat of pride may reflect more than morality. It may encode the perspective of Enlil's faction, who saw Babylon as the center of rebellion against their authority. Prophets railed against its corruption not only because of human decadence but because it represented the resurgence of Enki's vision, a humanity that sought independence, guided by Marduk. To Enlil's loyalists, Babylon was the ultimate threat, a city that refused to remain subservient. Even in later history, Babylon's symbolism persists. In the Book of Revelation, it becomes the archetype of the great harlot, the city of abominations, destined for destruction. Why such hatred for a city long fallen? Because Babylon's true legacy was not its palaces or gardens. It was the idea of rebellion against divine order. To those who sought control, Babylon was the symbol of mankind's dangerous potential. Modern echoes of the Babel mystery are equally unsettling. The idea of a single global language and unified humanity is resurfacing in our own time, through technology, artificial intelligence, and global communication networks. The dream of reaching the heavens has returned through space exploration and satellite systems. Are we, unknowingly, repeating the project of Babel? And if so, will the same forces that shattered unity once before intervene again? The forbidden archaeology perspective suggests that the story of Babel is not a warning against pride, but a record of suppression. Humanity, guided by remnants of Anunnaki knowledge, reached for the stars. But the ruling gods struck back, fragmenting us to keep us weak. The Tower of Babel, then, is a monument not to arrogance, but to the price of ambition. Babylon's rise, its tower, and its fall remind us that civilization's path has never been linear. It has been shaped by forces beyond our comprehension, gods who feared our potential, and rebels who sought to unleash it. As we build our own towers, our rockets, our networks, our artificial intelligences, we must ask, will history repeat? Will the heirs of Enlil descend once more to scatter us? Or will Marduk's vision finally prevail, leading humanity into the destiny long denied? Babylon was not just an ancient city. It was the stage of humanity's first attempt to reclaim heaven, and the site of our first great suppression. Its ruins whisper of rebellion, ambition, and a cosmic struggle that has never truly ended. Throughout the sacred texts of the ancient world, there is one recurring enigma that refuses to be silenced: the existence of giants. Known in the Bible as the Nephilim, in Sumerian texts as the offspring of gods and humans, and in global myths as titans, demigods, or colossi, these beings are among the most mysterious figures in forbidden archaeology. Were they simply allegories for great rulers, or were they flesh and blood hybrids created in the laboratories of the Anunnaki? To understand the Nephilim is to uncover one of the darkest and most closely guarded secrets of humanity's origins. The Book of Genesis offers a cryptic clue. The sons of God came unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men of old, men of renown. To mainstream theology, these sons of God are interpreted as fallen angels, and their children, the Nephilim, were monstrous giants who corrupted the earth. But within the forbidden timeline, these were not angels at all. They were the Anunnaki themselves, or their direct emissaries, interbreeding with human women to produce a hybrid race. These hybrids were stronger, taller, and more intelligent than ordinary humans. But their existence presented a problem. They were outside the plan of control. Sumerian and Akkadian records also preserve fragments of this tale. The stories of Gilgamesh, a king who is described as 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, mirror the concept of Nephilim. Gilgamesh towered above men, possessed superhuman strength, and sought immortality. Was he one of these hybrids? And if so, how many others walked the earth before their memory was buried? Archaeological anomalies around the world seem to suggest their presence. Reports of oversized skeletons, sometimes measuring 8 to 12 feet tall, have surfaced for centuries. From the mounds of North America to the deserts of the Middle East, whispered discoveries hint at a hidden race erased from official history. While mainstream academia dismisses these claims as hoaxes or exaggerations, the sheer number of accounts suggests something deeper. Why would cultures separated by oceans and millennia all describe the same beings? Giants who ruled over men, built cyclopean structures, and then vanished. Consider the megalithic sites that defy explanation. Stone blocks weighing hundreds of tons cut and moved with precision, structures aligned with astronomical phenomena, fortresses built with walls so massive no ordinary humans could have erected them. Baalbek in Lebanon, with its colossal stone platform, Sacsayhuaman in Peru, with its polygonal masonry, and the Cyclopean walls of ancient Greece, all carry the same signature, a scale beyond human ability. Could these be the handiwork of the Nephilim, beings who combined the strength of the gods with the endurance of mortals? The biblical narrative reveals their fate. In the prelude to the flood, the Nephilim are described as corrupting the earth with violence and excess. Their size, strength, and appetite were said to consume resources, leading to chaos. It was for this reason, some traditions claim, that the Great Flood was unleashed, to wipe out the hybrids and restore balance. Enlil, the stern overlord, demanded their destruction. Enki, however, may have preserved their legacy, allowing traces of their bloodline to survive. Could it be that royal dynasties claiming divine ancestry are remnants of this hybrid lineage? Later echoes of the Nephilim appear in post-flood accounts. The Bible records giants in Canaan, like the Anakim and the Rephaim. The most famous, of course, is Goliath of Gath, whose battle with David has become legend. Yet Goliath is not described as an anomaly. He is one among many. The land of the giants, it seems, was a well-known region, not a fairy tale. Even in Greek mythology, the Gigantomachy tells of a war between gods and giants. In Hindu tradition, the Daityas were immense beings opposed to divine order. Every culture, every continent, remembers them. If the Nephilim were real, their presence would explain not only mythological tales but genetic mysteries. Some researchers speculate that unusual DNA markers, elongated skulls found in Peru, bloodline anomalies among certain royal families, or rare traits like gigantism, could be remnants of hybridization. This possibility, though unproven, has fueled speculation that elite bloodlines guard not just power, but genetic inheritance from these ancient beings. If true, it means the Nephilim never truly disappeared. They went underground, hidden within the ruling classes of the world. The suppression of the Nephilim narrative is striking. Many of the larger skeletons reported in the 19th and early 20th centuries, particularly in North America, were allegedly confiscated by institutions like the Smithsonian and never seen again. Why erase these finds? Perhaps because they contradict the official story of human evolution. If giants once walked the earth, it means humanity's history is not linear but manipulated, rewritten by forces with something to hide. In the forbidden archaeology framework, the Nephilim embody a warning and a prophecy. They were created outside the official order, and their presence nearly destroyed the balance of the earth. But they also represent what happens when knowledge and power escape the hands of the gods. The flood may have destroyed them, but fragments of their existence, ruins, legends, bloodlines, remain. And in some versions of prophecy, they are destined to return. The Book of Enoch, excluded from the biblical canon, describes not only the fall of the Watchers but also their judgment and possible reawakening in the last days. Could this be the prophecy of the Anunnaki timeline, that the giants of old will rise again when the cycle repeats? The question of the Nephilim forces us to reconsider everything. Were they heroes, villains, or simply experiments gone wrong? Did they gift humanity with technology, or did they enslave us with their might? Their traces haunt our myths, our ruins, and perhaps even our DNA. They are the missing link in the story of the Anunnaki, the bridge between gods and men, and the reminder that history has been deliberately obscured. As we advance in our own time, playing with genetic engineering, cloning, and artificial hybrids, we may be repeating the mistakes of the past. The Nephilim mystery is not just about ancient giants. It is about the danger of crossing boundaries set by higher powers. The ancient gods once wiped the slate clean to remove these hybrids. If we walk the same path, will history repeat once more? The Nephilim stand as both legend and warning, evidence of a time when the line between gods and men was blurred, and a reminder that what has happened before may yet happen again. Across the shifting sands of Mesopotamia, amidst ruined ziggurats and half-buried temples, whispers persist of a library that has never been found. It is said to be older than Alexandria, older than Nineveh's vast archives, older even than writing itself. This lost treasury of wisdom is known in forbidden archaeology circles as Enki's hidden archives. Mainstream historians speak of the thousands of cuneiform tablets unearthed in Sumer and Akkad, but those are fragments, shards of knowledge allowed to survive. The true, complete record, according to legend, was concealed by Enki himself, hidden away from the watchful eyes of Enlil and his loyalists. Within those archives, it is said, lie the secrets of humanity's origin, destiny, and the Anunnaki timeline itself. The myths speak in veiled tones. Enki, the Lord of Wisdom, was not only the patron of water and creation but also the keeper of the Me, cosmic tablets of order and knowledge. In Sumerian tradition, the Me contained everything that made civilization possible: kingship, law, music, technology, writing, agriculture, and even war. These were not just ideas, they were divine programs, encoded patterns of reality that could be bestowed or withheld. The myths describe Enki storing these in his temple at Eridu, guarding them jealously, then distributing them selectively. But if such tablets were entrusted to human kings, where are they now? Were they destroyed, or were they hidden? Some texts hint that Enki foresaw the coming of the flood and the attempt by Enlil to erase humanity. To counter this, he took precautions. Beyond warning Zeus Sudra to build the ark, Enki may have safeguarded humanity's future by burying archives in places that would survive catastrophe. Ancient sources reference knowledge stored beneath the Abzu, Enki's subterranean domain. Could this refer to a hidden vault, deep underground, possibly near Eridu itself, the world's first recorded city? Forbidden researchers speculate that this archive could be the source of sudden leaps in human history. How, after the flood, did humans so quickly rebuild? Why did writing, agriculture, and metallurgy emerge in full form, as though recovered from memory rather than discovered anew? Could it be that survivors were guided back to civilization using fragments of Enki's hidden knowledge? If so, the tablets were not merely myths but a real cache of technology and wisdom. Clues may lie scattered across the ancient world. The Temple of Enki at Eridu, once revered as the House of Wisdom, has yielded countless artifacts, but excavations have barely scratched its depths. Local legends tell of sealed chambers that archaeologists dared not open, fearing collapse or censorship. In other sites, like the buried ruins of Sippar, ancient texts claim entire libraries were hidden beneath temple floors. The Book of Jubilees, a Jewish text excluded from the biblical canon, even records that knowledge from before the flood was inscribed on stone pillars, to be rediscovered after disaster. If such archives exist, they remain tantalizingly out of reach. Theories about these archives extend beyond Mesopotamia. Some point to Egypt's Hall of Records, rumored to lie beneath the Sphinx. Others suggest connections with the mysterious underground chambers reported in Peru, or with the vast caves of Cappadocia in Turkey. Could these be fragments of Enki's global plan, multiple caches of knowledge seeded across the earth, waiting for rediscovery in a future age? If Enki intended humanity to rise again after Enlil's wrath, he would not have entrusted survival to chance. He would have hidden the tools of civilization where the faithful could one day find them. The possibility of lost archives also explains the strange bursts of knowledge throughout history. The sudden appearance of advanced mathematics in Babylon, the unexplained sophistication of Indus Valley city planning, the astronomical precision of the Mayans, were these the results of independent genius, or of rediscovered fragments from Enki's hidden treasure? Mainstream history calls these coincidences or mysteries of genius, but the forbidden perspective suggests a guiding hand, humanity stumbling upon remnants of a long-lost library. Why, then, are these archives still missing? One possibility is deliberate concealment. If Enlil's faction survived after the flood, their priority would have been to suppress Enki's legacy. Knowledge is power, and uncontrolled knowledge is rebellion. By restricting access to these records, the ruling powers could ensure humanity remained dependent, ignorant of its true origins. This may explain why so many ancient texts were destroyed, from the burning of the Library of Alexandria to the erasure of entire mythologies deemed heretical. Each act of destruction may have been part of a larger effort to bury Enki's gifts. Another possibility is timing. Some prophecies suggest the archives are meant to be revealed only when humanity is ready. The Sumerian myths describe the Me as dangerous if mishandled, powerful tools that could elevate or annihilate. Perhaps Enki hid them with the intent that they would resurface in an age when humanity could use them responsibly. Could our modern era, on the brink of genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and space travel be the time he foresaw? If so, then the sudden interest in lost civilizations, ancient mysteries, and hidden chambers beneath the earth may not be random curiosity but the awakening of an ancient program. Imagine what might be contained in such an archive: records of the Anunnaki's arrival, the true genetic blueprint of humanity, technologies capable of altering matter, energy, and consciousness. These would not be relics of the past but blueprints for the future, offering humanity the choice between enslavement and empowerment. But such revelations come with a price. If Enki's hidden archives are found, they will not remain in the hands of the discoverers for long. Governments, secret societies, or perhaps even the returning Anunnaki themselves would vie for control. The very act of opening these archives could trigger the next phase of the prophecy. The search continues in silence. Archaeologists dig beneath Mesopotamian sands, explorers probe the depths of forgotten ruins, and whispers circulate in forbidden circles of discoveries hushed up, artifacts spirited away to hidden vaults. Perhaps fragments of the archives have already been found, their knowledge seeded into our world quietly, shaping our science in ways we barely recognize. If so, then the shadow of Enki still walks among us, guiding, teaching, waiting. The lost archives are more than a treasure hunt. They are the key to understanding humanity's place in the universe. Were we slaves or partners? Was our destiny written by the gods, or hidden for us to claim when the time was right? Somewhere, beneath layers of stone and secrecy, Enki's answer waits. And when it emerges, the world will never be the same. From the moment Enki scattered seeds of forbidden wisdom among humanity, a shadow rose to counter it. That shadow was Enlil, the uncompromising commander of the Anunnaki, the heir to authority, and the enforcer of order. If Enki embodied liberation, curiosity, and the risk of rebellion, then Enlil represented the chains of control, the boundaries of obedience, and the punishment for overstepping divine limits. To understand the timeline of the Anunnaki, we must trace not only the gifts of Enki but also the mechanisms of suppression that Enlil deployed to keep humanity in check. In Mesopotamian texts, Enlil is portrayed as the god whose word was law. His command was absolute, and his decisions often harsh. Unlike Enki, who fraternized with mortals and bestowed knowledge, Enlil kept his distance. He is the god who decreed the great flood to wipe away mankind, claiming humanity had become too noisy, too restless. But noise here may be symbolic. It was not sound that troubled him, but independence. Humans had begun to act outside divine control, emboldened by Enki's gifts. For Enlil, this was intolerable. The flood narrative is perhaps the most dramatic example of suppression. Where Enki whispered salvation to Zeusudra, ensuring survival, Enlil intended total erasure. His plan was not random wrath, it was strategy. By erasing not only human populations but also the hybrid Nephilim, Enlil sought to reset the project, to return Earth to a controlled labor force, free of rebellion and tainted bloodlines. The flood was less a punishment than a purge, the ultimate act of censorship on a planetary scale. After the waters receded, Enlil's response grew more sophisticated. Recognizing that outright destruction would not permanently suppress human ambition, he turned instead to systems of control. These systems, embedded into civilization itself, would ensure obedience across generations. The first was hierarchy. Kingship, according to the Sumerian king list, was handed down from heaven. But this kingship was not a human invention, it was a divine imposition. Enlil's system ensured that rulers were seen as intermediaries of the gods, their authority sanctioned not by the people but by heaven. This model of centralized, top-down power became the blueprint for empires across history. The second method was religion. Temples dedicated to Enlil and his loyal faction became centers of authority. Priests interpreted divine will, ensuring that humans remained subservient. Myths cast Enlil as the supreme deity, while rebellious figures, often linked to Enki, were demonized. Knowledge was rewritten into dogma. Forbidden wisdom became sin, and curiosity became disobedience. Through religion, Enlil reshaped human consciousness, ensuring that fear of divine wrath kept us in line. The third tool was division. Where Enki encouraged unity, humanity speaking one language, building the Tower of Babel, Enlil shattered it. By scattering people, confusing tongues, and dividing tribes, he prevented humans from ever forming a united front. Fragmentation meant weakness, and weakness meant control. The story of Babel is more than myth. It is a record of deliberate suppression, ensuring humanity's energies were wasted on conflict and survival instead of progress and independence. Control extended into knowledge itself. Ancient texts hint at censored wisdom, scrolls destroyed, libraries burned, forbidden teachings outlawed. Enlil's agenda was clear: to restrict what humanity could know. The more dependent humans were on divine decree, the less likely they were to rebel. This may explain why so much ancient knowledge appears fragmented: snippets of advanced science hidden within myth, veiled allegories of astronomy or genetics disguised as stories. What we call mythology may in fact be censored history, fragments that slip through Enlil's net. Even the structure of law bears his imprint. Hammurabi's Code, often celebrated as humanity's first great legal text, explicitly invokes the gods as the source of justice. To disobey the king's law was to disobey the divine. By embedding divine authority into human governance, Enlil ensured that rebellion against rulers was framed as rebellion against heaven itself. In this way, systems of justice became systems of control, binding humanity not with chains but with belief. But suppression was not only spiritual, it was genetic. Some researchers speculate that after the flood, humanity was deliberately altered. Lifespans shortened dramatically in biblical records, from centuries to mere decades. Was this natural, or was it engineered? Perhaps Enlil ordered humanity's genetic potential capped, ensuring no mortal could rival the gods in longevity or wisdom. If true, then suppression was written into our very DNA, an invisible leash keeping us from evolving too quickly. The echoes of Enlil's strategy are visible even today. Systems of hierarchy, centralized religion, suppression of knowledge, and division among peoples are not relics of the past. They are the foundation of modern civilization. Wars divide nations, ideologies pit humans against one another, while access to information is carefully curated by institutions of power. These patterns bear the same signature as the ancient myths: control disguised as order. Could it be that Enlil's influence never vanished, but endures in the structures of governance and authority around us? The prophecy of the Anunnaki's return often warns of a coming reset. Could this be Enlil's final play? If humanity has once again grown too noisy, too advanced, too rebellious, might he seek another purge? Climate chaos, pandemics, or engineered catastrophes could all serve the same role as the flood, a cleansing reset to restore obedience. To those who guard his legacy, suppression is not cruelty, it is necessity. For in their eyes, uncontrolled humanity is dangerous, a force that could rival the gods themselves. Yet suppression breeds resistance. Enlil's harsh measures spark sympathy for Enki, fueling humanity's desire for forbidden knowledge. Every time knowledge is censored, curiosity grows. Every time freedom is denied, rebellion stirs. The battle between suppression and awakening is the heartbeat of the human story, and it is a battle we still live within. Enlil's legacy is both warning and curse. It reminds us that control can masquerade as order, that obedience can disguise enslavement, and that the line between civilization and captivity is thinner than we imagine. His methods worked for millennia, shaping the rise of kings and priests, empires, and laws. But in the forbidden timeline, his grip is not eternal. The archives of Enki still wait. The memory of rebellion still burns. And the prophecy suggests that humanity will one day face the choice again: submission to Enlil's control, or the dangerous freedom offered by Enki's wisdom. Suppression was never just about survival, it was about dominance. And as the cycle repeats, we must ask ourselves, are we still living under Enlil's shadow, mistaking his chains for civilization itself? In the grand tapestry of Mesopotamian myths, one figure looms larger than life, not only as a god of Babylon but as a usurper, a challenger to the cosmic hierarchy itself. That figure is Marduk, the son of Enki, and the one who would rise from relative obscurity to claim the throne of heaven and earth. His story is not just about Babylon's glory, it is about rebellion, ambition, and the shifting balance of power among the Anunnaki. To understand Marduk's rise is to glimpse the moment when the forbidden struggle between Enki and Enlil reached its most explosive climax. The Enuma Elish, Babylon's creation epic, tells the tale in dramatic form. In this myth, the primordial gods Apsu and Tiamat give birth to younger deities. Conflict erupts between generations, and the world teeters on chaos. Into this storm steps Marduk, armed with bow, net, and storm winds. He slays Tiamat, splits her body, and fashions the heavens and the earth from her remains. Then he takes the tablets of destiny, symbols of supreme authority, and declares himself king of the gods. On the surface, this reads like mythological theatre. But within the forbidden timeline, it encodes something more: Marduk's historical struggle to overthrow Enlil's supremacy and elevate Babylon as the new center of divine power. Before Marduk, the seat of authority shifted from city to city. Eridu, Ur, Nippur, Uruk, each aligned with a different god. Enlil's dominance was clear, with Nippur as the heart of order. But when kingship descended from heaven again, it landed in Babylon. Why? Because Marduk seized it. The Enuma Elish was not merely literature. It was political propaganda, crafted to legitimize Babylon's ascendance by rewriting cosmic history. It declared that the old order of Enlil was over, and that Marduk, son of Enki, now held the tablets of destiny. The war for supremacy was not fought with myths alone. Historical records suggest fierce conflict between factions. Babylon's rise coincided with wars that toppled older dynasties, destroyed rival cities, and reshaped the region. Behind these struggles may lie the deeper war of gods, Enlil's loyalists clinging to order, and Enki's faction, through Marduk, pushing for a new era. Each victory for Babylon was a victory for Enki's bloodline, and each defeat for rivals like Assur or Ur reflected Enlil's weakening grasp. Marduk's personality, as reconstructed from texts, reveals why he was so dangerous to the old guard. He combined Enki's cunning with ambition of his own. Unlike his father, who often acted from the shadows, Marduk sought open supremacy. He did not settle for whispering secrets to mortals. He demanded worship, power, and recognition. This boldness is why later traditions cast him as both hero and villain. To the Babylonians, he was savior and king. To his enemies, he was a rebel who overturned the natural order. The Tower of Babel story may also be tied to Marduk's rise. As Babylon's patron god, Marduk oversaw humanity's attempt to build a tower with its top in the heavens. Was this project an effort to restore lost Anunnaki technology, perhaps a launch tower or communication hub? If so, it represented Marduk's plan to reconnect humanity with the stars, bypassing Enlil's restrictions. The destruction of the project, and the scattering of languages, was Enlil's counterstroke, a desperate attempt to cripple Marduk's ambitions by dividing his human base of support. The scale of Marduk's ambition cannot be overstated. He did not simply want to rule Babylon, he wanted to rule the cosmos. In taking the tablets of destiny, he claimed authority over all decrees of heaven and earth. If Enlil represented the established order of law, then Marduk represented revolution, the rewriting of law itself. This shift echoes in human history. Babylon's rise signaled not just another empire, but a complete restructuring of divine politics. Humanity was caught in the crossfire of a cosmic coup. But Marduk's supremacy came at a cost. The myths hint at fierce resistance. Some gods opposed his rise, sparking wars among divine factions. Others fled or were banished. The chaos of the Late Bronze Age, with collapsing civilizations and burning cities, may reflect the fallout of these struggles. Could the gods' wars have played out through human proxies, with armies clashing under banners of divine allegiance? If so, then the story of Marduk is not only myth but the hidden history of global upheaval. Later traditions outside Mesopotamia also carry echoes of Marduk. In Canaanite mythology, Baal slays the sea monster Yam and claims kingship. In Greek myth, Zeus overthrows the Titans to establish his rule. In both, a younger god rises by force against an older order. Are these cultural retellings of the same cosmic drama, the story of Marduk recast in new tongues? If so, it suggests his rebellion was not local but universal, reverberating across civilizations as a memory of divine upheaval. The legacy of Marduk is complex. On one hand, he represents liberation from Enlil's rigid control. Through Babylon, humanity flourished. Arts, law, architecture, astronomy all advanced under his patronage. On the other hand, his hunger for power foreshadows danger. If Marduk sought supremacy above all, was he truly humanity's ally, or simply another master wearing a different mask? This duality makes him one of the most fascinating figures in the Anunnaki timeline, savior to some, tyrant to others. Even today, whispers of Marduk persist in esoteric circles. Some claim secret societies still honor him, preserving fragments of his forbidden knowledge. Others suggest that modern systems of power, financial, political, military, are echoes of Babylonian control, descendants of Marduk's vision. If true, then the war for supremacy never ended. It simply shifted into hidden arenas, shaping the destiny of nations under veiled banners. And what of prophecy? Some traditions warn of a time when Marduk will return, claiming the throne once more. His name appears in apocalyptic texts as a destroyer, a celestial body or force that will descend upon the earth in the end times. Could this be symbolic, or could it refer to the return of Marduk himself, or his lineage, to reassert control in the final cycle of the Anunnaki's timeline? If so, humanity may soon face a choice: submission to Enlil's strict order, or allegiance to Marduk's ambition. The rise of Marduk is more than ancient myth. It is the story of rebellion, the reordering of cosmic power, and the birth of Babylon as the axis of forbidden history. His war for supremacy reshaped not only the gods' world but ours, leaving traces in texts, ruins, and prophecies. And as the cycle turns, the question remains: has Marduk's war truly ended, or is it only waiting to begin again? Across the tablets of Mesopotamia, the scrolls of later prophets, and the whispered traditions of secret priesthoods, one theme repeats with chilling persistence: the gods will return. The Anunnaki were not spoken of as distant deities who abandoned the earth forever, but as rulers on a cycle, bound to time itself. Their coming and going was marked by prophecy, by celestial signs, and by warnings carved in stone. To the people of the ancient world, these were not metaphors. They were schedules, timelines, and countdowns. The frightening implication is that those cycles might not yet be complete, and that we may be standing on the threshold of their promised return. The Sumerian texts, some of the oldest written records on Earth, contain hints of this prophecy. In the king list, rulers are described as reigning for impossibly long spans of time, only to be swept away by catastrophic floods or wars. But the pattern does not stop with the past. Some of the same texts mention that kingship descended from heaven more than once, as if the gods left, returned, and re-established control at intervals. These phrases sound innocent in isolation, but together they suggest that humanity was being prepared for repeated interventions, a cyclical reappearance of the Anunnaki whenever balance collapsed or their plans required adjustment. The prophecies of Marduk are even more explicit. Babylonian texts describe his exile, his return, and his eventual claim to supremacy. But the chilling part comes in the warnings tied to celestial movements. Marduk's rise was linked to a star or planet associated with him, which was said to move through the skies on a long and dangerous orbit. When it appeared, upheaval would follow, empires would fall, cities would burn, and new orders would be established. If Marduk is more than myth, then his star may not be symbolic at all but an astronomical body whose return was tracked and feared. Beyond Mesopotamia, other cultures carried echoes of the same prophecy. The Mayans recorded cycles of creation and destruction, tied to celestial calendars that reset after thousands of years. The Hopi people of North America told of previous worlds destroyed when humanity strayed from the path, with warnings that the Kachanas, sky beings, would return at the end of the current age. In Jewish and Christian scriptures, the Book of Daniel and the Book of Revelation describe heavenly beings who will descend in judgment, bringing war and fire. Though separated by geography and belief, these traditions share a single, haunting message: the sky gods left with a promise, and their return would mark both destruction and renewal. The Assyrian omen texts provide another layer of insight. These documents were not myth, but practical manuals, lists of what certain celestial signs meant. A comet in one direction, an eclipse at another time, the rising of a certain constellation, all were treated as messages from the gods. Some of these omens directly warned of the return of the Lord or the reappearance of the Watchers. For ancient kings, these were not abstract ideas but threats that shaped military campaigns and political decisions. They lived in fear that their thrones were temporary placeholders, waiting for divine masters to reclaim their rule. There are also hints of a prophecy tied to Nibiru, a mysterious celestial body mentioned in Babylonian records. According to some interpretations, Nibiru was not just a planet but the very dwelling place of the Anunnaki, orbiting on a vast, elongated path that brought it near Earth only once in many millennia. Its appearance in the sky would herald upheaval, judgment, and the gods' return. While mainstream scholars dismiss this as misinterpretation, the symbolism cannot be ignored. The ancients linked divine reappearances with long cosmic cycles, and they believed that at some point, those cycles would bring the Anunnaki back into the human world. Perhaps most unsettling are the prophecies encoded not in words, but in architecture. Ancient ziggurats, pyramids, and stone monuments were aligned with stars and solstices, as if designed to function as cosmic clocks. The Great Pyramid of Giza aligns with Orion's belt, a constellation associated with Osiris and other sky kings. The ziggurat of Babylon was aligned with the paths of Jupiter and Venus, planets tied to Marduk and Ishtar. These structures may have been more than temples. They may have been countdowns, silent reminders that the gods' return was linked to predictable celestial mechanics. If we follow this reasoning, the current age becomes deeply unsettling. Many of the cycles recorded by ancient cultures, Mayan calendars, Sumerian predictions, and astronomical timelines, converge around our modern era. The Mayan long count ended in 2012, sparking speculation of apocalyptic return. Modern astronomers are once again searching for a Planet 9 on a massive orbit beyond Pluto, eerily similar to descriptions of Nibiru. Global upheavals, climate shifts, and social chaos feel like echoes of the destruction cycles described in prophecy. Could it be that we are living in the window that the ancients warned about? The implications of these prophecies are enormous. If the Anunnaki truly left with the promise of return, then humanity's history is not moving randomly. It is heading toward a climax. Wars, plagues, collapses, and the rise of global systems may not be coincidences but symptoms of an approaching event. And if the gods return, will they come as saviors, judges, or conquerors? The myths are divided. Some speak of liberation and enlightenment, others of slavery and destruction. Perhaps both are true, depending on which faction of the Anunnaki arrives first. As with all great mysteries, doubt remains. Were these prophecies literal or symbolic? Did ancient priests invent cycles to explain natural disasters, or were they preserving knowledge of real celestial events? Skeptics argue that human imagination filled the gaps of astronomy with divine narratives. But even if that were true, the consistency across cultures, separated by oceans and centuries, is difficult to dismiss. How could so many civilizations invent the same prophecy of returning sky gods unless they were remembering the same event? In the end, the prophecies of the return remain among the most dangerous elements of the Anunnaki timeline. They suggest not only that humanity was shaped in the past, but that our present is being guided toward an appointed hour. If that prophecy is true, then we may be living not in an age of independence, but in the final intermission before the curtain rises once more. The gods who came from the heavens promise to return, and the shadows of their prophecy may already be falling across our world. The story of the Anunnaki is not only preserved in myths and epics, it is carved directly into the bones of the earth. Across Mesopotamia and beyond, archaeologists have unearthed tablets, stelae, and inscriptions that bear silent testimony to warnings too urgent to be left to oral tradition. These forbidden texts, often hidden in temple vaults or buried beneath fallen ziggurats, speak not of abstract philosophy but of danger, prophecy, and rules imposed by beings from the heavens. They reveal commands, threats, and ominous reminders of what happens when humans stray from divine decrees. To read them today is to feel a chill, as if the ancients were not only writing for themselves but for us. The Sumerian clay tablets are the first witnesses. Written in cuneiform, their wedge-shaped markings detail contracts, hymns, and agricultural records. But among these mundane accounts lie stranger inscriptions. Some tablets, often dismissed as myth, describe moments when the gods punished mankind with plagues, famines, and floods for disobedience. The famous flood tablet from the Epic of Gilgamesh does more than tell a story of survival. It records the wrath of the gods as an eternal warning. Embedded within its lines is a clear message. The Anunnaki had the power to reset the human experiment, and they would not hesitate to do so again if control was lost. The curse tablets of Mesopotamia offer an even sharper insight. These texts were often written by kings and priests under divine instruction, and they threatened anyone who dared to defile temples or alter decrees. The language is chilling: invocations for sickness, infertility, and death upon violators. But the power behind these curses was not imagined. It was attributed directly to the authority of the gods. To defy the temple was to defy the Anunnaki, and the tablets make it clear that such defiance would bring catastrophic retribution. In a world where gods still walked among men, these were not symbolic warnings but written contracts between mortals and their masters. One of the most intriguing inscriptions is the Sumerian Eridu Genesis. Preserved on fragmentary tablets, it recounts how the gods decided to flood the world to silence humanity, whose noise and growth had become intolerable. Enki, sympathetic to mankind, secretly warned his chosen servant Ziusudra, instructing him to build a boat to survive the deluge. Here again, the stone carries a warning across the ages. Humanity lives at the mercy of decisions made by powers beyond our comprehension, and survival depends not on strength, but on obedience, or on the mercy of a rebel god. Outside Mesopotamia, similar warnings appear. The Code of Hammurabi, often remembered as one of the first legal codes, ends with curses upon anyone who alters or disobeys the king's decrees. Hammurabi claimed he was appointed directly by Marduk, and the punishments he inscribed were framed as divine justice. To disobey the law was to challenge Marduk himself. The stela that bears this code is both law and warning, a stone reminder that the rule of gods was not metaphorical but political, enforced through divine-backed kingship. Even more ominous are texts that speak not only of punishment but of the gods' eventual return. Babylonian astronomical tablets, written by priest scholars, recorded the motions of planets and stars with obsessive precision. They were not merely stargazers. They believed the heavens were a calendar of prophecy. Several tablets warned that when certain alignments occurred, the Lord will return or the throne will be overturned. These warnings were carved with the gravity of inevitability. The ancients believed they were observing not just the sky, but a countdown etched into the fabric of time. In Egypt, too, stone bore forbidden messages. Pyramid texts and coffin inscriptions describe the return of the Shining Ones, beings who descended in shafts of light to claim the souls of kings. While often interpreted as afterlife imagery, they also functioned as warnings. The gods who once ruled the earth were not gone. They watched from the heavens, ready to descend again. Temples aligned with celestial events like solstices and star risings acted as both places of worship and as time markers, reminding priests and rulers that divine cycles dictated earthly fate. The Hittite and Assyrian civilizations left behind their own carved threats. In the ruins of Assyrian palaces, inscriptions detail how gods demanded loyalty and tribute, warning that rebellion would bring annihilation. When cities were destroyed by fire, conquerors often attributed it not merely to military might but to divine judgment. Each conquest became a living inscription of the god's power, with stele erected in conquered lands proclaiming, "This is what happens when you defy divine law." Perhaps the most haunting aspect of these forbidden texts is their deliberate preservation. Unlike ordinary records, which crumbled or were recycled, many warning inscriptions were placed in foundations, buried beneath temples, or sealed within walls. Archaeologists often find them in places never meant to be seen by human eyes again, hidden messages for the future. It is as though the ancients knew their civilizations would fall, but believed the warnings had to survive. They were not writing for themselves. They were writing for us, the descendants who would uncover their ruins. What, then, are we to make of these warnings? Mainstream scholars reduce them to superstition, explaining curses and prophecies as primitive psychology. Yet their consistency across time and cultures cannot be ignored. From Sumer to Babylon, from Egypt to the Hittites, the message carved in stone remains the same. Humanity lives under the watch of beings from the heavens, and disobedience to their decrees will bring catastrophe. The ancients believed this so firmly that they immortalized it in stone, knowing stone would outlast papyrus, wood, and flesh. The modern implications are unsettling. If these warnings were based on myth, they are relics of fear. But if they were based on real interactions with the Anunnaki, then the curses and prophecies may still stand. Could humanity, in its rebellion against natural order and divine law, be walking into the same punishments once described on tablets buried thousands of years ago? If the return of the gods is not a metaphor but a scheduled event, then those warnings were not meant for long-dead kings. They were meant for us, living in the age when the cycle might complete. Every cracked tablet, every broken stela, every hidden inscription whispers the same message. Remember. Remember who ruled you. Remember the price of disobedience. Remember the promise of their return. These forbidden texts do not simply preserve history. They carry a warning into the future, one that we may be closer to confronting than we dare to admit. Throughout history, whispers of lost civilizations have haunted the imagination of scholars, mystics, and seekers of forbidden truths. From the ruins of Mesopotamia to the sunken temples of the Pacific, humanity's memory is filled with fragments of forgotten worlds, advanced societies that rose suddenly, thrived with unimaginable power, and then vanished as if erased from existence. The question has always been the same. How did these civilizations appear so advanced, so quickly? And why did they leave behind mysteries that defy explanation? To many researchers of forbidden archaeology, the answer lies in the shadow of the Anunnaki. These beings, said to have descended from the heavens, may have seeded and influenced entire civilizations, only to let them crumble when their plans shifted. The most famous of these lost worlds is Atlantis. First described by Plato, Atlantis was said to be a mighty island empire that possessed technologies and knowledge far beyond its age. Its temples gleamed with orichalcum, its cities boasted advanced engineering, and its fleets commanded the seas. Yet, in a single day and night of catastrophe, it sank beneath the waves. While mainstream historians dismiss Atlantis as allegory, alternative researchers see something more, a memory of an Anunnaki experiment. Could Atlantis have been a colony of sky gods, a testing ground for human hybrid societies, destroyed either by cosmic catastrophe or by deliberate divine judgment? The parallels to Mesopotamian flood myths are striking. A golden age of knowledge, followed by corruption, followed by sudden destruction, a cycle echoed across every culture. To the west, in the jungles of Central and South America, rise the ruins of the Maya and Olmec civilizations. These societies displayed astonishing astronomical knowledge, perfectly aligned calendars, and pyramid architecture eerily similar to that of Mesopotamia and Egypt. The Olmecs carved colossal heads from basalt, depicting figures with distinctly non-native features, broad faces, strange helmets, and eyes that some researchers argue resemble depictions of ancient astronauts. Where did this inspiration come from? The Maya, too, spoke of gods who descended from the sky and promised to return. Their long count calendar charted cycles spanning thousands of years, with an obsessive focus on cosmic alignments. Were they keeping time for the Anunnaki's reappearance? Across the ocean, the ancient Egyptians built monuments that remain beyond the full understanding of modern engineers. The Great Pyramid, aligned to celestial bodies with impossible precision, stands as a timeless enigma. Carved on temple walls are depictions of the Shining Ones, gods who came from the stars and ruled over Egypt's first dynasties. According to tradition, the god Osiris descended in a radiant craft, and Thoth bestowed writing and knowledge. These gods were not distant abstractions. They were rulers who walked among men. Egypt's civilization did not grow slowly. It erupted in a sudden flowering of architecture, art, and science. Many suspect this leap was guided by outside hands, the Anunnaki, imparting fragments of their forbidden knowledge before vanishing once again. Further east, the Indus Valley civilization remains one of history's strangest mysteries. Its cities, like Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, boasted advanced sewage systems, uniform city grids, and signs of sophisticated governance. Yet no grand temples or palaces dominate their ruins. Instead, the people seemed organized around some unknown central authority. Even stranger, archaeologists discovered evidence of sudden destruction. Skeletons found lying in streets, fused with radiation-like burns, as if struck by a cataclysmic weapon. Ancient Indian texts like the Mahabharata describe flying crafts called vimanas and weapons resembling nuclear blasts. Could the Indus Valley have been another Anunnaki outpost, destroyed in a war between rival factions? In the Pacific, legends speak of Lemuria, a vast land swallowed by the sea. Indigenous traditions from Hawaii to Madagascar remember a lost homeland, destroyed by fire and water. Some researchers connect Lemuria to megalithic ruins scattered across the Pacific, such as Nan Madol in Micronesia, a city of massive stone blocks built on coral reefs with no known technology capable of moving them. Who built these impossible structures, and why? If the Anunnaki spread across the globe, seeding different experiments, then Lemuria may have been one of their earliest colonies, erased when it no longer served their timeline. Even in Europe, echoes remain. The megalithic builders of Stonehenge and other ancient sites demonstrated astronomical precision far beyond what tribal societies should have achieved. The stones align with solstices, eclipses, and lunar cycles. Yet mainstream explanations falter when trying to explain how primitive peoples transported and erected stones weighing up to 40 tons. Some theories suggest these sites were not mere ritual centers but celestial observatories, built with knowledge imparted by beings who understood the mechanics of the heavens. Were the Anunnaki behind these alignments, giving early humans the tools to measure time, predict cycles, and await their return? What unites all these lost civilizations is a pattern: sudden emergence, inexplicable advancement, divine contact, and catastrophic collapse. It is as if humanity was given sparks of knowledge, only to have them extinguished when the gods withdrew. The ruins are not random. They form a global map of intervention, a trail of fingerprints left behind by the Anunnaki. Each site tells the same story in a different language. The gods came, taught, ruled, and left destruction in their wake. Modern researchers often note the similarities between myths of these cultures. Floods, sky beings, star knowledge, and promises of return appear again and again. Coincidence? Or a single reality, fragmented into myths as civilizations rose and fell? If the Anunnaki timeline is real, then these lost civilizations were not isolated experiments but chapters in a larger narrative, a story of control, rebellion, and destiny written across continents. The implications are staggering. If the Anunnaki shaped these civilizations, then human history is not the story of independent progress but of managed development. Our lost worlds were perhaps never meant to last. They were stepping stones, temporary projects in a divine timeline that stretches across millennia. And if that is true, then what we call collapse may not have been failure at all, but deliberate resets, experiments ended to make way for the next. The ruins that stand today are more than archaeological puzzles. They are warnings. They remind us that advanced civilizations can vanish overnight, leaving only stones and myths behind. They whisper that humanity is not the master of its destiny, but a participant in a cycle controlled by beings we barely understand. And as the prophecies of return grow louder, we must ask, are we the next lost civilization, destined to fall when the Anunnaki cycle turns once again? For centuries, the question of human origins has lingered in both science and mythology. Are we the product of natural evolution, or did something intervene in our past? The Anunnaki timeline suggests a third, far more unsettling possibility, that humanity was not only guided but engineered. Hidden within the double helix of our DNA may lie the fingerprints of our creators, traces of forbidden tampering that transformed primitive hominids into the beings we are today. The genetic puzzle is not just about who we are, it is about who made us and why. Mainstream science champions Darwinian evolution, mapping the gradual journey from ape-like ancestors to modern Homo sapiens. Yet even within this narrative, anomalies remain. The so-called missing links, sudden leaps in brain capacity, and inexplicable bursts of cultural advancement defy the slow crawl of natural selection. Around 200,000 years ago, Homo sapiens emerged with remarkable abilities, advanced language, symbolic thought, and complex social structures. Why here, why then, and why so suddenly? Some geneticists quietly admit that the transition looks less like random mutation and more like an intentional rewrite. The Sumerian creation texts offer a provocative explanation. According to the Atrahasis epic, the gods grew weary of laboring on the earth. They needed workers. Enki, the god of wisdom and science, proposed a solution, fashion anew being by combining the essence of gods with the clay of the earth. With the help of the goddess Ninhursag, they mixed divine blood with the genetic material of early hominids, producing the first humans, being strong enough to labor yet intelligent enough to serve. This account, dismissed as myth, mirrors what modern science calls genetic engineering. Where clay tablets speak of mixing blood and flesh, today we speak of DNA splicing and hybridization. The genetic puzzle deepens when we examine the human genome. In 2000, the Human Genome Project revealed something extraordinary. Only about 2 of our DNA codes for proteins, while the remaining 98, once called junk DNA, has mysterious functions. Some researchers, including fringe scientists outside the mainstream, suggest that this so-called junk may be a repository of encrypted information or remnants of deliberate modification. Even more bizarre are the anomalies found in certain gene clusters, such as the FOXP2 gene, linked to speech and language. This gene appears to have undergone a sudden transformation roughly 200,000 years ago, the same time frame as humanity's unexplained leap forward. Was this the very upgrade described in the Sumerian tablets? Another striking anomaly is the presence of fused chromosome 2 in humans. Unlike other primates, who carry 24 pairs of chromosomes, humans have only 23. Chromosome 2 appears to be the result of a sudden fusion of 2 ancestral chromosomes, a fusion so precise and stable that it enabled humanity's unique development. Evolution could theoretically produce such a fusion, but the odds are slim. Could this be the genetic signature of the Anunnaki, a deliberate marker of their intervention? Some researchers speculate that this fusion was engineered to make humanity distinct, setting us apart from other primates as a hybrid creation. Mitochondrial DNA, passed down through the maternal line, adds another layer of mystery. Studies suggest that all modern humans can trace their ancestry back to a genetic Eve who lived roughly 200,000 years ago, the same window the Sumerians described as the birth of humanity. To mainstream science, this is coincidence. To those who study forbidden archaeology, it is confirmation. Our species' mother may not have been a random mutation but a laboratory creation, designed by Enki and Ninhursag in service of the Anunnaki project. Legends across cultures echo this theme of divine genetic manipulation. In the Bible, Genesis tells of Adam created from the dust, brought to life by the breath of God. In Mesoamerica, the gods mold humans from maize dough mixed with divine essence. In Africa, the Dogon people speak of the Nomo, amphibious sky beings, who altered humanity to prepare us for civilization. Each story, though told in different tongues, describes the same pattern: humanity shaped, altered, or uplifted by beings from the heavens. Modern genetic science has begun to catch up with these ancient whispers. The rise of CRISPR technology shows that we now possess the ability to edit DNA with precision, introducing new traits, erasing weaknesses, even blending species. What we are only just learning to do, the Anunnaki may have mastered eons ago. Could it be that our current advances in biotechnology are not new discoveries but rediscoveries, echoes of knowledge once bestowed upon us by our creators? There are even more startling claims. Some researchers suggest that within our DNA may lie dormant codes, switches that have yet to be activated. Could these be part of the Anunnaki's original design, safeguards or future upgrades waiting for the right trigger? Ancient prophecies that speak of a transformation of man or a new age of awakening might not be metaphorical but literal. A genetic shift embedded long ago, programmed to activate when the timeline reaches its climax. Critics argue that such ideas stretch the limits of science, and indeed, mainstream genetics remains cautious. Yet even Nobel Prize-winning scientists have admitted that parts of the human genome look as if written by an advanced programmer. One geneticist compared it to a computer code too complex to have arisen by chance. If that is the case, then who, or what, was the programmer? The implications of this genetic puzzle are profound. If humanity was engineered, then free will itself may be an illusion, our destiny scripted within strands of DNA designed by beings we once called gods. But perhaps the most disturbing possibility is that the Anunnaki did not finish their work. If they embedded instructions or dormant sequences in our genome, then humanity may still be evolving under their unseen guidance. Our future, like our past, may not truly be our own. And yet, within this dark puzzle lies hope. If we are hybrids, then we are also unique, carrying within us both the essence of the earth and the spark of the stars. Perhaps the Anunnaki intended us to be slaves, but in their design, they gave us potential beyond their control. Consciousness, creativity, compassion, these may be the unplanned results of their experiment, gifts that make us more than tools. Still, the central question remains, will the Anunnaki return to reclaim what they created, to reactivate the codes they planted, to complete the genetic project they began? The answer may already be written in our blood, hidden in sequences we have yet to decode. The human genome is a text, one as ancient and forbidden as any clay tablet, and its secrets may reveal not only where we came from but what we are destined to become. Throughout history, secret societies have woven a shadowy thread through the fabric of civilization. They operate in whispers, symbols, and rituals, always guarding knowledge that the masses are denied. At first glance, their existence seems tied to politics, religion, or personal power. But if we look deeper, through the lens of the Anunnaki timeline, we uncover a far more unsettling connection. What if these hidden groups were not just human constructs but continuations of a much older legacy? A legacy rooted in forbidden knowledge passed down by the gods of Sumer themselves. The Sumerian tablets describe the Anunnaki as beings who brought not only agriculture and kingship but also cosmic wisdom. When they departed, or at least withdrew from public rule, that knowledge could not simply vanish. Instead, it had to be preserved, carefully guarded, and restricted to chosen bloodlines or initiates. The mystery deepens when we notice that many secret societies throughout history trace their origins back to an ancient time when gods walked among men. From the priesthoods of Babylon and Egypt to the Knights Templar, the Rosicrucians, and the Freemasons, all carry echoes of an inheritance too powerful to be given freely to humanity. The Babylonian priesthood may be the earliest example. They held rituals and astronomical knowledge said to have been passed down by the gods themselves. Their ziggurats were not only temples but observatories, aligning with stars and planets in ways that modern science still marvels at. To the uninitiated, these were holy acts of worship. But to those within the inner circle, they may have been encoded instructions, a cosmic calendar pointing toward a return, a prophecy hidden in the stars. The priests became gatekeepers, ensuring that the true purpose of these alignments remained concealed from the people. Centuries later, Egyptian mystery schools carried forward similar practices. The god Thoth, known as the Keeper of Wisdom, was said to have inscribed secrets in the books of the dead and the hidden texts of Hermeticism. Initiates into these schools underwent trials, symbolic deaths, and rebirths to gain access to higher truths. Could it be that these rituals were echoes of Anunnaki genetic manipulation, symbolic reenactments of humanity's transformation from clay to consciousness? What if Thoth himself was a memory of Enki, the god scientist of Sumer, under a new name, ensuring that knowledge of creation remained under tight control? Fast forward to medieval Europe, where the Knights Templar emerged as guardians of mysteries recovered during the Crusades. Legends claim they discovered secret texts and relics beneath the Temple of Solomon, relics that may have contained fragments of Anunnaki technology or knowledge. Their sudden rise to power, wealth, and influence threatened even kings and popes. Some scholars suggest that the Templars were in possession of ancient Sumerian knowledge disguised as Christian relics. Their downfall, orchestrated by fearful monarchs, scattered this knowledge into the shadows, where it resurfaced in other societies like the Freemasons. The Freemasons themselves present one of the clearest examples of continuity. Their rituals, symbols, and architecture point directly to ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt. The square and compass, the all-seeing eye, the pillars of Boaz and Jachin, all mirror symbols found in Sumerian and Babylonian temples. Many researchers argue that the Masonic great architect of the universe may not be the Christian God at all, but a veiled reference to the Anunnaki, those who literally architected humanity through genetic manipulation and cosmic design. If this is true, then Freemasonry becomes not just a fraternal order but a living continuation of the Anunnaki priesthood. Other secret societies followed similar patterns. The Rosicrucians cloak themselves in mysticism, promising enlightenment through hidden knowledge. Their teachings included alchemy, sacred geometry, and esoteric astronomy, all subjects with roots in Sumerian lore. Even modern groups, such as the Illuminati, borrow heavily from ancient symbols that can be traced back to the earliest depictions of the Anunnaki. These societies did not invent their mysteries, they inherited them. Their true purpose, it seems, was to keep alive the timeline, the prophecy, and the knowledge that one day the gods might return. One particularly chilling theory suggests that secret societies have not only preserved Anunnaki knowledge but actively serve them. According to this idea, bloodlines of rulers, bankers, and elites are carefully maintained to ensure continuity of control. Some point to the repeated emphasis on royal blood or blue blood in history, hinting at a genetic legacy tied to the Anunnaki themselves. Could it be that the Anunnaki ensured their influence not by staying visible, but by embedding their essence within human elites, guiding societies through invisible hands? The rituals of these societies offer further clues. Masonic initiations, with their symbolic deaths and rebirths, mirror not only Egyptian rites but the very act of genetic transformation, the shift from base human to something greater. The use of symbols like the eye, the serpent, and the winged disc directly connect to Sumerian iconography. It is as though these societies are staging reenactments of the creation myth, reminding their initiates of humanity's origins and their duty to guard forbidden truths. Skeptics dismiss these connections as coincidences, the recycling of symbols across cultures. Yet when we map them along the Anunnaki timeline, the pattern becomes difficult to ignore. Every era has its secret guardians. Every age, its hidden keepers of knowledge. The question is, what knowledge are they protecting, and for whom? Perhaps the most disturbing implication is that these societies are not simply preserving history, they are preparing for prophecy. Many of their teachings point to a coming age of transformation, a time when hidden truths will be revealed, and humanity will either ascend or fall. Could this be the final prophecy of the Anunnaki timeline? If so, then these secret societies are not only historians but actors in a cosmic drama, waiting for the curtain to rise on humanity's ultimate test. When viewed through this lens, modern power structures take on a new dimension. Governments, financial systems, and even global institutions may be influenced, directly or indirectly, by the ancient agenda preserved within these societies. If the Anunnaki timeline is real, then secret societies are not conspiracies of men but instruments of gods. This raises a haunting possibility. Have we ever truly been free? Or have we been living within a system carefully managed for millennia, our beliefs, politics, and wars orchestrated to keep us aligned with a timeline written long before recorded history? The secret societies, in this view, are not anomalies. They are the keepers of humanity's leash. Yet, there may be hope in this knowledge. If we can decode the symbols, unravel the rituals, and understand the legacy left to us, perhaps we can step out of the shadow of control. Perhaps the very secrets meant to enslave can empower us, if we dare to see them for what they are. The Anunnaki and the rise of secret societies remind us that history is not just written in textbooks but hidden in lodges, temples, and forbidden archives. And as we move closer to the culmination of the timeline, the veil may lift, revealing whether these societies serve humanity or its ancient masters. For thousands of years, humanity has lived beneath the weight of prophecy. From the oldest Sumerian tablets to modern apocalyptic scriptures, we see one recurring theme: the gods will return. The Anunnaki timeline, when pieced together from fragmented myths, forbidden texts, and hidden archaeology, suggests that this return is not merely symbolic, it may be an event already set in motion. The question is not if, but when, and whether humanity's role in this prophecy is one of liberation or subjugation. Are we awaiting the fulfillment of divine destiny, or are we prisoners of a program written into our very DNA? The Sumerians spoke of cycles, long spans of cosmic time marked by the movements of planets, especially Nibiru, the supposed home world of the Anunnaki. Every time Nibiru swung close to Earth, the gods would intervene in human affairs, bringing both knowledge and catastrophe. Some researchers believe this cycle aligns with global upheavals, floods, mass extinctions, and sudden leaps in civilization. If this timeline is accurate, then the final prophecy may refer to Nibiru's imminent return and with it, the gods themselves stepping once more onto our world stage. But prophecy has many faces. The Bible echoes the same pattern, speaking of Nephilim, giant offspring of gods and humans, who once walked the earth and may return in the end times. Revelation warns of a moment when the heavens will open, and the rulers of the earth will tremble before powers greater than themselves. Meanwhile, Hindu cosmology speaks of cycles of yugas, where divine beings return to restore or destroy balance. In Mesoamerican traditions, the gods depart with a promise to return at the end of an age. Are these separate cultural myths, or are they fragments of the same Anunnaki prophecy? Some researchers argue that prophecy itself may not be prophecy at all, but programming. If the Anunnaki engineered humanity, perhaps they embedded within us not only genetic traits but psychological triggers. Prophesize, then, could be coded instructions designed to guide civilizations along a predetermined path. The expectation of a returning savior or God may not be a spiritual truth but a biological response, a mental reflex embedded in our species. This possibility reframes prophecy as less of a foretelling and more of a countdown, a system designed to prepare humanity for recontact with its creators. This theory gains strength when we examine the strange patterns in human history. Civilizations rise and fall with eerie synchronicity. Great religions emerge at pivotal moments, all speaking of salvation, apocalypse, or divine return. Even technological revolutions seem to erupt suddenly, as though triggered by an invisible hand. Could these be the activation points of a hidden program? Each step nudging us closer to the final stage of the Anunnaki plan? Adding to the mystery are the modern accounts of contact, sightings of unidentified flying objects, abductions, and messages channeled from higher beings. Some experiences describe encounters with tall, human-like entities resembling the ancient depictions of the Anunnaki. They speak of genetic experiments, hybrid programs, and warnings about Earth's future. Are these not echoes of the same beings who first engineered us? And are their messages preparing us for a final revelation, the moment when the creators reclaim their creation? Skeptics dismiss this as fantasy, yet governments have begun to take such reports more seriously. Declassified files reveal decades of secret investigations into UFO phenomena. Why would world powers spend vast resources studying what they publicly ridicule? Perhaps they know more than they admit. If prophecy is a program, then the elites may already be anticipating the next activation and positioning themselves to survive it. This ties back to the hidden role of secret societies, whose rituals and symbols point toward an awaited age of divine return. The chilling question is, what happens when the prophecy is fulfilled? If the Anunnaki return, will they be saviors, liberators, or conquerors? The Sumerian accounts offer conflicting clues. Enki is depicted as a benefactor, the one who gave humanity knowledge and saved us from destruction. Enlil, however, saw humanity as noisy, troublesome, and expendable, ordering floods and plagues to wipe us out. If these two factions still exist, then humanity's fate may depend on which god arrives first. Even more disturbing is the possibility that the return is not about arrival at all, but activation. If dormant codes exist within our DNA, as some geneticists speculate, then the final prophecy may be less about ships descending from the skies and more about a transformation from within. A genetic switch could trigger mass awakening, or mass control. Humanity could evolve into something entirely new, or collapse into engineered submission. Either outcome would fulfill the prophecy, though one leads to freedom, and the other to chains. Prophecy as programmed destiny challenges everything we believe about choice, faith, and the future. If the gods encoded our path, then are we actors in a play written long ago, merely waiting for the final act? Or do we still have the power to rewrite the script? Perhaps awareness itself is the key. If we recognize the manipulation, we may break free of it. If not, we may march willingly into the destiny they design for us, mistaking control for salvation. This brings us to the most dangerous idea of all. What if the Anunnaki are already here? What if their return is not future tense but present reality, hidden behind governments, secret projects, and societal control systems? The prophecy, then, would not be about arrival but revelation. When the veil lifts and humanity realizes who has been guiding us all along, the shock will be indistinguishable from apocalypse. Whether prophecy or program, one thing is clear: the timeline is converging. Ancient myths, modern science, and global events are aligning in ways too precise to ignore. The Earth is changing. Humanity is evolving, and our skies are more watched than ever before. Something is coming, or perhaps something has already begun. The return of the gods, whether as prophecy or programmed destiny, is not a question of belief but of preparation. We must ask ourselves, are we ready to face our makers? And if we are their creation, do we have the courage to claim independence from them? The final prophecy may not be about the gods at all, but about humanity's choice, to remain subjects of ancient masters or to rise as something more. Across the world, strange signs are surfacing. Climate instability, social upheavals, technological revolutions, and the renewed fascination with ancient prophecies all point toward a global turning point. It is as if humanity has entered a transition phase, a threshold between one age and the next. For those who follow the Anunnaki timeline, these are not random coincidences but markers, indicators that we are nearing the culmination of a cycle that began tens of thousands of years ago. Are we witnessing the approach of the final cycle, the very one spoken of in ancient prophecies and forbidden texts? The Sumerians believed history was cyclical, shaped not just by human effort but by cosmic rhythms. Their gods, the Anunnaki, did not appear randomly but according to precise celestial alignments. The return of Nibiru, their home planet or crossing star, marked epochs of dramatic change. While mainstream science disputes the existence of Nibiru, the idea of celestial cycles resonates with modern astronomy. Our planet's tilt, orbit, and galactic movements all influence climate, evolution, and civilization. The great floods, ice ages, and sudden rises of empires could all be seen as ripple effects of cosmic cycles. The question is whether the cycle we are now entering is one of natural consequence, or one orchestrated by our ancient creators. Consider the environmental crises unfolding today. Rising sea levels, unpredictable storms, droughts, and melting ice caps all point to a destabilized planet. Scientists blame human activity, and rightly so. Yet many ancient prophecies frame such upheavals as signs of transition, precursors to divine return. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, floods wiped away civilizations under divine decree. In the Bible, Noah survived a deluge sent to cleanse humanity's corruption. Could our current ecological disasters be more than accidents of industrial recklessness? Could they be signals, natural or engineered, that we are approaching another cycle of cleansing? Equally alarming are the social and political tremors shaking our world. From global conflicts to collapsing institutions, from mistrust of authority to the rise of populist movements, humanity is splintering under pressure. Ancient texts often warned of such disunity. The Book of Enoch describes an age when the nations rage, and men are deceived by false rulers. The Hindu scriptures speak of Kali Yuga, an age of chaos, corruption, and decline before divine restoration. If these prophecies are aligned with the Anunnaki timeline, then our present global unrest may not be accidental, it may be scripted. Then there is the explosion of technology. In less than a century, humanity has leaped from horse-drawn carriages to artificial intelligence, from Morse code to quantum computing. This acceleration seems less like steady progress and more like a sudden ignition. Could this be the awakening of dormant genetic codes, a fulfillment of the Anunnaki's design? Or is technology the modern counterpart of forbidden knowledge, the fire of the gods once guarded in temples, now distributed through silicon chips? Prophecies often describe the final cycle as a time when humans would possess godlike powers. With genetic engineering, AI, and space travel, are we not already there? The skies themselves seem to testify. Reports of unidentified aerial phenomena, UAPs, have surged in recent years, with governments reluctantly admitting that some objects defy explanation. Pilots describe crafts that outmaneuver modern technology, glowing orbs that vanish into thin air, and massive ships cloaked in clouds. These accounts bear uncanny resemblance to the chariots of the gods described in ancient texts. Could these sightings be the vanguard of the Anunnaki, scouts, watchers, or harbingers preparing the world for recontact? Cultural fascination also plays a role. Movies, TV series, and novels increasingly center on themes of ancient aliens, genetic engineering, and hidden timelines. Are creators merely reflecting human curiosity, or is there something deeper at work? Could collective consciousness be tuning into buried memories or programmed expectations of the final cycle? Carl Jung once suggested that myths are not invented but remembered, arising from a collective subconscious. If so, then our obsession with alien gods and apocalyptic futures may be more than entertainment. It may be preparation. Mathematical patterns support this idea. The Mayan long count calendar, famously ending in 2012, was not about apocalypse but about cycles of renewal. Hindu cosmology measures vast cycles of creation and destruction. Even in science, the concept of great years tied to Earth's precession highlights that our planet's rhythms align with immense spans of time. Some researchers argue that the Anunnaki timeline overlays onto these cycles, and that humanity is now at the edge of one such transition. The final prophecy, therefore, may not be an event in isolation but the culmination of a cosmic rhythm we are powerless to stop. Another layer emerges when we consider genetic clues. Some theorists argue that the dormant codes in our DNA, perhaps embedded by the Anunnaki, may be approaching activation. What if the environmental and cosmic changes we now face are triggers, designed to awaken hidden capacities within us? Prophecies of transformation, whether described as ascension, enlightenment, or apocalypse, could be metaphors for this genetic shift. Humanity may not simply endure the final cycle. We may become something new because of it. Of course, mainstream voices dismiss these interpretations. To scientists, climate change is human-driven, social unrest is political, and UFOs are either drones or illusions. Yet this dismissal is part of the pattern. Ancient prophecies often warned that most people would remain blind until the final moment, scoffing at signs until it was too late. Could skepticism itself be part of the program, a safeguard to prevent premature awakening? If we are indeed approaching the final cycle, what awaits us? Some envision destruction, floods, fire, famine, and collapse. Others imagine enlightenment, an age of unity, peace, and higher consciousness. The Anunnaki timeline allows for both possibilities, depending on who returns, or which codes are activated. Enlil's path leads to judgment and cleansing. Enki's path leads to liberation and knowledge. Humanity may be standing at the crossroads of these two legacies, awaiting the deciding hand. This realization is both terrifying and empowering. Terrifying, because the signs suggest inevitability. Empowering, because awareness may allow us to prepare, not by stockpiling weapons or bunkers, but by reclaiming our independence. If prophecy is programmed destiny, then recognition may be the only way to step outside the program. To awaken is to resist. To resist is to choose. The signs in our time are not random. They are converging. Environmental chaos, social division, technological leaps, and strange visitors in our skies all point to a climax foretold in the oldest records of civilization. The final cycle may already have begun, and the choices we make in the coming years will determine whether humanity enters it as slaves or as sovereign beings. Since the dawn of civilization, humanity has lived under the shadow of its creators. Whether we call them gods, sky beings, or Anunnaki, the ancient record makes it clear. We were shaped, guided, and perhaps even controlled by forces beyond our comprehension. But if the Anunnaki timeline is indeed approaching its climax, then the question that matters most is no longer who created us, but who do we choose to become? The final prophecy may not be about the return of gods, but about humanity's decision to remain servants in an ancient system or to rise as sovereign beings with the courage to claim our independence. The Sumerian texts depict humanity as workers created to serve. Our purpose was utility, not freedom. Yet within this design, something unexpected occurred: consciousness. Enki, the god scientist, may have gifted us too much knowledge, too much potential. Over time, we became more than mere laborious. We became thinkers, dreamers, creators. This spark of autonomy may have been an accident, or perhaps the greatest rebellion against the Anunnaki plan. If so, then humanity's struggle has always been about escaping the role of servant and becoming sovereign over its destiny. History shows this tension again and again. Kings claimed divine mandate, ruling as intermediaries between gods and men. Priests held forbidden knowledge, rationing it to keep the masses compliant. Secret societies preserved fragments of cosmic truths, but only for their initiates. Each of these structures echoes the ancient hierarchy of the Anunnaki, a system where knowledge is power and power is control. To remain servants means to continue within this system, trusting rulers, gods, or elites to define our path. To become sovereign means breaking the chain, demanding direct ownership of knowledge and destiny. Modern life mirrors this same choice. Technology connects us but also enslaves us to systems we do not fully understand. Governments promise order but often conceal truths that could change everything. Even science, for all its progress, maintains boundaries on what it will or will not consider, dismissing anomalies that point toward our true origins. In this sense, we are still living as servants, accepting boundaries imposed by those who claim authority. But sovereignty calls us to question, to seek, to uncover, no matter the cost. The return of the gods, if it comes, will intensify this choice. Should the Anunnaki, or those who claim their legacy, appear before us, offering salvation, technology, or immortality, humanity will face temptation unlike any before. To accept such gifts may seem wise, even necessary. Yet hidden within the gift is the chain. Dependence is control. If we kneel once more to our creators, we forfeit the chance to evolve beyond them. To choose sovereignty would mean rejecting easy salvation, standing firm in our ability to shape our future, even if it means facing hardship or destruction. This dilemma is echoed in myths across cultures. In the story of Prometheus, humanity gained fire from the gods, but only through defiance. In the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve chose forbidden knowledge over obedience, and though cursed, they became self-aware. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the hero sought immortality but was denied, forced instead to accept his human limitations. These myths are not warnings against rebellion. They are reminders that true humanity emerges when we risk everything to stand free. Servitude brings safety. Sovereignty brings struggle, but also growth. The choice may also play out in our DNA. Some theorists argue that hidden codes within the human genome could activate in the final cycle, propelling us toward transformation. If so, the question is not whether we are capable of sovereignty, but whether we will embrace it. Evolution, both biological and spiritual, may demand that we let go of servitude, of hierarchies, of imposed gods, of external masters. But if we resist this call, preferring comfort and control, then we may remain as we began, slaves engineered for labor, never realizing the power within. Yet sovereignty does not mean rejecting all that the Anunnaki gave us. We cannot deny our origins. We are hybrids, born of earth and star. But perhaps sovereignty means taking ownership of that heritage, choosing to use it for our purposes, not theirs. If the gods return, we can meet them not as subjects, but as equals. We can honor their role in our creation without submitting to their rule. In this way, humanity's sovereignty would not erase the past but transcend it. The danger lies in division. The Anunnaki may not need to enslave us directly if we enslave ourselves through conflict. Already, humanity fractures along political, religious, and cultural lines. If they return, some will welcome them as saviors, others will resist as enemies. This division could become our undoing, ensuring servitude without chains. To claim sovereignty, humanity must find unity, not uniformity, but collective resolve. Only together can we declare independence from ancient masters. This decision may come sooner than we think. Global crises, technological revolutions, and strange phenomena in the skies suggest we are entering the decisive era. If prophecy is programmed destiny, then the final stage of the program is activation. We must decide now, do we surrender to the script, or do we seize the pen and rewrite it? The servants will wait for instructions. The sovereigns will write their own. Ultimately, the Anunnaki timeline leads us to a mirror. When we gaze into it, we see two possibilities: the obedient worker, safe but bound, or the awakened human, free but uncertain. Servitude offers answers. Sovereignty demands questions. Servitude gives comfort. Sovereignty requires courage. The gods may return with promises of order, but the true test will not be their arrival, it will be our response. Will we kneel, or will we stand? The destiny of humanity hangs in the balance. We are no longer the clay figures shaped in ancient laboratories. We are beings of will, capable of shaping history. The final prophecy may reveal the gods' intentions, but the ultimate choice belongs to us. Servants or sovereigns, this is the question we must answer. And our answer will define not only our future but the legacy of the human race. The Anunnaki timeline has led us across millennia, from the ancient clay tablets of Sumer to the mysteries unfolding in our skies today. We began this journey with fragments of myth, whispers of gods who descended from the heavens, and stories that seemed too impossible to be true. Yet, as we stitched together archaeology, astronomy, and prophecy, the picture became clearer. The Anunnaki were not mere myth. They were architects of humanity, shapers of destiny, and perhaps the unseen directors of our unfolding drama. But now, we arrive at the greatest question of all: what happens next? Are we standing at the edge of their final prophecy? And if so, what role will humanity play in it? The Sumerians describe cycles, not straight lines. History, according to their worldview, is not a march toward progress but a repeating spiral of rise, collapse, and rebirth. The reigns of the gods themselves were measured in thousands of years. Prophecies hinted at their departure, their eventual return, and the great reckoning that would follow. If the Anunnaki truly encoded humanity into a timeline, then every flood, every fall of empire, every technological leap may not have been random, it may have been part of a countdown. And that countdown, if the tablets are correct, is approaching zero. Across the world, we see signs that echo ancient warnings. Strange anomalies in the solar system, planets behaving oddly, distant bodies moving on courses that defy explanation. Scientists speculate about a hidden Planet 9, while ancient texts spoke of Nibiru, the wandering world of the gods. Whispers of unidentified aerial phenomena have moved from conspiracy to congressional hearings. The old stories of sky gods returning in fire and light now sound eerily familiar in the age of UFO disclosures. The boundary between myth and modern reality grows thinner every year, as though prophecy itself is pushing through. But the conclusion of the Anunnaki timeline is not only about cosmic visitors. It is also about humanity's test. For thousands of years, we have lived under myths of divine authority, whether gods, kings, or unseen elites. Again and again, we have bowed to power in exchange for order. The Anunnaki system, built long ago, still casts its shadow over our societies. The question is, when the moment of choice arrives, will we continue the cycle of servitude, or will we step into something new? This is where prophecy becomes paradox. Some interpretations claim the Anunnaki will return to reclaim dominion, punishing those who resist. Others say their return is not physical but symbolic, a moment when humanity realizes the truth of its origins and must decide what to do with it. Perhaps both are true. Perhaps the return is not about ships in the sky but about awakening within. The real prophecy may not be about their choice, but about ours. Imagine, for a moment, the Anunnaki stepping once more upon the earth. Some humans will welcome them as gods, desperate for salvation in a chaotic world. Others will resist with fear, believing them to be deceivers or invaders. Entire nations may fracture over the question of allegiance. This division could bring about the collapse foreseen in prophecy, the end not because of the gods' wrath, but because humanity failed to stand united in its response. This is the great danger. The gods need only watch us destroy ourselves, and their control would be re-established without a fight. And yet, there is another path. What if the final prophecy is not doom, but destiny? What if the timeline was always designed to bring us to this moment of awakening? The Anunnaki may have created us, but they could not predict what we would become. We are no longer clay workers bound to a master's will. We are scientists probing the stars, philosophers questioning existence, storytellers imagining futures the gods themselves could never conceive. If the prophecy is indeed reaching its climax, then perhaps its true purpose is to force humanity to grow up, to claim independence not only from gods but from the systems of control that still bind us. This is the crossroads. To one side lies servitude, a return to old hierarchies, where humanity remains children awaiting instruction from the sky. To the other lies sovereignty, a dangerous, uncertain path where we define ourselves, even if it means facing the unknown without divine guidance. The gods may test us with temptation, offering knowledge, technology, even immortality. Accepting may bring power, but also chains. Rejecting may bring hardship, but also freedom. Which will we choose? The ancient myths give us clues. In every story, from Prometheus to Eden to Gilgamesh, humanity's true growth came not from obedience, but from rebellion, by reaching for fire, by eating forbidden fruit, by questioning the boundaries set by higher beings. The pattern is clear. To fulfill our destiny, we must dare to step beyond what we were told to accept. The final prophecy, then, is not about the gods' return. It is about humanity's refusal to kneel. So what does this mean for us, here and now? It means that every choice we make matters. Every truth we seek, every question we dare to ask, every structure of control we challenge is part of humanity's preparation for the final moment. Whether the gods return tomorrow, in 1,000 years, or never at all, the prophecy lives in us. The cycle can only be broken when we choose to write our own timeline. Perhaps that is the greatest secret hidden in the tablets, the one mystery scholars have missed. The Anunnaki may have given us their knowledge, but they also gave us the power to surpass them. Sovereignty is the final gift. And now, at the edge of history, it is ours to claim. As we close this exploration of the Anunnaki timeline, the truth is both unsettling and exhilarating. We are not alone, and we never were. Our past is filled with gods, but our future belongs to humans. The final prophecy is not about their return, but about our awakening. When the moment comes, when the skies tremble, when the world questions everything, we will face the ultimate test, to bow as servants or to rise as sovereigns. The choice is ours. The timeline is converging, and history is watching. The dust of history settles slowly. As we close the book on the Anunnaki timeline, one final question lingers like an echo. What if the prophecy has already begun? The temptation is to think of prophecy as something that lies in the future, waiting for us on the horizon. But what if the Anunnaki timeline is not a countdown to an event, but a cycle that we are already living through, repeating, again and again, until we finally understand its meaning? Ancient texts did not simply predict, they recorded patterns. Floods, wars, collapses, and rebirths. Each era mirrored the last, as if humanity were trapped in a cosmic loop. What if the Anunnaki never truly left, but instead embedded themselves in our systems, our cultures, even our DNA? If so, then the prophecy is not about their return, but about our awakening to the truth that they never left us at all. Think of it this way. We live in a world where advanced technology appears almost magical compared to just a century ago. Artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, space exploration, all achievements that seem to accelerate beyond natural progression. Where did this spark come from? Mainstream science insists it is human ingenuity alone, but forbidden archaeology suggests otherwise. Could it be that ancient knowledge, hidden and preserved, has resurfaced in modern form? If so, the final prophecy may not be about gods descending from the heavens, but about humanity finally wielding the same tools they once used to shape us. But here lies the danger. Prophecy warns of cycles because cycles repeat mistakes. The Sumerians recorded how civilizations fell when they reached too high without balance. The Tower of Babel collapsed when humans sought to rival the gods. Atlantis, if it existed, was destroyed when arrogance overtook wisdom. Are we walking the same path again? Every technological breakthrough brings us closer to the powers of the gods, but also closer to the disasters that erased past civilizations. This is why the Anunnaki timeline matters. It is not simply a history, it is a warning. And yet, within every warning is an invitation. If the cycle is destined to repeat, then prophecy gives us a chance to break it. By recognizing the signs, by learning from the past, we may finally transcend the loop. Perhaps this was the true gift of the Anunnaki, the knowledge not just of survival, but of evolution. They may have created us as servants, but they gave us the spark to become sovereign. The prophecy's climax may not be about destruction, but about humanity's graduation into maturity. Still, the choice is ours. Servants follow the cycle. Sovereigns break it. The decision will not come in some distant future. It is happening now, in every action we take. The rise of AI, the exploration of Mars, the decoding of the human genome, each step is a piece of the prophecy. We stand at the threshold where myth and reality merge, where humanity becomes the very gods it once worshipped. But the question remains, will we use this power to free ourselves, or to enslave ourselves once again under a different mask? Prophecy thrives on mystery, but one truth is clear. The Anunnaki timeline was never just about them. It was always about us. About what we would do when given the chance to step into the role of creators, rulers, and visionaries. The gods may return, or they may not. But humanity has already entered the stage where it can create life, alter worlds, and reach the stars. The final prophecy, then, is not waiting to unfold. It is unfolding right now, and we are the ones writing its ending. This is the hidden key that so many overlook. Prophecy is not fate, it is mirror. It shows us the path we are walking, the destiny we are building, but it does not chain us to it. The Anunnaki may have set the stage, but humanity must decide how the play ends. Will it be tragedy, with civilizations collapsing under their own weight? Or triumph, with humanity rising beyond the cycle to claim its place among the stars? And so, as we step away from the ancient tablets and into our modern world, the final words of this timeline echo louder than ever. The Anunnaki shaped us, but they do not own us. Their prophecy warned us, but it does not control us. The future belongs not to those who wait for gods, but to those who dare to become sovereign. This is the mystery, the revelation, and the challenge. The Anunnaki timeline is not ending. It is converging into the present, and the pen is in our hands. If you've stayed with this journey, you know by now, history is not what we've been told. The myths were never just myths. The prophecies were never just stories. They were messages encoded in time, waiting for those who had the eyes to see and the courage to understand. And now, with the cycle closing and the world shifting, the message is clear: humanity must choose. Servants or sovereigns, followers of prophecy, or authors of destiny. That choice begins not in the skies, nor in the halls of power, but within each of us. Every question we ask, every truth we uncover, every act of courage we take adds a word, a line, a page to the story of humanity's future. The final prophecy is not written on tablets or stone. It is written in us. And it is unfolding, right now. The gods may watch. The stars may tremble. But the choice is ours.